C 1903 Defense Short Version. The whole process can be said to be extremely thrilling. The killing moves that seem to be relaxed and comfortable are linked together, but in fact, every breath cannot be hesitated, and it must be decisive. Especially at the moment when he was about to self-destruct. If he had not thrown out the war puppet for defense, today would have a different ending. Most of the trump cards and killing moves were used, and combined with the blessing of the power of creation, it was possible to solve mutant so quickly. After a moment of contemplation, Xiao Han stood up directly. His body was still trembling slightly. He did have experience fighting with the early stage of the nascent soul before, and his overall record was not bad. But the premise of that was that the other party did not hold the idea of definitely dying, not to mention that mutant was not an ordinary early stage of the nascent soul cultivator, far from being comparable to Li Tai. Cough cough. Xiao Tanner coughed violently, and Xiao Han put away mutant's storage ring. It is still impossible to open it now. With this storage ring he has a total of 2 storage rings in his hand. Compared to the one in mutant's hand, Xiao Han was more interested in the one that Xiao Yun brought out from the ancient secret realm. Xiao Han landed on the ground and sent enough spiritual power into Xiao Tanner's body, and Xiao Tanner woke up. Xiao Han. Xiao Tanner looked at Xiao Han with some surprise, and after a pause, she continued, "You actually came out of retreat. Where are we now? Wasn't I fighting with several demons just now?"
Xiao Han frovned.
It seemed that Li Zide just now was not only waiting for Xiao Tanner to be exhausted but also used some other means.
Dem, let Li Zide
die too easily. However, he was not going to say these things actively, but just said lightly, "Fortunately, I came early, someone calculated you, let's not talk about these. For now. It may still be dangerous here now, let's go back to Wanzhong City first." Along the way, Xiao Han told the whole process. Xiao Tanner was scared for a while. If Xiao Han hadn't come out of retreat, it is conceivable what would have happened. The moment he reached the city wall, Xiao Han was completely relieved. The demons at this time were like the tide, just retreating, accumulating strength and waiting for the next attack. Many earth-based monks were repairing the exposed ground, and a large number of fire-based monks were setting fire to the demon corpses on the ground. These merits have long been recorded directly in the book, and there is no need to re-register unless it is the kind of demons hunted alone. Then it needs to be checked and re-recorded. After the fire-based monks burned the corpses, the earth-based monks turned the entire ground over and changed the surface. It may be because they have turned it over too many times, and changing the soil layer will also be a mess. Some demon and human remains are clearly visible in the soil. The so-called purgatory is probably better than the current Wanzhong City. Xiao Tanner looked down at the wall, snuggled in Xiao Han's arms and muttered, "Heh, I don't know when this situation will end. It's impossible to end it temporarily." Xiao Han paused and continued, "We can only kill as many demons as possible." When saying this, Xiao Han deliberately amplified his voice. Many cultivators on the wall cast their eyes. It was because of the persistence of these Jindan cultivators that the lower-level cultivators could hold on. If it comes to running away, if Jindan cultivators really want to evacuate, there is indeed a certain hope of escape, but Qi training and foundation building are doomed to die. Xiao Han kept staring at the wall, looking like he was thinking about something. "Soon," he whispered. "Try not to leave Wanzhong City during this period. I will explore the surrounding area. When I rescued you today, I found that the defense of the demon clan seemed to have some problems. After such a long attack, I think it's time for something to go wrong. When there is a suitable opportunity, I will see if I can take you out. Don't talk about this in private. Just notify a few key disciples." After Xiao Han finished speaking, he turned into a stream of light and quickly went out of the city. If it weren't for Xiao Qian and others, he would have sneaked away without any exploration or hesitation. It's unknown when the demon clan's attack will end. While exploring the surroundings of Wanzhong City, Xiao Han sank into his dantian. At this time, the golden elixir in the dantian is more condensed and powerful. This is the benefit of promotion. The huge spiritual power it possesses is not comparable to before. However, you finally remembered me. The tone of complaint from Hongmeng Fortune Pearl came faintly. It can receive information from the outside world. Seeing that Hongmeng Pearl is in Xiao Han's hand, it cannot absorb it. This kind of complaint buried and finally turned into this tone. It really took hundreds of years of effort. Xiao Han began to blame himself deeply just by listening, and quickly said, "Blame me. Blame me. I have been rushing all the time during this period. In fact, I have forgotten about the Hongmeng Pearl, and I didn't come in today for the Hongmeng Pearl. Now outside, it's not easy to find a chance for you to absorb the Hongmeng Pearl." Xiao Han explained softly, and at the same time began to slowly slow down and go to some sparsely populated places. Hee, what do you want to ask? Hongmeng Creation Pearl resumed its previous tone and asked lightly. Xiao Han said in a deep voice, "After I fought with the cultivator in the nascent soul stage this time, I found that I lacked certain defensive means. Hey, if I miss once, the attack will hit me, which will be a fatal problem. In terms of physical defense, it is indeed strong in the golden core stage, but once you enter the nascent soul stage, the means become more diverse. Pure. Defense can indeed defend for a period of time. But in terms of endurance, it is definitely a little bit worse. Of course, men can't say they can't do it, but that's the fact." Hongmeng Creation Pearl did not answer Xiao Han's question. The scene was calm and awkward for a while. Xiao Han asked, "Are you listening?" Hongmeng Fortune Pearl replied, "I am listening, but I forgot." Xiao Han was a little depressed. Well, it was holding a grudge against itself for forgetting it. Xiao Han said faintly, "You are just a ball. Why do you care so much? Besides, your absorption will also be of great benefit to me." "I really forgot. Then I really forgot," Hongmeng Fortune Pearl said lightly, and after a pause, he continued, "But considering your sincere attitude, let's let it go. For now. In fact, the method is very simple. I told you about this a long time ago. Do you remember that when you came to Tianxian Realm before, I asked you to bring the 4 sacred beasts with you? This was the purpose. When the 4 sacred beasts reach the Jindan realm of this world, the 4 sacred suits can be condensed again. I think you should know the power of the sacred beast suit condensed by 4 Jindan stage sacred beasts, and the 4 sacred suits will be strengthened as the strength of the sacred beasts increases. Now you know it," Hongmeng Fortune Pearl explained slowly. Xiao Han's eyes lit up after hearing this. Yes, why had he never thought about this? He was really careless. #C1904 Assassination of the Demons. It seems that the 4 sacred beasts need to pay more attention. The vermilion bird has no problem breaking through the ranks now, and the other 3 sacred beasts must not have too much problem. It's nothing more than some pill problems. After thinking about this, Xiao Han slowly said, "What should I do about the absorption of the Hongmeng Pearl?" Hongmeng Fortune Pearl said unhappily, "Finally I remembered this matter." After complaining about Xiao Han, he continued, "In fact, the operation is also very simple. You just need to absorb the Hongmeng Pearl into the dantian, and I can do the rest myself. There is another thing that requires you to pay more attention. After absorbing the Hongmeng Pearl this time, I can tear the space in advance and send the pill back. You should refine more basic pills and prepare them." "Basic pills?" Xiao Han's eyes suddenly lit up, and then he hurriedly asked, "Hey, do you mean Xiaoyun?" "Yes. I think when the pill arrives, your child will be safe. At least from the current point of view, this will be the answer. You are the best deterrent to them." Hongmeng Fortune Pearl explained a little and stopped talking. Xiao Han was in a particularly good mood. If it were normal times, it would be difficult to collect these basic pills as well as the pills of the two people. But what period is it now? It is the time of the great war between immortals and demons. As long as he goes out to hunt the demons and accumulate a lot of merits, he can exchange for countless spiritual medicines to complete the accumulation of pills. After thinking this through, Xiao Han left his consciousness in the Dantian and began to explore the surroundings. Judging from the news he received, the demons would not retreat for a while. Although there would be some dangers, the gains would be equally great. Take the early promotion to the great perfection of the Golden Core as an example. If he still stayed in the Luyun sect, it would be impossible to be promoted so quickly. Battles, opportunities, resources, etc. are all very important. The exploration around him gradually expanded. It was not until it was dark that Xiao Han returned to the Qitian restaurant. He needed to take some time to sink the Hongmeng pearl into his dantian, which took a certain amount of time. In the Qitian restaurant, every cultivator was tired and ate the food brought by the service staff. Compared with the previous meals, these meals were much worse. These are all official standard configurations. At the beginning, there were some spiritual food, spiritual rice, and even monster meat, but as time goes by, now only some spiritual rice can be provided. Vegetables and meat are ordinary goods, which are of little use for cultivation and recovery, and can only maintain the energy needs of the body. Xiao Han slapped the storage bracelet, and hundreds of small porcelain bottles flew out of the bracelet. There were porcelain bottles floating in front of each cultivator. These pills were the middle and upper grade pills he bought. Most of them were first-level pills, and a few were second-level. These second-level pills were for foundation-building cultivators. Xiao Han said, "Thank you for your hard work during this period. I am only a temporary captain and can't do much for you. These are some pills in front of you which can help you recover from daily cultivation and resistance to the demons." Before the cultivators could say anything, Xiao Han slapped the storage bracelet again, and hundreds of white lights flashed and appeared in front of the cultivators, and there were even some top-grade talismans scattered inside. After a pause, he continued, "These are some talismans that can increase your chances of survival. In short, each of you should work hard." Xiao Yun, Xiao Qian, and other disciples from the original Yuyun Peak took the lead in, saying, "Thank you, Captain. This is the title that has been discussed. At this time, you should call the captain." The other cultivators reacted and happily checked the pills and talismans in front of them, and also said, "Thank you, Captain. At this time, these pills and talismans can save lives at critical moments. Especially at this time, saving lives is not an exaggeration." After chatting with Qiao Tanner for a few words, Xiao Han went directly to the storage room. As soon as he opened the door of the storage room, he felt a strong fire attribute energy. After a closer look, my goodness, Suzaku has changed his appearance. The whole storage room is Suzaku's body. That handsome look is back, and the other three holy beasts are oppressed in a small corner. This is because Suzaku has controlled its size. If it doesn't control it, it may only burst the entire Qitian restaurant. Xiao Han quickly set up the ban, paused and said, "Just control your body, you will be caught as a pet sooner or later." After saying this, Zhu Ke shook his feathers, and his body quickly shrank and turned into a bird, but even so, it was much more beautiful than before. Zhu Ke said a little aggrievedly, "Xiao Han, are you bullying us like this? Because you are in this alien world. Fortunately, it is here, otherwise we can't bear your anger here." "Hee." Xiao Han sneered and said, "We are on the same rope now, knowing this fact. Don't fart. Don't disturb me later." After saying that, he sat cross-legged, took out the Hongmeng pearl directly, and began to slowly sink it into his dantian. A few months later, outside Wanzhong City, two figures stood facing each other. One of them was particularly embarrassed. The other figure took a step forward and instantly appeared dozens of meters away. A A spirit sword was danced quickly. If you observe carefully, you will find that there seems to be some liquid on this spirit sword. This figure quickly slashed the spirit sword at the embarrassed figure. In just a few breaths, the embarrassed figure completely lost the ability to move, and the vitality on his body quickly disappeared. Han Xiao, you have appeared on our demon clan's highest hunting list, and your ranking is even higher than many Yuanying stage. Hey, I can't kill you today. Other demons from my demon clan will definitely come to kill you tomorrow. Do you think you'll be safe if you stay in this formation? Haha. After the demon finished speaking, he closed his eyes in despair, and finally fell down quickly. Xiao Han laughed, put it directly into the storage bag, and said softly, "The previous demons said the same thing." Then he used his spiritual sense to explore the storage bag. During this period of time, he had been hiding, secretly killing countless demon monks, but he did not submit these demons, but kept them in his storage bag. The storage bag currently in hand contains nearly 40 demon lord level demons. During the day, he looks around for demons, and at night he practices in seclusion. Once he finds the corresponding target, he goes to hunt him. All of this was done in secret, and even the Wanzhong City officials were not aware of it. After dealing with the demons, Xiao Han was about to continue exploring the traces of the demons when he suddenly received a message from Xiao Qian. Grandpa Zhu, Wan Zongqing summoned some captains to the conference room for a meeting. The requirement is that all the captains who have been notified must participate. Our Yuyun team is one of them. After Xiao Han read the message, he thought for a moment and then gave up exploring. Originally, he wanted to go to a valley over there today to see if he could find a way to escape from the demon siege. Also, in the past few days, the time for the demons to attack has become shorter and shorter. Xiao Han has strong hearing and finally realized that it is not that simple. Obviously, the demons are gathering more and more, but the intensity of the attack is getting smaller and smaller. This makes Xiao Han curious, and he is deeply worried in his heart. #C1905 meeting. In the 5th district of Wanzhong City, Xiao Han stood outside the city lord's mansion and looked around at the city lord's mansion. As the largest building in the entire Wanzhong City, the area it occupies can be said to sweep across all facilities, and it looks like a palace. To be more precise, it is like several palaces added together. This time, the captain's meeting was held in the city lord's mansion. Xiao Han entered the city lord's mansion with the token of the Yuyun team. This was his first time entering the city lord's mansion. Among the rules he had obtained before, there was a rule that he could not enter the city lord's mansion. As soon as he entered the door, there was a huge open space. It was not as luxurious as imagined. Instead, it was like entering nature. The entire ground was covered with grass. If you look closely, you will find that these grasses are all spiritual grasses. Although the grade is relatively low, only the first level, this grass is very useful. The first level spirit gathering grass, as its name suggests, has the function of gathering spirits. No wonder you can feel that the surrounding spiritual power is much richer. When you get close to the city lord's mansion, and the spiritual power is richer the further you go in. From a single point of view, this spirit gathering grass is not worth spirit stones, but if you look around, any green plant is a spirit grass, which is worth spirit stones. In addition to these, there are huge stone pillars standing on both sides of the road. There are 12 huge stone pillars on each side, and huge flying dragons are carved on the stone pillars. Xiao Han followed the instructions and came to the meeting room of the city lord's mansion. The entire route was planned. Many cultivators entered the city lord's mansion without saying a word, and dared not look around. This reminded Xiao Han of an illusion, and Xiao Han smiled knowingly when he thought of it. Soon, he passed several spiritual medicine gardens. Xiao Han felt that they were not spiritual medicine gardens. The role of these spiritual medicines here was for viewing Otherwise, they would not be regular and shaped and should be called gardens. Then there was another circulating stream, and then they arrived at a large room. When they got here, the number of cultivators was completely increased, and a long line was lined up at the entrance. Xiao Han looked from a distance, and the entrance of the meeting room seemed to be registering and confirming identities. Such an orderly situation can only be seen here. How are you these days, fellow Taoist? Xiao Han turned his head and saw a strange face, the fellow Taoist in front of him. This fellow Taoist had small eyes and a pair of dimples on his face, which made him look like he was squinting. The most important thing was that Xiao Han could not detect his strength. In other words, he either had a way to hide his strength or he was a cultivator in the nascent soul stage. Xiao Han looked at the many cultivators in front of him, and only then did he notice that it was not just one cultivator, but all of them. Only a few of them were at the great perfection of the golden core stage, and he could detect them. Xiao Han looked at the cultivator in front of him with some surprise. None of the cultivators present whispered to him, but this cultivator seemed to recognize him and greeted him. Remembering that there was no rule that prohibited talking, Xiao Han immediately said, "I wonder if we have known each other before? Heh? Or have you seen me somewhere before? Sorry, I don't have any impression." The expression of the narrowed eyes did not change at all. He just looked at Xiao Han quietly, and then continued to speak. "Actually, I don't know Dao Yu either. It's fate that we all came together. Let's just treat it as getting to know each other." Xiao Han then reacted and said that he usually didn't show up. Even if he submitted tasks, he asked Xiao Tanner to submit them. He killed some demon kings with a mask or quietly, and never did team tasks. In this case, someone still knew him, and it was a cultivator that he couldn't see through. This was definitely a problem. "So that's it." Xiao Han replied softly and didn't say anything else. It was hard for Xiao Han to think too much about such an active greeting. It wasn't until Xiao Han's turn that he took out the token, handed it to the person who reviewed it, and successfully entered the meeting room. After entering, I found that many people were already sitting. On both sides of a long corridor, there were tables, chairs, and benches made for monks. There were also various fruits and snacks on the tables. Well, this arrangement is quite comprehensive. Xiao Han saw his seat, and the word Yuyun was marked on the bench. Since sitting down, Xiao Han began to eat the fruits on the table. These fruits are top-notch among spiritual fruits, and each kilogram costs a lot of spiritual stones. With such an opportunity, it is natural to have a good meal. Many monks around cast strange eyes at Xiao Han. How could there be such a person in such a high-level meeting? It was not until a moment later that all the monks arrived, and then an old man with white hair came to the first seat in the conference hall. When the old man with white hair sat down, many monks stood up and bowed to the old man, saying, "Meet the Deputy City Lord." It turned out to be the Deputy City Lord of Wanzhong City. Xiao Han also stood up, but just bowed slightly to say hello. The Deputy City Lord pressed his hand and said, "Everyone, please sit down. I'm just an errand boy. How can I be considered the Deputy City Lord? Hey, don't be like this. Many people here have higher cultivation than me." At this time, another cultivator took the initiative to stand up and said, "Mr. Li, that's not what I meant. We do this to respect you. We all know what kind of person you are. We do this to respect you from the bottom of our hearts. It's not just the Deputy City Lord who does this." Xiao Han curled his lips when he heard this. How dare he say such a thing? Would be strange if the Deputy City Lord didn't say that. He didn't believe in such empty talk. Only those who are really virtuous and respected would receive such treatment. However, seeing that the old man's face was not kind and his attitude was heartfelt, Xiao Han didn't think this was a good thing. It's just that Xiao Han has never seen the way he behaves, so it's not easy for Xiao Han to be arbitrary. This rainbow fart put the first old man in a good mood, and he quickly continued, I called you here this time just to discuss with you how to get rid of the demon. Everyone here is the current elite of Wanzhong City, and each one of them is the hope of Wanzhong City. After the meeting, I hope everyone will speak out enthusiastically and discuss how to solve this problem. As soon as he finished speaking, a monk stood up and said loudly, Mr. Li, the list of people participating in this meeting was selected by the City Lord's Palace. Mr. Li frowned and said with some displeasure, whether they are selected by the City Lord's Palace or not is determined by the decision-making of the City Lord's Palace. If you have any objections to the monks who arrived today, please reserve your opinion. At this point, the monk who stood up continued to speak. It's not that I have any opinions on the decision-making of the City Lord's mansion. I just feel that some of the people present at this kind of meeting are not qualified to participate. I mean, for example, there are some undercover demons among these people, so no matter how good our strategies and plans are, we will reveal them. Speaking of this, Mr. Li's ugly face looked better. He thought for a while and then said, Then who do you think is suspected of being an undercover agent? Or who is not qualified to participate in this meeting? The monk who stood up pointed at Xiao Han and said, For example, this one. #C1906 targeting. Looking at the monk who stood up and pointed at him, Xiao Han frowned at first, and Chun Si relaxed his brows after a while. Whether this monk was targeting him or not, he only needed to wait and see. Being targeted for no reason, Xiao Han was also a little angry. He had never offended anyone on weekdays, but at this time he was singled out and talked about. Anyone would have some thoughts in his mind. But Mr. Li continued to ask with some doubts. So why is this person not qualified? Hey, of course it's the cultivation level. The monk who stood up looked around and continued. Basically, everyone present is a Yuanying stage monk. Why can this Jindan stage monk attend the meeting? There are a few others. Although I don't know who compiled the list as far as I know, there are still many captains in the early Yuanying stage. They were not summoned to this meeting. I want to ask, can these Jindan stage monks who came here have higher combat power than Yuanying stage monks? Will such selection chill the hearts of those monks who are capable and capable? Let's not talk about this for now. A question, how many of the undercovers found recently are Jindan stage cultivators, but there is not a single Yuanying stage cultivator undercover. What can we see from this? Jindan stage cultivators are more likely to rebel and become demon clan undercovers. Even if these Jindan stage cultivators are not undercovers for absolute safety, I think they should be cleared out. They are not qualified to sit here. One of the Jindan stage cultivators immediately said loudly, So you are questioning the decision of the City Lord's mansion. After saying this, Mr. Li's face became a little ugly. Xiao Han looked at the Jindan cultivator who spoke, and couldn't help but feel happy. This Jindan cultivator spoke little, but his tone was tricky. In the end, the people who came to the meeting today were decided by the City Lord's mansion. Questioning this matter is questioning the City Lord's mansion. The monk who stood up heard this. His eyes were a little flustered, and then he quickly retorted loudly, I am a cultivator in the middle stage of the nascent soul of Chanhua Valley, and I am talking nonsense. After that, he quickly looked at Mr. Li and continued, I am not questioning the decision of the City Lord's mansion when I said these words today. Wanzhong City was originally built by many sects and presided over by the City Lord. The head of my Chanhua Valley is also the honorary elder of Wanzhong City. How could I come here to specifically question the decision of the City Lord's mansion today? But what I said is not unreasonable. I hope Mr. Li can think about what I said carefully. For the safety of our plan, I think it is more appropriate to clear it out. As for I can fuck you, before Hu Yen finished speaking, the cultivator who had just spoken bluntly cursed loudly, and after a pause, he continued, What do you think of our qualifications? You are throwing dirty water without any evidence. If everyone here thinks we deserve to die, then we all deserve to die. If that's the case, why should we make efforts? If you think there is something unfair, or why the cultivators you think didn't come, then you can fight for it. Why do you have to use us, the Jindan stage cultivators, to take the blame? Xiao Han listened quietly, picked up another fruit and stuffed it in his mouth, chewing it slowly. There is definitely something wrong with this Hu Yan. When he was arguing just now, his eyes never left him. Originally, he wanted to speak out to find out the details, but he would be happy if someone spoke out. To someone from Chanhua Valley again. He killed 3 cultivators from Chanhua Valley alone, and they were all undercover agents of the Demon Clan. It seems that Chanhua Valley is already a human clan sect controlled by the Demon Clan. When the Jindan stage cultivator finished speaking, many cultivators looked at him, and a Yuanying stage cultivator said, "Fellow Taoist, why are you so radical? What else are you dissatisfied with?" Even such an important meeting was allowed to take part in. After this cultivator spoke, another cultivator followed up and said, "Even though what fellow Taoist who said just now was biased, he is a senior after all. It is inevitable that you are disrespectful to the elders. Hey, to be honest, we are all experienced people. We old guys know what you Jindan stage cultivators are thinking. Just like the fellow Taoist, that fellow Taoist who just mentioned, look at what he looks like. I saw that he has been eating the fruits on the table crazily since he entered the door. This behavior is really not worthy of being in a refined place. So I said that you young people are too impatient." After speaking, he picked up a fruit elegantly and ate it slowly, as if he was demonstrating. "Heh!" Xiao Han sneered, then said softly, "When will people target you for eating fruit? Hey, isn't this fruit on the table for people to eat? Is it just for decoration?" Faced with this inexplicable targeting, Xiao Han went straight to meet it. Those who targeted him must have a lot of information in their hands, especially with the previous encirclement and suppression of the Demon Clan. Xiao Han understood why he became the target of public criticism. That's why he kept hiding his identity when hunting the Demon Clan. Some of these people wanted to throw dirty water on him, some wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to kill him, and some really looked down on Jindan cultivators. After thinking for a moment, Xiao Han continued, "In my opinion, the so-called respect for the elderly is for those who are highly respected. As for you, people who use your qualifications to do hooligan things, what else do you have besides getting older? If we really follow what you said, then what kind of people are qualified to Komein?" Hu Yan looked at several cultivators calmly for a few times, and then slowly said, "Mr. Li, I think there must be something wrong with this person. In fact, what I said just now was to stimulate these cultivators. I said these words with a purpose. I suggest checking these 2 cultivators. Maybe they are undercovers of the Demon Clan." Speaking of this, Xiao Han narrowed his eyes, as he guessed these people had purpose. There were even a room full of Yuanying cultivators, but only a few of them were Jindan cultivators. Although Hu Yan's words were unpleasant, there was one thing he said that was very right. Even if the Jindan cultivators had some strength and contribution, who else could compare with the Yuanying cultivators except him? While saying this, he also reminded him, then how did this list pass the resolution of the city lord's mansion? Xiao Han thought about it carefully and was terrified. The city lord's mansion was likely to be infiltrated by the Demon Clan. Sure enough, the enemy has always come from within. An organization without any problems within will never be defeated. Seeing that the situation was somewhat out of control, Elder Li slowly said, "Oh, I didn't expect that the meeting hasn't even started yet. But there would be a conflict over this matter. Oh, since everyone has questions, let's vote by raising our hands. Those who support Cha-Cha and these 2 can raise their hands now." At once, many Yuanying cultivators immediately raised their hands, and some Other cultivators looked around and finally raised their hands slowly. There was no need to go against these Yuanian cultivators just because of a few Jindan cultivators. #C1907 Conspiracy and Review. A strong smell of conspiracy filled the air. Xiao Han had no expression on his face, but he was a little panicked inside. There was a black card in his storage bracelet. This is not the most critical thing. The roster and the encyclopedia of demonic techniques are also crucial things. There are also several books of demonic techniques that I obtained from the demons. His original intention was to study the reason why he could practice demon magic, but in this situation it became a constraint at this time. Once someone checks his storage bracelet, he will be unable to explain it. The more he explains, the more trouble he will have. Mr. Li looked at the number of people raising their hands around him. Everyone who raised their hands was a nascent soul stage monk. This was almost unanimously approved. After a pause, he said, "In that case, let's check the details of these two, but according to the information I got, these are team captains who have made great contributions. Hey, it makes sense for the City Lord's mansion to allow them to attend the meeting. Oh, but everyone has doubts about their identity, so let's check it out. You two can cooperate a little. After all, the innocent will self-examine. Don't worry too much. With the City Lord's mansion supporting you behind the scenes, you can rest assured that we will never be wronged. And our City Lord's palace promises that after this investigation we will definitely give you some compensation, at least a 4th level elixir. This processing is in line with conventional operations and there is no problem, especially since this compensation is very humane." Xiao Han's impression of this deputy city lord changed a bit, but he didn't say anything. At this moment, a different voice suddenly appeared. "I don't think it is appropriate to investigate like this. We monks all have our own secrets. Anyone who can get to this point has no secret. Once something is found out, it is equivalent to killing someone. Then let me ask everyone here, if someone has doubts about your identity in the future, can they also apply to investigate you? Then I'll give you some candies. Do you want to break this unspoken rule of the world of immortality?" Xiao Han looked at the person who spoke. It was the narrow-eyed person who greeted him before. What he said was quite good. After pondering for a moment, Xiao Han was still not ready to speak. The situation was still unclear, so let the bullets fly for a while. After the narrow-eyed man finished expressing his opinion, many monks were thoughtful, and soon one monk interjected. "Actually, what this fellow Taoist said is not unreasonable." Hu Yan's face darkened and he said, "Have you forgotten your vote just now? Admit that this kind of thing violates the unspoken rules of the world of immortality." "Ha! But have you forgotten what time it is now? A bad human race will be severely weakened. What's the point of temporarily sacrificing some personal interests for this critical issue?" After finishing the nonsense, someone else followed up and said, "The nonsense is reasonable special treatment in special times." Mr. Li pressed it with his hand and said, "Since both parties insist on their own opinions, it is better to ask the two parties involved what they mean." Xiao Han was about to speak when he saw another Jindan monk immediately loudly said, "I reject this proposal. Since you don't want me to participate in this meeting, then I will not participate. Seniors, take your leave. I will leave now." As soon as he finished speaking, Xiao Han just wanted to cover his head. How did such a pig teammate appear? The question is, how could such an IQ reach the golden core stage, and it looked like he was only one step away from reaching the nascent soul stage. But Mr. Li suddenly stretched out his hand, and the golden elixir stage monk was forcibly caught back, and then he said, "I haven't even asked yet, why are you leaving in such a hurry?" As he said that, he took the opponent's storage bracelet by force. This kind of behavior would even hurt the opponent's foundation, but the deputy city lord still chose to do so. His spiritual consciousness began to explore the storage bracelet, but after a moment, The city lord's face suddenly darkened, and then several white lights flew out from the storage bracelet, one of which was a black card. Mr. Li immediately said, "After verification, this person is indeed an undercover demon. Someone will take him away. Be careful not to let him commit
suicide."
Two figures suddenly appeared in the lobby, both nascent soul stage monks, and they took the golden core stage monk away directly. "Hey, damn it!" Xiao Han complained in his heart. "This is not a pig teammate. He is clearly just releasing an undercover agent to replace him. He is really ruthless in order to kill himself. Is the information he possesses really so important? Or maybe there is some news that he doesn't know, but the other party thinks he knows it, otherwise he wouldn't get rid of him at such a high price." After thinking about this, Xiao Han slowly said, "The matter has arisen, so do I have no right to speak now? So how do you want to investigate?" Xiao Han was trying to retreat, but Mr. Li's expression softened a little when he heard these words. He didn't expect that this group of people really had a problem and would actually sneak into the demon clan as undercover agents. If no one brought this up today and let the demon undercover know about this plan, it is unimaginable what kind of damage it would cause. After pondering for a moment, Mr. Li finally said, "If you feel that there is something that cannot be made public, you can apply for a separate review, and you can choose who will review it. Or if you can provide evidence that you are definitely not an undercover demon, you can avoid scrutiny. But you won't be able to attend today's meeting, and you will be kicked out immediately." After hearing this, Xiao Han slowly breathed a sigh of relief. Hu Yen saw that things had developed to this point, so he did not continue to be aggressive. The deputy city lord had said so. If he had any other opinions, it would be a slap in the face. Xiao Han thought for a moment and said, "Hey, I do have my own secrets. If these are leaked out, it will indeed have a great impact on me." But Xiao Han paused here, took out a storage bag directly, and threw the storage bag to the deputy city lord in the puzzled eyes of everyone and continued, "Deputy city lord, take a look. Are these enough to prove that I am not an undercover demon clan member? Of course these are not secrets, but I have special habits. It's not that I can't have these habits. After the deputy city lord has investigated, he can completely find the secrets in the room. The things in front of me are made public and I am cleared of all charges. As for whether to attend this meeting or not, I have no opinion. In other words, I personally don't even want to attend. The more I know, the more dangerous it is, and the heavier the responsibility is. I don't want to know so much. I am just a small person. I don't want to get involved in so many things. Is enough to do some small things within my ability." Old Li took the storage bag with some doubts, and then his consciousness condensed and he directly explored the storage bag. Soon the whole person froze in place, and his face revealed an unbelievable look. The Yuanying stage cultivators saw the changes on Old Li's face and were also very curious. Everyone's eyes were on the storage bag in Old Li's hand. Seeing this scene, Old Li didn't play dumb with everyone. With a wave of his hand, he placed the demon corpses in the storage bag neatly on the open space in the hall. For a moment, everyone was speechless. #C1908 This boy has a promising future. At this time, in the conference room, more than 60 corpses of demon monks were neatly placed in the open space in the middle. Fortunately, all the demons that he had hunted before were gathered together. There were not only demons at the level of Demon Lord, but also 2 demons at the level of Demon King. Although they were all picked up by chance, how could these monks know this? The facts were in front of them and they could not question it. Many monks present did not speak up, and even Hu Yen did not say anything. Seeing this, Xiao Han knew that the situation was almost done. So he spoke, "I don't know if these are enough to prove my identity. If you think these are not enough to prove my identity, then I can only say that your identity is not without problems." While saying this, Xiao Han looked directly at the people around him with a sharp gaze, especially those who had been targeting him before. After looking around, Xiao Han slowly stood up and walked out step by step. Elder Li also put on a serious face and said in a deep voice, "Does anyone still have doubts about the identity of this fellow Taoist?" The scene was completely silent. The squinting eyes looked around and slowly said, "If these are not enough to prove it, I don't know what other ways there are to prove it. Besides, if the demons really did this for a Jindan stage great perfection cultivator, then I think the more undercovers the better. If there are not too many undercovers, the demons should be exterminated." After the squinting eyes expressed their views, many cultivators followed suit, and the whole scene was divided into two factions for a while. The situation was deadlocked, but Hu Yen suddenly used both hands to suppress. After a pause, he spoke in a deep voice, "Hey, let me speak in the end. After all, I started it, so let me end it. I also raised the doubts, and I will eliminate them in the end. As for the corpses of the demons that Dao Yu brought out, I think it is enough to prove that Dao Yu's identity is not a problem. But this makes me have another question. I don't know how Dao Yu killed the Demon King level demons with the strength of the Jindan period. Please teach me so that my human cultivators can also increase their strength." The last questioning words are very obvious. Xiao Han's face was shocked. He really didn't expect such a tricky question. It's not that he didn't think it through. It's that different perspectives naturally have different views. What he can do is very difficult for others to do. After thinking for a while, Xiao Han stopped walking out of the meeting room, turned around and looked at Hu Yen calmly. Then a hexagram array appeared under his feet, and with his hands behind his back, a very small needle appeared in his palm. Then he took a step forward, and when he appeared again he was already in front of Hu Yen. The whole process was completed in just 1 or 2 breaths, and a needle quietly appeared beside Hu Yan's neck. Hu Yen then reacted and hurriedly stepped back a few steps. Xiao Han did not make any extra movements and condensed the magic again. The temperature around him dropped, and many cultivators around him subconsciously used their spiritual power to resist. A cold and hot breath spread out. Hu Yen was even more like a formidable enemy, and shouted directly, "Han Xiao, what do you want to do? Are you going to kill me in front of the deputy city lord?" Xiao Han grinned and chuckled. "I have said that I have my own trump card. Wonder if this degree can explain it." When saying this, Xiao Han also looked around, and the meaning of the inquiry was very obvious. His squinting eyes lit up, and then he quickly said, "Hey, it's really surprising. I didn't expect that just the great perfection of the Jindan stage has the strength to rival the early stage of the Yuanying stage. In terms of strength, Xiao Han is slightly weaker than Hu Yen, but even Hu Yen didn't expect that Xiao Han would choose to take action in public. This surprise was enough for Xiao Han to do all this. Even the deputy city lord's eyes lit up. It seems that the selection of the city lord's mansion is reasonable. Even the cultivators of the Yuanying stage have not made such a contribution for so long. Even the many Yuanying stage cultivators present may not have reached this point. Inaction is a kind of performance. It's just that the reason for the arrangement of the remaining few Jindan stage cultivators is still unclear. It is said that the list was decided by the city lord and he cannot question anything. This approach immediately surprised many cultivators, and they all started to discuss. It's true that heroes emerge from youth. We are really ashamed. Ashamed. Hee hee. I just took advantage of my age. Now I think it's really embarrassing. Don't talk about this. I feel embarrassed. This kid has a bright future. Actually, I want to know what the cold and gloomy feeling just now was. Don't ask. Everyone has their own secrets. For a while, the whole scene was one-sided. Except for Hu Yen, everyone's expressions were basically the same. Xiao Han frowned. Could it be that Hu Yen was the only one targeting him this time? After thinking for a while, Xiao Han looked at the deputy city lord and said, I wonder if I can leave now? Just as the deputy city lord was about to speak, Hu Yen interrupted and said, Deputy city lord, I think there is something wrong with this Han Xiao. The more a person resists something, the more it shows that there is something wrong with him. If we let him go today, the danger will be immeasurable, Hu Yen said and looked around again, trying to find his helpers among the monks around him. But the fact is that no one stands on Hu Yan's side. Hu Yan even looked at several of them one after another, and those people kept dodging their gazes. Xiao Han finally understood that they were not really united. Everyone has their own tasks. It's okay to cooperate, but they won't really fight to the death. Hu Yan must have received some kind of order to kill him, otherwise he wouldn't be like this. Xiao Han slowly said, If I remember correctly, my name doesn't seem to be marked on this bench. There is no other information except for the Yuyun team. Even a few people here know my name. Senior Hu Yen, how did you know that my name is Han Xiao? Hu Yen looked more and more panicked and hurriedly explained, It's not easy to find out by asking around. As soon as he finished speaking, the squinting eyes hurriedly said, Hey, excuse me, it's really hard to know the captain's name. At least in my opinion, even if you ask about the team, at most it's a team that has a good relationship with you. Or it's a Yuanying stage team, and they won't pay attention to a Jindan stage team. Yes, I think so too. The appearance of these voices shows that there is something wrong with Hu Yen. If Li Lao hasn't found anything now, he is really a waste. He felt something was wrong just now, but he always thought that since it was the list of the city lord's mansion, the problem was relatively small. At this moment, a majestic voice suddenly appeared in the conference room. Everyone, please be patient. Just hearing this voice, I felt a sense of fear in my heart. #C1909 City Lord. Everyone, please be patient. A majestic voice appeared in the conference room. Xiao Han raised his eyebrows, and now he could tell who the voice was. It was the one who appeared when the two nascent soul stage Zogshan were fighting. One slap can knock out two nascent souls who are in the nascent soul stage and cannot escape. This is the strength of the city lord. The majesty in the voice had some influence on Xiao Han, but Xiao Han, who had a strong mind, did not do anything respectful. After hearing the sound, Mr. Li quickly stepped down from his position, knelt down and said in the direction of the source of the sound, Welcome the city lord. City lord? First confusion appeared on everyone's faces, then surprise, and then fear. This series of changes appeared on the faces of all the monks. When the city lord slapped two nascent soul stage Zogshan monks to death, most of them had never seen it, but they had basically heard of it. As long as such a big thing happened, it wouldn't take long for everyone to know about. Since they were in Wanzhong City, they would naturally learn about this kind of thing very quickly. The more I think about these people, the more frightened they feel. The city lord does not need any reason to kill people. This is absolute suppression of strength. All the monks knelt on the ground and loudly said, Welcome the city lord. Xiao Han frowned, feeling this inexplicable pressure. His whole body told him that as long as he knelt down, the pressure would disappear, but his will told him not to kneel. After a stalemate for more than 10 breaths, the pressure suddenly disappeared, and the majestic voice appeared again. Control that nonsense. First, the deputy city lord didn't hesitate at all and grabbed Hu Yen in his hand. Hu Yen explained in a panic, City lord, please spare my life. I don't know what I have done. The questions raised today are only for the consideration of our Wanzhong city. It is indeed a bit too much, but since my original intention is good, I hope the city lord will be merciful. He said nonsense and found that he could no longer speak. Soon the majestic voice spoke again. It's really a little conspiracy. I thought I could hide it from the truth. Have you ever thought about the reason why your list passed smoothly this time? Oh, I don't want to say too much. Han Xiao has no problem. Besides, this meeting is cancelled. The discussions at the meeting have been completed. Don't ask too much about the specific content of the meeting. Everyone will receive tasks from the City Lord's mansion. They only need to complete the tasks at hand. Han Xiao, stay here for a moment. Everyone else should leave. After saying this, the monks left as fast as they were trying to grab a treasure, for fear that they would never be able to leave the conference hall again if they were a few steps late. Xiao Han was panicked in his heart, but on the surface he was calm, just standing there quietly and waiting. Turns out that this meeting was just a cover, and the real meeting was completed elsewhere. From this point of view, the City Lord's mansion is not that simple. Coupled with the subsequent actions of the City Lord, it is very likely that he used himself to attract the attention of the demons. Not only can he attract some undercover demons, but he can also pull out the carrots and bring out some of the mud. While thinking about this, everyone in the conference room left, leaving only the Deputy City Lord and him. The City Lord said, "Li Hua, did you not hear my instructions clearly?" Speaking of this, Mr. Li panicked and said, "Yes, I was negligent. I'll leave right now." After saying that, he dodged and left the conference hall. Xiao Han didn't think about escaping from this place. A monk at the nascent soul stage could kill 2 people with 1 slap, let alone a monk at the golden core stage like him. What's more, the City Lord probably didn't want to embarrass him. Otherwise he would have just taken action, so why bother to separate everyone and talk to him alone? Heh! Before I say something, can I ask you a question? The City Lord's voice became less majestic and more gentle. Xiao Han responded softly, "Then it depends on what question the Lord City Lord is asking." Hey! It's so direct, I like it. The City Lord's voice was full of joy, and he quickly continued, "I have an impression of you. When I beat the 2 nascent soul monks to death, you were there. Today you're here too, and you didn't kneel down twice. I want to ask you why you don't kneel down. Is it because I'm not strong enough for you to kneel down? Or is it because you don't have the slightest respect for me?" Xiao Han frowned and said, "Why do you have to kneel?" Then he raised his head and looked at the source of the voice and continued, "There seems to be no rule that you must kneel down when you see the City Lord. Of course, if you ask me to kneel down now, then I can kneel down too." As he said this, Xiao Han began to kneel down. Before he could kneel down, a force appeared at his knees. Xiao Han couldn't kneel down no matter what. He knew that this was the City Lord casting a spell, and soon the City Lord continued, "You don't have to kneel if you don't want to. You kneel with your body, but you stand in your heart. It's really good. Okay. Now that we've finished chatting, let's get down to business." The City Lord suddenly paused at this, and then opened his mouth and continued, "What do you think, Xiao Han?" The moment the 2 words Xiao Han appeared, Xiao Han's pupils suddenly tightened. My mind was frantically sifting through whether there was something wrong with me and why my name was leaked. Xiao Qian never reported the relevant issues to him, so what exactly went wrong? Just when Xiao Han was confused, a scroll suddenly appeared in the void. Xiao Han knew what the City Lord meant and opened it directly. It was full of Xiao Han's information, including from Luyun sect and the reason for his disappearance. Even the route from Luyun sect to Wanzhong City is there. Seeing this, Xiao Han finally realized that no matter what he did under these behemoths, it would be meaningless. In this case, there is nothing to hide. Then Xiao Han slowly said, "I don't know what the purpose of the City Lord's words is. Why did you investigate me so thoroughly? I don't think it's to kill me, otherwise it wouldn't be so troublesome." Hee hee. The City Lord laughed a few times before continuing, "You guy, actually I'm telling you this just to ask you if you are willing to join my City Lord's mansion. Of course I'm not forcing you, you have your own choice, but before you make a choice, I think I also need to tell you a little about the current situation. Your talent is temporarily not to mention, just because you can refine top-grade elixirs. I think there are many people eyeing you covetously. If your information can appear on my desk, it will appear on other people's desks. Joining the City Lord's mansion may be your best choice. You can seriously consider these things, and don't rush to reply to me. We'll give you enough time to think. In addition to providing you with protection, I can also give you the identity of the Deputy City Lord of Wanzhong City. At the same time, there are a lot of resources for you to practice and even 5th-level spiritual medicine for you to practice. As an alchemist, spiritual medicine is something you can't refuse. #C 1910 Olive Branch. Even though he had some guesses in his mind, Xiao Han was still slightly nervous when the City Lord said these words himself. This is the result of long-term and repeated care. The secret is that nothing is done. It was only a matter of time before people found out about the top-quality elixir that I had been secretly selling for so long, but I didn't expect it to come so soon. Regarding this olive branch, Xiao Han was in a dilemma. He knew what he would face if he accepted such a huge benefit, but if he refused, some problems would also arise. Other forces will definitely extend an olive branch to him. If he doesn't join, he will easily face the situation of being looked down upon by tigers and wolves. Being able to sit on the throne of the City Lord of Wanzhong City, and even be on par with Shantian Palace, the strength of the City Lord is obvious. After pondering for a moment, Xiao Han slowly said, "Oh, the reason why the City Lord spent so long talking about this is not just because of my alchemy skills. Although the top-quality elixirs are good, you can still choose the method of trading. The City Lord has investigated so clearly. He should know the agreement I made with Wanzhong Bao Bank before. If Wanzhong Bao Xing can open next to the City Lord's mansion, it must be connected with the City Lord's mansion. Before that, can I ask the City Lord if you have any other ideas?" Xiao Han did not refuse immediately. He needed to know all the City Lord's current thoughts. The scene was a little quiet for a while, and no one spoke. The City Lord paused and then said, "Hey, since I sincerely invite you to join the City Lord's mansion, then I will show my sincerity. I don't know how much you know about the current realm of cultivating immortals." Xiao Han spoke without hesitation. Golden elixir, nascent soul, and transformation god, these are the realms that are now recognized as attainable, and they do exist in the Tianxian realm. If that's not what you're talking about, then I also know some things such as returning to the void, distraction, Mahayana, overcoming tribulations, and becoming an immortal written in ancient books. The City Lord responded, "Well, it is true. It seems that you know a lot of information, so I will just say what I want to say. You all know about the realm, and I'll tell you the truth. I have reached the great perfection of the divine transformation stage, and my realm is equivalent to that of the master of Shantian Palace. We are evenly divided between the two of us." The shock in Xiao Han's heart was no less than knowing that the Tianxian realm was going to disappear. He also had some guesses about the strength of the City Lord. His original idea was to only reach the middle and late stages of divine transformation, but he didn't expect that he would go directly to the great consummation and be only one step away from returning to the void. Xiao Han did not interrupt and continued to listen. The City Lord also slowly opened his mouth and continued. "Becoming a god is the highest state that can be achieved at this stage. Previously, I always thought that I could only do this, including the Hongmeng Pearl you photographed earlier. I have also tried it, but there is no way to send me to the spirit world. Otherwise, I would not have auctioned it. Including this time, Shantian Palace did not spend much money to compete for the Hongmeng Pearl. I know that the master of Shantian Palace is not optimistic about the Hongmeng Pearl. This means that there is no way to reach the spirit world in a short time. The same goes for your realm. seeing your lifespan decreasing year by year. You also understand this despair. But recently I suddenly found that my realm seems to have loosened. Why does this happen? I think you already have the answer in your mind. It is the appearance of the ancient secret realm and the abyss. After my investigation, I found that the abyss is constantly eroding the Tianxian realm. Do you know why the demons chose to attack our human race at this time? Even they have discovered this problem and are eager to compete with the human race for the dominance of the mysterious sky realm, but they do not want to really exterminate the human race. When the disaster comes, the final fate of the human race or the demon race is to perish. When the city lord said that the sound dissipated in the air, he seemed to have hit the key point. It wasn't until Xiao Han waited for dozens of breaths that the city lord slowly continued. I suspect that these abyss are connected to the legendary spiritual world, and this erosion is just the beginning. What will eventually appear will be the fusion of the two worlds. The peak of the God transformation realm in the Tianxian realm and the spiritual world have developed for so many years and have huge strength. This can be seen by comparing them. Speaking of this, you should be able to understand part of my purpose. For the survival of the human race, I think it is time to do something. Xiao Han listened and digested it quietly. He was already prepared before the city lord spoke. However, when the news appeared in his ears, he was still deeply shocked in his heart. Are things serious enough? There is no news about Lu Yen and Di Ling yet. He hasn't even reached the nascent soul stage yet, but these problems have already arisen. Ever since I came to Tianxian realm, I have been pushed away by one thing after another. Looking back, this feeling is even a little tiring. The city lord recruited him to join the team. Yu Gong wanted the human race to grow quickly. If he continued to refine the foundation building pills, the strength of the entire human race would be greatly improved in a short period of time. The city lord's mansion can also use the sale of top-quality foundation building pills to encircle a large amount of resources so that it can develop healthily and allow Wanzhong City to develop rapidly, and the sects related to Wanzhong City can also develop quickly. Only when the two worlds merge can we accumulate strength to deal with unknown risks. The Lord of Yu Private City also wants to step into a higher realm. There is a different concept between having an alchemist who can refine the best elixirs behind him and having nothing at all. After a moment of silence, the city lord continued to speak. I will not ask about your ability to refine the best elixir, nor will I use any method to trick you into refining it. I promise you here first, this is my sincerity. You are only in the golden core stage now and can only refine the third level elixir, but with your talent and my support, it is only a matter of time before you reach the God transformation stage. When the time comes, we will work together to return to the void, and even overcome the tribulation and become immortals, and we can also lead the human race to continue to survive, both for personal and righteousness. Speaking of this, one thing that must be admitted is that Xiao Han is really moved. With the support of the city lord's mansion, Xiao Han will have a smooth development in the future, at least before the God transformation stage. After thinking for a while, Xiao Han said, Actually, I have another question to ask. Xiao Han did not play dumb and paused and said directly, Now the demons and humans are in a stalemate. I want to know that since you, the city lord, are so powerful, why don't you just take action to repel the demons? Before fully understanding, Xiao Han would rather not cooperate so as not to be cheated in the end and return the number of spirit stones. This is also the doubt that just appeared. As the combat power ceiling of the entire Tianxian realm, it can't even solve the problem of the demons attacking Wanzhong City. There must be something wrong. Hey, I just thought you might ask me this question, but I didn't expect you to ask it. The city lord paused and continued. I just told you that it was the appearance of the abyss that made the demons so eager to attack Wanzhong city. The same reason why didn't the demons defeat Wanzhong City, it's just a big formation. The demons also have terrifying existences. For them, this big formation is not a problem. I can only tell you that we can't take action now, and this war must be deadlocked. Whether it is the demons or the human race, they don't want to continue to waste internal energy. At this point, Xiao Han's doubts became even worse. But he didn't interrupt, and still listened carefully. C-1911 reaching an agreement. Xiao Han felt that if the city lord didn't give him a reasonable explanation, he would really have to redefine the word internal friction in his heart. It is clear that the internal conflict is now, so why do you say that the internal conflict must be stopped? According to Xiao Han's idea, the main business is now for the three tribes of humans, demons and demons to join forces to deal with the evil. The city lord paused and then continued. Maybe you don't quite understand this sentence. It is clearly internal friction. Why do you say you want to stop internal friction? My human race has an undercover agent from the demon clan, and the demon clan doesn't have an undercover agent from my human clan. They are just testing each other, just like this meeting arrangement. Speaking of which, with your intelligence, you should be able to guess something. Hey, the most important thing now is to determine who will be the main leader, but you can rest assured that Wanzhong City will have no problems. After this sentence was explained, all the doubts in Xiao Han's heart were completely solved. He was even thinking that what he encountered this time was deliberately arranged by the city lord. The purpose is also obvious, just to find out more problematic people. The same is true for the demon clan. After thinking for a moment, Xiao Han slowly said, "Can you let me think about this matter carefully?" The city lord said, "Of course." Seeing that the city lord agreed so simply, Xiao Han raised his hands towards the city lord and continued, "But what I can guarantee now is that I will definitely cooperate with the city lord's mansion. Of course, the premise is that the transaction is worth the price. As for joining the city lord's mansion, I'll think about it again. I'm really excited about the benefits offered to me, but I can also think about it." "Hey, these words from you are enough." The city lord seemed to have guessed this outcome and continued cheerfully, "You go back for the time being. Seeing that you are in great need of the elixir, I will ask people to try their best to collect a batch of third-level elixir. I will send someone to send it to you when the time comes. In addition, I have also notified someone from Team Yuyun to change your place." Xiao Han quickly waved his hand and said, "I need the elixir very much. Can just trade it with the elixir when the time comes. As for the fact that I can make elixirs, please keep it a secret as much as possible. Oh, just change the place. My disciples can't bear this sudden change. Just keep everything as usual." "Okay, I'll do as you say." Soon Xiao Han told the city lord some details, how the transaction should be carried out, how to hide Xiao Han's identity as much as possible, etc. Even the city lord has thought about the excuse for leaving Xiao Han today, and Xiao Han is relieved. This is enough to show the city lord's sincerity. With his own strength, what does the city owner really want? Even if he is directly imprisoned, what can he do? It was exactly noon when he left the city lord's mansion. Xiao Han did not ride the flying sword back to the 8th district, but observed the status of Wanzhong City along the way. At this time, Wanzhongqing was showing signs of fatigue, and the people walking back and forth were listless, as if they had lost their vitality. This battle between immortals and demons did take a long time, but thinking about what they were about to encounter this time was not a good thing for these monks. After thinking about this, Xiao Han accelerated his pace back. When he arrived at the 8th district, Xiao Han received the task of the city lord's mansion. Through the token, the mission content is, hunt down as many demon kings as possible. The more, the better. There was also a row of small words at the back which said that hunting would be carried out when life was guaranteed. Xiao Han didn't know if this was specially arranged by the city lord, so he didn't think much about it. Xiao Han really didn't expect what he would do in today's meeting, but looking at it from another perspective, since the city lord's mansion is so well prepared, there is nothing to worry about as long as the people of Team Yuyun survive as much as possible. After more than 10 days like this, the city lord first sent a batch of third-level elixirs. Xiao Han exchanged all the second-level elixirs for equivalent elixirs. The city lord didn't say anything. I originally thought that I would ask for the refining of the infant transformation pill, but it turned out that the city lord was very sincere and didn't care what kind of pill it was. The reason why I didn't give him the third-level elixir was just to test the city lord's intention. In this case, everything is easy to say. When I got this batch of third-level elixirs, I originally wanted to refine a batch of third-level elixirs and have the Hongmeng fortune beads sent back. As a result, Xiao Tanner had something to do before that. Just like him before, he was trying to achieve the perfection of the golden elixir. During the retreat, Xiao Han also gave Xiao Tanner several useful elixirs. While he was happy, Xiao Han was also deeply worried. The weirder the breakthrough, the more it meant there was a problem. While he was deep in thought, Xiao Han's ears suddenly heard shouts. This was the message of the demon attack. Xiao Han's figure just flashed and appeared on the city wall guarded by the Yuyun team. Xiao Tanner went into seclusion to attack the realm, so what Xiao Tanner did before fell on him. Captain. As soon as he arrived, Xiao Qian hurriedly greeted him. After a pause, he continued, I also received news just now. The demons are expected to attack the city in 20 minutes. Hey, but there shouldn't be many demons this time. I think it's very likely that the demon attack is nearing its end. Oh, our efforts are about to succeed. Xiao Qian looked exhausted on the surface, but his eyes were shining brightly. Xiao Han patted Xiao Qian's shoulder and said softly, Don't put too much pressure on me. If anything happens, the higher-ups will take care of you. You should eat and drink. He did not speak out his guesses. The less he knew about what had happened during this period and the hidden means of the demon clan, the more hope there would be for the future. Knowing more would only dampen his enthusiasm. Just as Xiao Han's hand was about to leave Xiao Qian's shoulder, Xiao Han frowned suddenly, and then quickly poured a stream of spiritual power into Xiao Qian's body, and then whispered, Don't resist this spiritual power. Xiao Yun also noticed what was happening here, and walked over quickly and asked, What's wrong with my brother? Xiao Han pressed his hand, signaling Xiao Yun not to ask more, and then carefully felt Xiao Qian's state. At first, he did not notice it, but when his hand was placed on Xiao Qian's shoulder, he found something different. When the spiritual power completely flowed through Xiao Qian's body, Xiao Han's face showed a touch of joy. Then he explained, Don't ask more. It's a good thing. Let me think about what to do. After listening to Xiao Qian's brother and sister, how could they not guess what was going on? Using spiritual power to explore Xiao Qian's body, it is conceivable what happened to him. Now that grandfather suddenly said this, it means that my brother's Dantian may be restored, and he can also achieve the golden elixir in the future. Thinking of this, both Xiao Yun and Xiao Qian were delighted. Xiao Han was silent for a moment and then said, It is very likely that you have been repeatedly releasing magic to restore your spiritual power. If it were someone else, your Dantian would not be healed. But it will be different as long as I am there. You continue to maintain this state. #C1912 clear. As Xiao Han's voice fell, the former Yuyun Peak disciples around him suddenly laughed happily. They all knew about Xiao Qian's affairs, not to mention that Xiao Qian was their master. In the hearts of these disciples, Xiao Qian's status was even higher than Xiao Han. After all, he was the one who brought them into the sect. This kind of feeling was completely different. They respected and feared Xiao Han, but they felt the closest to Xiao Qian. Xiao Han looked around and said in a deep voice, Don't you know what will happen next? Stick to your position well, and don't make trouble here. After saying that, these kids suppressed the excitement in their hearts and showed a solemn look, but the joy in their eyes could not be suppressed. Not to mention others, Xiao Han alone felt that this was a relatively happy thing. It was originally a very difficult thing to restore the Dantian. Previously, he considered using the power of good fortune to repair it bit by bit, but the chance of success was extremely low. Unexpectedly, Xiao Qian also worked hard and achieved the current situation. The chance of success was greatly increased, and with the batch of third-level spiritual medicines given to him by the city lord's mansion, there was more hope. Time passed slowly, and Xiao Han listened to the people nearby chatting and talking while looking outside the city. This time the transaction with the city lord's mansion was very good. Now he was thinking that it was time to provide a batch of foundation building pills in the next batch so as to increase the overall strength of Wanzhong City. First, while thinking, there were also many cultivators around who were talking loudly. Xiao Han didn't want to listen to these gossips until a cultivator mentioned something he cared about. Hey, have you heard? Recently, many team captains have disappeared. Inexplicably. What? Did I hear correctly? Why did they disappear inexplicably? Didn't Wanzhong City give an explanation? I can't give you a hell of an explanation. Not to mention the captain, many members have also disappeared. There is no news. Yes, our captain is gone, and with him is a team he formed. I didn't think there was anything wrong before, but now I think there seems to be something wrong. Sometimes it's mysterious. Xiao Han listened, and in his heart he remembered what the city lord had said to him before. The undercovers of both sides were being cleared. This time it was not just a test, but also a process of mutual elimination. After this elimination, the entire human cultivator team will be much quieter. When a body is too large, it is necessary to start dealing with the hidden dangers of the body. The elimination may be painful for a while, but it is necessary for long-term development. Don't look at how fierce the fight is now, but except for the cultivators. Below the Jindan stage and the Demon Lord stage, the high-end combat power of both sides has not been lost much. So far, no cultivators and demons of the transformation stage have fallen. After waiting for a while, Xiao Han saw the demons surging in the sky. While they arrived under the city wall, countless devouring spells appeared around, devouring the spiritual energy gathered during this period. At first, Xiao Han was a little uncomfortable with this environment. The whole place was gray and uncomfortable, but as time went on, Xiao Han even felt a little comfortable. Others could not recover their spiritual power, but it had no effect on him. Xiao Han knew that this was because the magic power transformed by the demons was absorbed into the body and then transformed into spiritual power. His special physique made Xiao Han invincible. The demons are coming. Everyone cheer up. Xiao Han spoke slowly, paused, and continued. Hey, if your life is threatened, remember the talisman I gave you before. Don't be too stingy. Save your life when you should. Only if you are alive can you have tomorrow, and only if you are alive can you have the right to speak. Yes, Captain. The disciples responded. Soon, the demons rushed over in a black mass. Xiao Han condensed a series of spells, each of which was mixed with a little power of creation. For him, the more spells he released, the better. Every time he could push them to the limit, making the attack power of the spell stronger and stronger. Just like the spell of Fan Xinyan, Xiao Han felt that he had reached the third-level top-grade spell and even had a tendency to develop towards the fourth level. As long as he could break through to the nascent soul stage, the spells he was currently using could also step into the fourth level at the same time. These spells were already very strong in the ancient times. Those that could survive to this day as third-level spells which had no origins and were not effective in the ancient times would have been eliminated in this long river. On the other hand, the Hongmeng creation pearl in the Dantian was rapidly absorbing the Hongmeng pearl. Xiao Han could clearly feel that the power of creation in his body was also increasing rapidly. The last time the top-grade spirit stone was not wasted. Kill. Charge. For the future of the demons. Kill. Countless voices began to spread, and for a moment the demons were in high spirits. The roar of the human race, which was not bad at first, seemed a little weak at this moment. From the moment the demons began to attack, the sky was full of black corpses, and the blazing flames could not even burn the bodies of the demons. There were gorgeous spells everywhere, stretching for dozens of miles, and the fire spread to more than 10 kilometers outside the city, with large and small fires constantly. The battle lasted for several days, and Xiao Han began to become numb in releasing spells. Every day he either went out to find the traces of the demon lord and kill him, or stood on the top of the city to help his teammates kill the demons. And the name Han Xiao also became famous with the last meeting and recently. At the same time, the demon camp 100 kilometers away from Wanzhong City. I don't know when it has lost the deep mountains and old forests of the past, but the surroundings have been completely cleared, and the high and low hills, valleys and gullies have become flat. Its buildings have gradually changed from the initial camp to fortresses and even small cities. Among these many small cities, there is one that looks particularly majestic and much larger than other cities. It may not seem like anything when taken out alone, but if put together, the difference will become quite obvious. In the center of this city is a luxurious mansion, but this mansion does not look gorgeous. If you have to use a word to describe it, it is as black as ink. The basic color of the whole mansion is black, which is also the main color of the whole city, but relatively speaking, the black of this mansion will be purer. Inside the mansion, a demon with a relatively old look and appearance sat cross-legged, without any breath on his body. If placed among the annihilating living beings, he would look like an ordinary demon. At this moment, the old demon's eyes suddenly opened, and the old and deep voice slowly said, "Didn't I tell you not to disturb me easily? Hey, if you don't give me a reasonable explanation this time, I'm sure you know what the consequences will be." The demon king who came in immediately knelt on the ground and said in panic, "I deserve to die for disturbing the demon lord's meditation, but for the sake of my demon clan's great cause, I will report the situation to you even if I die." The demon lord's face looked better at this point, and he continued to ask, "Hee. Then tell me, what's the big deal that disturbed me this time? #C1913 trouble." The demon king trembled as he handed over a roll of paper, which floated in the air and slowly moved towards the demon king. It was not until he arrived in front of the demon king that he slowly spread it out. The demon king glanced up and saw a portrait of a person with a brief introduction below. Han Xiao, a cultivator of the great perfection of the golden core stage. As soon as he saw the demon king raise his hand, he slapped the demon king. With just this one move, the demon king who was reporting was slapped and flew onto a pillar beside him, falling to the ground. However, the demon king stood up firmly and continued to kneel on the ground, and said, "Master Demon King, please continue to read. If it is not a very important matter, how dare I disturb you to practice?" The demon king frowned and continued to read. When he saw the sentence, "In the past few months he has killed 3 demon king level demons, more than 80 demon lord level demons, and tens of millions of demon spirits and demon generals," his face began to change, especially the black 5-petal plum on his forehead, which was particularly conspicuous at this time. Looking at the information behind, the paper unfolded in the void suddenly, burned up, and in the blink of an eye it burned out, without even ash leaving no trace, as if it evaporated out of thin air. After thinking for a moment, the demon lord slowly asked, "Are you attacking now?" The demon king quickly replied, "We are, and the losses are heavy at present, especially this Han Xiao, who has caused great losses to our demon army. At present, his harm is far greater than any Yuanying stage cultivator, and it seems that he can't control the situation. After listening, the Demon Lord continued to ask, "Are you sure that Han Xiao is only at the Jindan stage, not the Yuanying stage?" "It is indeed the Jindan stage," repeatedly confirmed, "and several Jindan stage undercovers have been lost." The Demon King replied softly, "Well, that's indeed a bit tricky, but that old guy shouldn't break the current unspoken rules, so let's break them first." The Demon Lord was silent for a moment before continuing, "I will force open a hole in the formation later. You now arrange 3 demons with the strength of the Demon King to wait. Once it is opened, rush in and use the blood sacrifice technique to kill the cold owl in one fell swoop. Remember to let the Demon Lord level demon lead the cold owl to the edge of the formation before that, sending 3 demons with the strength of the Demon King in is the limit of what I can do now. If there are more, the old guy will easily find it. It will be difficult for us to break up with me at that time." Maybe it was because of this that the Demon Lord said a lot more today. After a pause, he continued, "If not, we both have the idea of purging at the same time. This battle has already ended and will never be dragged on until today." The Demon King saw that the Demon Lord was a little depressed, and he quickly flattered, "The strength of the Demon Lords is so strong that they will definitely lead the demons to defeat the human race and step onto the supreme position." The Demon Lord waved his hand and said, "There is a reason why the human race has been able to rule for so many years. It is not useful for you to brag a few words here. Go and make arrangements. Even if this cold owl is not a trouble now, it will definitely be a trouble in the future. More and more abysses appear in the spirit world. Whether it is us or the human race, time is running out. During this period, the conflict with the human race for so many years must be explained." "Yes." The Demon King bowed respectfully and then left here. On the other side, Xiao Han was still helping Xiao Qian and his sister resist the demons. It was not until this moment that he understood Xiao Tanner's difficulties. "I thought that I was doing high-risk tasks for the team outside, and hunting those Demon Kings was enough. Who would have thought that Xiao Tanner would be so hard to help the team resist the demons? It's not that there will be a big danger, but when you do something repeatedly, you will get tired after a long time. Not to mention Xiao Tanner. Even Xiao Han feels a little tired. Only by facing what others are facing can you understand the difficulty of the other party." However, Xiao Tanner did not have any complaints and just did what she did. Just when Xiao Han wanted to release the magic to continue to sweep away the new round of attacks, he suddenly found that several Demon Kings appeared not far away. Xiao Han immediately stepped forward. "Hey! Finally there are demons who don't know how to live or die to provoke," Xiao Han muttered, and then appeared outside Wanzhong City, stepping on the flying sword. It was when he was bored, and the appearance of several Demon Kings made him happy, and he repeatedly released a few group attack magic. At the beginning, it was good to practice the speed of releasing magic, but later it was like a sage, just mechanical and repetitive. Thinking of this, Xiao Han speeded up a bit. The frequent use of the shrinking technique has reached a distance of 60 to 70 meters at this time. The speed of this distance is comparable to that of the middle stage of the nascent soul. Practice again. If you want to escape, even the late nascent soul cannot catch. At the moment when several demons stopped, Xiao Han raised one hand directly, and a huge palm shadow appeared in the void. He slapped down and knocked the Demon Kings to the ground. Soon, 3 of the Demon Kings looked at each other and immediately used the blood sacrifice. 2 of them were willing to sacrifice themselves and let the Demon King in the middle take them away. They thought the Demon King was escaping quickly into the distance. This strange practice seemed to be arranged in advance, and Xiao Han didn't care too much. For so long, the demons have tried many ways to kill themselves, but in the end they all failed. As long as I don't leave this formation, there will be no problem. The demon in the middle saw that he had absorbed 2 of his kind, and laughed coldly. Han Xiao, as long as you don't die, my demons will hunt you down for a day. Don't think that you can be free forever by hiding in the formation. Sooner or later we will kill you. As he spoke, the demon's offensive began to spread like a fire.
Xiao Han
Retreated slowly for a distance. He encountered a certain number of demons. There were many cases where blood sacrifice was used to deal with him. Xiao Han gradually found a certain pattern. When the blood sacrifice was used, especially during the initial period, the attack was extremely strong. But as long as this period of time passed, when the opponent's blood and qi declined, it would be difficult to cause any damage. There was no rush. Xiao Han didn't have to fight hard, not to mention that the opponent was only in the middle stage of the Demon King, so there was no need to worry. He waited until the opponent was exhausted, and then slapped him to death with a slap, put several corpses into the storage bag, and then looked in the direction of the escape in the distance. After thinking for a moment, he chased after him directly. If you want to escape from me, change your life. Xiao Han used his speed to the extreme. Although he would be very tired after a long battle, the improvement in strength was visible. Xiao Han felt something was wrong when he chased to the edge of the formation. Just when he was about to withdraw, he suddenly felt that there was a strong danger spreading towards him not far away. This feeling was like an ant facing an elephant. It was an absolute suppression of strength. The shadow of the formation shook, and 3 figures quickly entered the formation. Oh no, this is not the Demon Lord. Judging from the strength, all 3 of them are Demon Kings. Xiao Han was like facing a great enemy, and his body unconsciously retreated. #C1914 Only one battle won. According to the previous situation, how could Xiao Han not know what was happening at this time? It was because he believed too much in the strength of the formation, and there had never been any problems from the beginning to now. He also didn't expect the other party's determination to kill him. The terrifying aura just now was definitely not a demon at the level of the Demon King, but the Demon Lord. This time it was the Demon Lord who opened a gap in the formation. In this situation, facing 3 Demon King level demons, the consequences can be imagined. If they face one of the Demon Kings alone, there is still hope of winning, but the 3 of them can only find a way to escape from here. Fortunately, there was still some distance, so Xiao Han didn't hesitate at all. He turned around and performed a few shrinking techniques. His figure quickly shuttled through the void, opening some distance every time. The demons are already known for their fast speed, and Xiao Han can only be a little faster than the demons when using the earth shrinking technique to its extreme. Just when Xiao Han thought it would last for a while, a strong smell of blood appeared behind him. How could Xiao Han, who had been dealing with demons for so long, not understand what this was? There was even a faint voice. Han Xiao, you fell into our hands today. If you want to escape again, don't even think about it. Hey, I really came here for myself, Xiao Han thought in his heart, but the speed of his feet was still not slow, even if his spiritual power was consumed faster. He didn't care. The fact that the other party can use the bleeding sacrifice technique so quickly shows that the other party is determined to kill him. It also shows that the other party does not have much time and is eager to kill him quickly. Xiao Han quickly passed over the tops of mountains. Several kilometers passed. In an instant, a demon king full of blood blocked his way. Xiao Han was forced to stop and stared at him with gloomy eyes. After pondering for a moment, Xiao Han slowly said, "You demon clan breaks this rule so openly. I wonder if you have ever considered the consequences." Xiao Han's question was very sharp. He had also considered why the human race didn't recall all the Yuanying stage monks and directly killed all the demon kings. Wouldn't it be better? It was also an old monk who explained to him that this was an unspoken rule between the monks in the transformation stage and the opponent. They did not interfere in the battles between levels. Moreover, if all the monks in the nascent soul stage were really recalled, the opponent's demon lord would directly attack the formation. Damn it, let the Demon King monks enter the big formation. That would be a bloody storm. Oh, the consequences? Compared with those consequences, killing you now is the most cost-effective deal. The demons blocking Xiao Han did not shy away from their determination to kill Xiao Han. After a pause, they continued. Besides, your unstable factors have already affected our plans. Oh! Xiao Han frowned and asked in surprise, what plan do you have? Plan. To exterminate the human race. The demons blocking the front were not in a hurry to take action because of the blood sacrifice technique. They were concentrating their energy. After a pause, they continued, oh, why do we want to exterminate human beings? Compared to extermination, we prefer to rule. The purpose of any living being in the world who wants to compete for status is never to destroy everything but to dominate everything, and we also need you as a foil and vassal. We can even provide you with delicious food and drink, and even allow you to practice, just like raising a sheep. It can help you grow, but if you want to grow horns, sorry, we will cut them off for you. Xiao Han sneered in his heart, looking back and thinking that the same might be true for the human race. Whether it is the demon king of the demon race or the monk of the human race in the god transformation stage, do they really care about the life and death of the people at the bottom? Do you really care about the lives of low-level monks? If they really cared, they would not reach such unspoken rules. They would need to check and balance each other, or even actively create an enemy to enhance the cohesion of the clan. In order to achieve the purpose of domination, they even want to let these middle and low-level people work hard to defeat the other party and dominate the other party. After thinking about this, Xiao Han was able to figure out the purpose of all this happening. While he was disdainful in his heart, he said, that's the case. Why bother to say more? Just kill me if you want. But the demon said leisurely, oh, why are you anxious? You have killed so many members of my demon clan. How can you live without torturing you? At this time, there was a demon behind him and said quickly, Wuxia, stop talking nonsense about important business and do it quickly. Another demon also followed up and said, yes, Wuxia, Huadu is right. Business matters are the most important. When the time comes, none of us can afford to miss the Lord Demon Lord because of these things. But Wuxia waved his arm and said, shut up, you two. Do you remember who is leading the team this time? I know it well and will not delay the Lord Demon Lord's affairs. Then he looked at Xiao Han and continued, so how do you want to die? Or kneel down for me now and let me give you a good time without any torture? Xiao Han was even more confused when he heard this. It was clearly an urgent task, but Wuxia didn't show any urgency at all, and was actually willing to waste time just to torture himself. After Chun-Si filmed, Xiao Han frowned and said in a deep voice, hey, why do you have so much hatred for me? Since you have stopped me, I will definitely die if the three of them join forces. Why are you wasting your time here? Ha ha. Nao Shi looked up to the sky and laughed wildly. The use of blood sacrifice will make the demons fall into a certain degree of madness. These are normal situations. After laughing for a while, Na Wuxia regained some sense and said, why waste time? You humans have a saying that is particularly good. There is no hatred without reason, and there is no kindness without reason. Why do you have such great hatred? Then you should ask yourself why all my brothers died in your hands. Today I will torture you to the extreme pain, cripple you and take you back, then cut off your flesh bit by bit and finally cook it and let you eat it yourself. Ah! Wuxia seemed to be completely crazy and screamed to the sky. Xiao Han's face turned cold when he heard this. It seems that there is no way to escape from here smoothly today. Since the other party is so confident, it means that there is a certain confidence Now it is too late to send a message and others to support. The people who support him have already died. In this case, there is only one battle. Xiao Han slowly said, "In this case, let's fight, and let me experience what kind of power the three demon kings can have when using the blood sacrifice technique at the same time. Let you see what kind of potential my human race has." After saying that, Xiao Han immediately condensed several spells, and the 9 turns Shenyuan technique quickly went towards Wu Shi. This technique has been used quite skillfully. It can only temporarily affect the opponent, making it impossible for his brain to make the fastest judgment in a short period of time to buy time. The colorful light passed through Wu Shi's body and finally dissipated into the air. The two demons behind him also quickly came towards Xiao Han. The next moment, another spell was quickly released behind him. Heaven and Earth spell. Xiao Han groaned, and a pressure quickly spread around, instantly covering the three demons. #C1915 Only one battle. 2. This scene happened too fast. While the opponent was still gathering blood, Xiao Han's heaven and earth magic had already enveloped the three demons. The three demons obviously did not want to die together. The blood sacrifice technique used this time was different from what they had encountered previously on Tianxian continent. One is a life-threatening style of play, and the other is a controlled style. If it is a life-threatening style of play from the beginning, there is really no hope at all, but under the current circumstances there is still a glimmer of hope. While Xiao Han was thinking about it, the movement of his hands still did not stop. After the release of the 9 revolutions Shenyuan technique, another spell condensed, and the same was true after the release of the heaven and earth technique. The third magic method is still the heaven and earth technique, which is a trump card that Xiao Han finally came up with after repeated trials. Under the blessing of 2 heaven and earth spells, the speed of the 3 demons slowed down. Xiao Han did not choose to escape, but responded calmly. The release of heaven and earth magic requires a certain amount of spiritual power. Once the spiritual power is interrupted, it will soon lose its effect. Feeling the power of heaven and earth technique, Na Huadu immediately said, "Wu Shi, don't waste any more time. This person is a bit too strong." Wu Shi's eyes were cold, and after repeated confirmations, he said, "Don't worry, this kid is just holding on, and if he is really so strong, why doesn't he take this opportunity to escape?" Xiao Han's face was expressionless, but he was happy inside because he liked your arrogance. Soon another spell appeared. This spell was a 6-pointed star array of green light. The moment it appeared under the feet, it began to spin rapidly. A large number of green filaments began to emerge from the 6-pointed star array, and these filaments began to go to the ground, bound to the plants one after another. If you observe carefully, you will find that after absorbing enough plant essence, these filaments begin to transmit towards the formation, and eventually green rays of light are fed back to Xiao Han. With spirit technique, Xiao Han felt the surge of strength in his body and shouted loudly. This technique was a 4th-level technique that he had previously photographed at Liuli Xiaohui. At first, he had not considered this technique at all, thinking that he would have to wait until the nascent soul stage to try it. That day was also boring, so I tried using the power of creation for a while. I didn't expect that the power of creation could work in reverse, transforming the 4th-level spell into a top-level 3rd-level spell. This was a disguised simplification. Xiao Han then learned this with spirit technique and finally used it in this battle. Seeing this, even Wu Shi felt that something was not right, but the blood in his body was still condensing. It was not impossible to take action at this time, but the power would be much weaker. After pondering for a moment, Wu Shi immediately said, "Hey, Linmu, you go and try it first." After saying that, Linmu, who was standing next to Huadu, looked a little ugly, but there was nothing he could do. According to the rules of the demon clan, the captain's orders are ironclad. If he doesn't execute it now, the situation he will encounter after returning will be more painful than death now. But it is not as dangerous as it seems on the surface. He is a demon king, after all, and it is impossible for him to fall into the hands of a golden elixir stage monk. After pondering for a moment, Lin Mu quickly dodged and struck out with a palm. The huge palm shadow moved towards Xiao Han. Lin Mu's figure followed closely behind him and quickly formed a seal. Soon, a black six-pointed star array appeared behind him. Xiao Han slapped the palm with his backhand and smashed the palm shadow into pieces. After feeling that all the essence of the plants and trees that could be absorbed below was absorbed, the magic that had been suspended behind him immediately lit up. 9 nether holy flames. After muttering, the difference from before was that this time it did not condense into a fireball, but turned into wisps of flames which began to rotate around Xiao Han. The coldness made Lin Mu stop on the spot, and he threw the condensed spell out. Tentatively, Lin Mu clenched his fists, swung his arms down and said loudly, "Shadow stab." As soon as he finished speaking, the huge magic power in his body poured into the spell at the same time, and the black 5-petal plum on his forehead turned dark. Just in an instant, a large number of needle-like black thorns appeared in the void. With the input of Lin Mu's magic power, more and more black long thorns appeared, quickly heading towards Xiao Han. Xiao Han had never seen this kind of shadow stabbing before. When he was not sure of the effect of its attack, Xiao Han did not dare to be careless and directly turned the 9 nether holy flame into a thin defensive cover, rotating around his body. Located in the center of the 9 nether holy flames, Xiao Han seemed to be in ice and fire, sometimes cold and sometimes hot. These two extreme tortures made Xiao Han feel extremely uncomfortable. It's just that he can hold it back at least. Xiao Han prefers this to facing that kind of danger. The countless sharp thorns pierced quickly, and every time a long thorn fell on the defensive cover, it would be burned clean by the 9 nether holy flames. In this long confrontation, one waxed and waned, and the 9 thorns around Xiao Han's body, the nether saint flame burned bigger and bigger, until Xiao Han couldn't bear the burning of the 9 nether holy flames. He suddenly exploded the spiritual power in his body, and the 9 nether holy flames turned into small balls like water drops spreading around. It exploded like fireworks, burning everything it touched. "What on earth is this riding horse?" Huadu roared resentfully, and at the same time began to clear away the flames that appeared on his body. Lin Mu directly used Dark Devour, trying to devour the flame with the devouring technique. After trying it, he found that not only could the flame not be engulfed, but it would even become the raw material for the flame to burn. Wu Shi frowned and said, "Quickly, cut off all the air around you." The other 2 demons quickly used magic power to isolate the flames. When the flames began to burn magic power, they suppressed the magic power completely. The 9 nether holy flame went out directly without burning. This is the only drawback of the 9 nether holy flame. Can burn everything, but when it is not burning, it cannot continue to burn, and it will even go out quickly. Although Xiao Han can use his spiritual power as fuel, if he really transfers his spiritual power to such a large flame, he will probably be drained in minutes. At that time, he will become the first cultivator in Tianxian realm to burn himself to death. Xiao Han took advantage of the opponent's defense and 2 spells appeared quietly in his palm. Death Needle. 2 needles flew out at the same time, and under the cover of the 9 nether holy flame, they quickly approached Lin Mu. Among the 3 demons, Lin Mu is the weakest. If he uses the Death Needle to attack the other 2 demons, the possibility of killing them is very small. It's better to choose the weakest one among them. The Fatal Needle is mainly for concealment and lethality. After using it once in the same battle, the opponent will be aware of it, and it will be very difficult to succeed again. Soon the Fatal Needle reached Lin Mu, and when it was about to pierce Lin Mu's vitals, Lin Mu suddenly had a tiny defensive shield in his hand, which directly blocked the fatal needle outside the shield. Lin Mu paused and chuckled. Han Xiao, do you really think we came to kill you? Without any preparation. #C1916 Only one battle. 3. In a mountain area within the second formation of Wanzhong City, there was a fire everywhere which began to spread. 3 demons stood in the void. One of them was using a mini shield to block a tiny needle. The 3 demons surrounded Xiao Han without any slack. Lin Mu saw that the shield successfully blocked Xiao Han's fatal needle, and then he grinned and said, I know that your magic is very powerful and extremely hidden, so I specially found a magic weapon known for its defense. Hey, don't look at this small head. It is the most effective against your magic. Xiao Han frowned. Did he leak so much information? He had hardly used this fatal needle, but the other party had mastered it very clearly. Even Jiao Xingyan knew the means of defense. Although he didn't know what kind of flame it was, he already had a way to deal with it. Fortunately, Xiao Han had prepared a trick. His face was expressionless, but his hands were moving. Suddenly, another fatal needle rushed out from the small piece of 9 nether holy flame and pierced the previous fatal needle. Quickly and accurately, the 2 fatal needles overlapped, and the force increased again. Before the mini shield could last long, it was pierced by the fatal needles, leaving an extremely fine needle hole. The 2 fatal needles directly sank into Lin Mu's body. For a moment, the blood energy on Lin Mu's body dissipated quickly. The blood energy that had gathered was like a deflated ball, and it dissipated completely in a short while. Huadu shouted angrily, Wu Shi, after I go back today, I will report everything you did today. As he said that, he collected Lin Mu's body. I don't know when there were a few more porcelain bottles in front of him. Huadu pointed at them, and all the porcelain bottles exploded. I don't know how many drops of black blood were suspended in the void. Xiao Han looked carefully and found that all the blood was the essence of the Demon King. The flower was ready to fight him to the death. At this moment, Wu Shi grabbed with one hand. Xiao Han didn't react for a while, and a black hexagram appeared under his feet. Wu Shi whispered, Death Cage. Countless black smoke condensed into a solid wall, covering Xiao Han directly, and a magic power began to erode Xiao Han's body. Xiao Han was also surrounded by the black wall, without even a trace of light, and the spiritual power was isolated outside. Xiao Han could not absorb a trace of spiritual power. Fortunately, Xiao Han could also use these magic energy and quietly absorbed all the magic energy that enveloped him, consuming the power of the death cage bit by bit. If it were other cultivators, they could only wait to die slowly and be eroded by the magic energy, but he was different. Seeing that the attack was successful, Wu Shi laughed and said, Huadu, I told you not to worry. Look, we easily captured Han Xiao. Hee. Let's see if you have any opinions. I will torture this kid when I go back. Seeing this, Huadu hurriedly bowed and said, It's better for the captain to take action. After saying this, there was still some hatred in his eyes, and at the same time he felt that there was something wrong. The power of this death cage is not enough to capture Han Xiao, and if he could catch him, why didn't he take action earlier? Otherwise Lin Mu would not have died. Lin Mu is his best brother. Even though Han Xiao is the first executor, if Wu Shi could take action earlier, how could this result happen? Wu Shi controlled the death cage to quickly move towards the border. There was only so much time. He only needed to take Xiao Han out of the formation, and Xiao Han's fate would have been decided. Just when Wu Shi was feeling proud, the death cage suddenly exploded. Xiao Han shook his head and whispered, I didn't expect this thing to be so hard. Wu Shi and Huadu both looked dazed, with disbelief on their faces. They didn't even know how Xiao Han destroyed the death cage. But that was the end of it. Even if it was destroyed, the weakness on Han Xiao's body could not be concealed. After fighting one after another, Xiao Han's spiritual power was seriously empty at this time. Was he really going to die here? Xiao Han asked himself the answer in his heart, and then quickly completed the giant ape transformation. The roar spread to every corner of this world, and the blessing of the two heaven and earth arts also quickly dissipated because of the lack of Xiao Han's spiritual power. All the trump cards could not solve the problem in front of him. Xiao Han knew that he had to drag it on. Fortunately, he had killed a demon king before, and the subsequent battles would be much easier. Wu Shi was also completely furious at this moment. A Jindan stage cultivator actually made them so embarrassed and even lost a demon king. Feeling the pressure on his body dissipate, Wu Shi's eyes became colder, and he smiled coldly. Hey, are you exhausted? Then be ready to bear my anger next. Huadu. Attack with all your strength. As Wu Shi's voice fell, both Huadu and Wu Shi turned into a shadow, quickly passing over Xiao Han's body, and every attack could leave a wound on Xiao Han's huge body. Two demon king-level demons held magic swords and slashed Xiao Han's body with swords one after another. Seeing that Xiao Han had no ability to resist, Wu Shi's smile became stronger and stronger. Thinking of his tragically dead brother, he had endless hatred in his heart. Even if he cut Han Xiao into pieces, he could not calm his anger. Hehe. This body is really strong, Huadu muttered, and slashed Xiao Han with another sword. At this point, neither of them wanted to continue to use blood sacrifice to overdraw their lives. If they could solve it with ordinary means, no one wanted to throw away their lives. Today's matter is indeed a bit tricky, but it is mostly caused by Wu Shi's underestimation of the enemy. After thinking for a while, Huadu said resentfully, Han Xiao, you are actually just like this, right? I admit that you are indeed the best among the Jindan cultivators, but you are in the Jindan stage after all. Before you reach the Yuanying stage, you will still be crushed. Give you some more time, you can indeed grow to an existence that any of my demon kings are afraid of. Then Wu Shi also said, Hehe, but now you are already a fish on the chopping board. Do you feel desperate? Do you feel the feeling of wanting to die but not being able to? What state are my brothers who were killed by you in when they face your situation? Xiao Han used both hands to block his fatal place, and the vitality in his body was lost faster and faster. Just as the two demon kings said, the Yuanying stage is ultimately his shackles. Before taking this step, even if he could fight against the Yuanying stage or the early stage of the demon king, he could only hold on for a while. The problem of storing spiritual power in the body is huge. Take the heaven and earth art for example. When suppressing the Yuanying stage cultivator, the same heaven and earth art consumes dozens or even hundreds of times the spiritual power of the golden core stage. Under this consumption, how long can it last? Just think about it. After the giant ape transformed, he just wanted to use the defense to resist. For a while. If he simply relied on his own physical defense, he might not be able to withstand even two swords. While thinking, Huadu and Wu Shi slashed Xiao Han with several swords. Is it really over? The only trump card, the war puppet, can still be used, but how long can it last? The opponent only needs one demon to entangle the war puppet. In his current state, he can only wait for death. Xiao Han desperately thought about how to deal with it. Just when his body was about to fail, Xiao Han's face was happy, and he suddenly found that there were some changes in his dantian. #C 1917 only one battle. 4. Maybe because of the unrestrained use of spiritual power before, the reserve in the golden elixir is almost exhausted, and the spiritual dragon hovering in the body is now desperately breathing in and out pure spiritual power. You have to know that this is a spiritual vein, and the spiritual power it possesses can be imagined. So much so that at this moment, it is almost recovering the spiritual power it owes and even gushing out, squeezing the golden elixir. If it were in normal times, it would probably not take long for the golden elixir to be blown up, but at this moment it is eager to do so. The current golden elixir is like a spring that can continuously flow out. Spring water, which is also a good thing for the spiritual vein. With the help of the Hongmeng creation pearl, the spiritual vein has basically recovered. At present, the spiritual power is full, and accumulating too much is not a good thing for itself. It is more beneficial to release these excess spiritual power. In addition, there is the change of the Hongmeng creation pearl. It may be because of this kind of passive attack in succession. The absorption speed of the Hongmeng creation pearl is very fast. The Hongmeng pearl is about to dissipate in the golden elixir with the naked eye. The power of good fortune appeared one after another, and the container storing the power of good fortune was forced to increase little by little. However, these increases were not enough to meet the newly added power of good fortune. If these powers of good fortune escaped, not to mention the waste, the damage to his body would be visible with such a large amount. While thinking, Xiao Han gradually straightened his body. His huge body looked extremely ferocious, but it was recovering rapidly inside, which was to prevent the other party from noticing. Boom! A rumbling sound suddenly appeared in his body, and Xiao Han shouted angrily, "Hey, even if you die today, I will make you pay a certain price." You all shouted to avenge your brother. But who are you avenging? But who among the people they killed can avenge them? Looking at Han Zhao's state, Huadu's face changed drastically, and he hurriedly shouted to Wu Shi, "Not good. Han Xiao wants to self-destruct." Wu Shi's face was ashen. Few people could withstand the pain of self-destruction, and they didn't kill him. Why was this Han Xiao so decisive? The self-detonation of a Jindan stage great perfection cultivator can bring them a lot of trouble, not to mention that this Han Xiao is different from others, and the power of his self-detonation will be even stronger. Let's not talk about this for now. Just letting the other party die so quickly is painful for him because he failed to torture Han Xiao properly. After Wu Shi pondered for a moment, he shouted loudly, "Hee, if you want to self-detonate, don't dream about it." Then he looked at Huadu and said, "Take out Lin Mu's body."
Ua du Froned.
He knew what Wu Shi meant by this sentence. After thinking for a moment, Huadu immediately said, "No, Lin Mu must at least leave a complete body." When Huadu said this, his eyes were full of determination. Lin Mu was his best friend. If he handed him over, he would not even have a complete body. How could he explain to his family, "I am the captain here"? How will you explain if the mission cannot be completed? Hurry up, and I don't want to repeat it a second time. Seeing that Han Zhao's momentum was getting stronger and stronger, Wu Shi's eyes revealed an anxious look. Xiao Han ignored the two demons and just secretly accumulated strength. With sufficient spiritual power, he chose to fight with magic as much as possible. The speed of the giant ape's transformation has always been a disadvantage, but the Hongmeng Pearl gave him some inspiration. The moment the four holy equipments were combined, both the defensive shortcomings of magic attacks and the speed shortcomings of the giant apes transformation would be made up. This is also the best way for Xiao Han to enhance his strength besides advancing to the nascent soul stage. On the other side, Huadu finally took out Lin Mu's body and handed it to Wu Shi after a stalemate with Wu Shi for a while. Then he pleaded, "At least leave some for Lin Mu's family." "Got it. Stop talking nonsense," Wu Shi said as he floated Lin Mu in front of him. A spell appeared quietly and covered Lin Mu's body directly. Then he looked at Xiao Han and said, "Hee, you want a self-destruct to deal with today? Then I think you are thinking too much." As Lin Mu's flesh and blood turned into energy little by little and transported into Wu Shi's body, Wu Shi quickly formed a seal, and a hexagram appeared above Xiao Han's head. Then the black five-petal plum on Wu Shi's forehead became darker, and a hexagram appeared above Xiao Han's head again. The god of death checks and balances. After whispering, a large amount of black mist began to emerge from the hexagram, and finally a huge shadow condensed above Xiao Han's head. This shadow was wearing a black robe, and his whole face had no shape, just a ball of black mist. He also held a death sickle in his hand, and then he chopped it down directly with the sickle. Xiao Han seemed to be suppressed, and the rapidly increasing power in his body also slowly slowed down. The power of this magic is indeed good, but the restrictions on him are not as great as the target thinks. At the same time, Xiao Han was ready, pouring a lot of fortune power into his body, especially in his limbs, and was about to strike the opponent with thunder before he could react. The huge death god enveloped Xiao Han. Originally, Xiao Han's huge figure was big enough, but facing the huge death god, it was a little small. Xiao Han wanted to target Huadu first, but with this death god shrouding his head, he always felt that his strength was somewhat limited. After thinking for a moment, Xiao Han gathered the power of a punch, using the sole of his foot as the force point, gradually moving to his calf, thigh, waist, and then using his arm to transmit to his fist and punch the death god above his head. Boom, bung. After a deep muffled sound, a powerful punch came out from his fist, exploding in the air. Bang, bang, bang. This punch did not stop because of the first explosion, but penetrated from the bottom of the god of death. The explosion directly shattered the god of death with the force of the punch alone. There was no need to suppress Xiao Han, and he didn't stop. There was only one chance. Then Xiao Han stepped out again and quickly headed towards Huadu. Huadu, who was still watching, never thought that Xiao Han could crush the god of death with one punch. You must know that this technique is a 4th level technique, which is very powerful even among the demons. Especially after absorbing a lot of blood, how could it be crushed in this situation? Seeing that Xiao Han was about to arrive, Huadu reacted and quickly shouted, "Hey Wuxia, save me." After he finished speaking, he took out several shields and suspended them in the air. This time he was quite well prepared. Even the magic weapon was prepared a lot. Xiao Han did not avoid the shield in front of his fist, but just punched it. Bang! Another sound exploded, and the first few shields exploded. Only 2 were left. Struggling desperately, Xiao Han grinned. Did he think he could block his punch in this way? There was gradually strength inside the body mixed with the power of creation. An invisible shock wave passed over the shield and condensed on Huadu's chest, like a solid body directly punching it away. Huadu looked at his chest in surprise, and a huge dent was created. #C1918 Only one battle. 5. How is this possible? Huadu's eyes were full of disbelief. Feeling his rapidly fading vitality, Huadu desperately absorbed the other blood and chi in his body to maintain the flow of his life. At the same time, he took out dozens of porcelain bottles. Each of these porcelain bottles was obtained at a huge cost before, but now was not the time to hold back. He had to be generous. After he died, what use would these things have? Huadu smashed all the porcelain bottles and desperately absorbed the blood and chi inside. Some of them were even the essence and blood of the middle and late stages of the Demon King, which required a huge price to exchange. Heh! I'm really too careless, but let's stop here. Huadu quickly stabilized his body and tried to distance himself in order to protect himself. You can say harsh words, but you must never show off. Xiao Han raised his eyebrows and smiled. Really? Then he quickly rushed towards Huadu, who was pulling away, not caring about Wuxia, who was chasing him frantically behind him, even though he had gathered a lot of blood and chi, and even had a strong murderous aura. He knew that even if he had inexhaustible spiritual power, his chances of winning against the combined forces of Huadu and Wuxia were slim, but as long as he could get rid of Huadu before the other party could react, then at least there was still hope of winning, and then he would be evenly matched with Wuxia. Thinking of this, Xiao Han moved forward even faster. Huadu saw that something was wrong and shouted, "No, this is a bit wrong. This Han Xiao doesn't look like he's going to self-destruct, but it seems like he's making a temporary breakthrough. Huadu made a bold guess. Wushi responded while chasing him. Hey, how is this possible? I think there's still a high probability of a dying counterattack. Be careful, Wushi said. Such caring words, not because he cared about Huadu's life or death, but once Huadu died, he would be under a lot of pressure. Even if he didn't win, the consequences after returning would be terrible, and it would be worse than death. Xiao Han felt that it was almost time, and said in a deep voice, "Nothing is impossible. Take my attack." As he spoke, he stretched out his hand to grab the air, and the shield floating in front of Huadu exploded. Then a huge dragon shadow appeared in front of Xiao Han's fist, quickly moving in the air, and finally passed through Huadu's body. This attack directly smashed all the vitality in Huadu's body. Xiao Han did not dare to be careless. He immediately cancelled the giant ape transformation, took a few steps forward, and directly shortened the distance between himself and Huadu. At the same time, several spells condensed. Heaven and Earth spell. When a spell appeared, Wu Shi behind him slowed down. Directly, seeing that he was about to touch Xiao Han's back, Xiao Han took a few steps forward again, using the shrinking Earth spell to the extreme, and again widened the distance. Heaven and Earth spell. Heaven and Earth spell. Two more Heaven and Earth spells were smashed out, completely widening the distance between the two. If it were not for the special period today, it would be impossible to use the third Heaven and Earth spell at ordinary times. This kind of spell consumes a lot of energy and the spiritual power required. For each spell, superposition is multiplied. Although Xiao Han seems to be full of spiritual power now, in fact, if the spiritual veins did not continuously replenish spiritual power, he would have become a cultivator who died of spiritual power exhaustion. Success or failure depends on this move. While waving his hand, Xiao Han condensed 3 extremely small spells. The difference is that Xiao Han did not hide them this time, but showed them openly. Death Needle. A tiny needle quickly pierced Huadu's abdomen. He had experienced fighting with the Demon King before, and knew that the demons were the same as humans. Once they reached the strength of the Demon King, they would have means to save their lives. The human race can take over the body of another person as long as the nascent soul is not dead and then be reborn, but the demons have a demon body hidden in the dantian of the abdomen. At the moment of death, the demon body will quickly escape and find a good body to take over and be reborn in the future. However, the demon body was the most vulnerable at this time.
Xiao Han's
Dragon Shadow shattered Huadu's vitality, leaving only one demon body. The fatal needle quickly penetrated the demon body, followed by 2 more fatal needles. Seeing the demon body dissipate, Xiao Han breathed a sigh of relief. This time, killing Huadu was not like killing Linmu. Linmu was killed together with the demon body, but Huadu had a trick up his sleeve. If it weren't for the subsequent fatal needle, Huadu would not be killed today. Xiao Han reacted quickly and put Huadu's body directly into the storage bag. Once the other party got Huadu's body, the 2 Demon Kings' bodies would not know how much blood and energy the other party would gain. After standing firm, Xiao Han resisted the feeling of powerlessness caused by the exhaustion of spiritual power, and just stood there quietly, locking his eyes on Wu Shi, who came over. Xiao Han saw the deep fear in the other party's eyes, which was exactly what he needed. Xiao Han raised his hand casually and formed a seal, and soon another spell was condensed. After a pause, he said softly, "Wu Shi, right? Hee, now I don't want you to die easily, so I'm giving you a chance to choose. How do you plan to die?" At the same time, Xiao Han's spiritual veins were madly infusing spiritual power. This would take some time, and it depends on how long he can fool the other party. The spiritual veins cannot input energy without limit, otherwise it will only burst his own golden elixir. Wu Shi frowned and didn't dare to attack easily. It was hard to say what the other party's current state was. After thinking for a moment, Wuxia chuckled and said, "Hey, you are deceiving me now, but in fact you have already run out of energy, right? So why don't you come and try?" As Xiao Han said that, a wisp of flame slowly emerged from the condensed magic, and the turbulent spiritual energy around him burned quickly, and the cold chill gradually eroded the surroundings. Seeing this Wuxia, he became a little more apprehensive. Something must have happened to this boy, otherwise he would never have changed so much in such a short time. Xiao Han struck while the iron was hot and said, "So tell me, for something like today, are 3 peak demon kings the limit?" After he finished speaking, a wisp of flame condensed in his hand, which meant that if he cooperated well, he would die quickly, and if he didn't cooperate, well, he would be tortured to death. After a pause, he continued, "Since you want to kill me so much, why doesn't your demon lord do it himself, so that he can kill me directly?" This is what Xiao Han wanted to know. When the demon lords just appeared this time, Xiao Han guessed something, but this situation has happened many times. In such a long time. As long as he didn't leave the range of the formation, the other party couldn't make any waves. Who would have thought that the other party would directly open the formation and let in 3 demon kings? If it weren't for this series of coincidences, he would only die today, so he guessed that he would understand this situation well. "Heh! Do you need to alert the Lord Demon for someone like you?" Wuxia said, as he secretly accumulated energy. Xiao Han chuckled and said, "So you came in on your own? It would have been easy to come in without alerting the Lord Demon. This inconsistency is obviously problematic." Xiao Han felt the spiritual power in his dantian gradually filling up, and a smile appeared on his face as he said softly, "If that's the case, there's nothing to say. Go to hell." #C 1919 Only one battle. 6. Wuxia felt the huge breath in Xiao Han's body, and then thought about the state just now, and then he reacted. "Heh! You were really tricking me just now." Wuxia quickly retreated, absorbed all of Lin Mu's body, and began to absorb the blood and energy in his body desperately, saying, "But if you really think you can kill me like this, then you are still too naive. The reason why you succeeded before was that you were not prepared and we underestimated the enemy. Now I will face you as an opponent, feel honored. I will do my best to deal with you." Xiao Han has long been prepared for the other party to go all out. If the other party still despises him after so many things, it can only mean that the other party has a problem with his brain. What if I go all out? Xiao Han condensed 3 spells with this question. What if I have the strength of the Demon King level? Xiao Han released 3 Brahma heart flames at the same time with this question. What if the Demon Lord wants to kill me? Xiao Han asked this question and condensed 3 spells again. The 9-turn mysterious origin spell burst out, at the same time penetrating Wuxia's body. "Hey! You are destined to lose here today." As he spoke, 3 more 9 nether holy flames swept through. The wisps of flames turned into flame whirlwinds, which quickly spread around and then condensed together to form a huge flame tornado. This flame tornado seemed to be able to track. It followed wherever Wuxia moved. In fact, this is also a manifestation of flames chasing burning energy. As long as Wuxia is still alive, it will keep chasing until the flames burn. In order to prevent the opponent from isolating the 9 nether holy flame. Again, Xiao Han specially rotated the 9 nether holy flame. In this way, even if it is isolated, it will be destroyed little by little and finally achieve the purpose of killing. Soon Wuxia couldn't hold on and was finally covered by the flames. Followed by Wuxia's painful scream. Xiao Han felt the spiritual power in his body. Whenever he recovered a little, he would condense another 9 nether holy flame to join the fire tornado. The 9 nether holy flame raged like this, burning everything he could see around him. The battle spread over a distance of several kilometers, and no grass grew wherever he looked. The scream of the black stone also became smaller and smaller in the burning of the flames, and soon there was no sound. Xiao Han was happy, but he was not careless. Until the flames burned out, Xiao Han controlled the flying sword too. The place where the black stone was. Lying below was the body that had been burned by the flames. At this time it was burnt beyond recognition. If there was nothing left to burn around, the black stone would probably not even have a slag left. Just when Xiao Han felt that things were about to end, a phantom quickly came towards Xiao Han and began to expand at a speed visible to the naked eye. Xiao Han had expected this and took a few steps. When the expanding object exploded in the void, Xiao Han had retreated a few hundred meters away. This is Wu Shi's demonic body self-destructing, trying to replace himself in the end. Xiao Han will not suffer this loss for the second time. Looking at the storage magic tools of the demon clan below, Xiao Han waved his hand and collected the 2 rings. These can be regarded as spoils of war. But the things of the demon clan can really be commented on as pitiful. Moreover, the other party is on a mission this time, and it is impossible to bring too many things. So the harvest this time can be imagined. After sorting out his state a little, Xiao Han quickly left this place. Who knows if he will make a second move? It was also at this time that the spiritual vein no longer transported spiritual power, and the power of creation did not continue to increase. What Xiao Han could feel was that after this battle, not to mention that his strength had taken a lot of steps forward, the growth of the power of creation alone was very gratifying. If it were not for this battle, these increases would have to be adjusted down by several levels. It was precisely because the battle consumed too much spiritual power and power of creation that the time for the container to increase was prolonged. Xiao Han reserved his opinion on the blessing in disguise. The price of this increase today was almost exchanged for his life. After thinking for a moment, Xiao Han decisively sent a message to the city lord, briefly reporting today's events. Only the city lord can communicate with the other demon lord, and can only tell the city lord. The reason why the other party did not send a stronger one over is nothing more than fearing that the city lord will find out. The demons with the initial strength of the 3 demon kings must be the limit of what the other party can let in. Thinking and summarizing, Xiao Han hurried on his way slowly while taking recovery pills. If he went back in this state, he might scare those people. Silly. Except for the fatal part of his body, no part was intact. Xiao Han was relieved until he rushed to the outside of the city wall. To be able to reach this place, even if the other party had great means, he could not escape the eyes of the city lord. At the same time, Xiao Han received a message from the city lord. Let's go to the city lord's mansion first. He received the message as soon as he arrived. It should be that the city lord noticed that he had returned. Now Xiao Han is a person who holds the token given by the city lord. He can enter the city lord's mansion at any time with the token. This is a privilege. Xiao Han stopped only when he reached the side hall where he usually met the city lord. Soon, the familiar voice slowly appeared. Xiao Han, I was careless this time. I apologize to you for this. The city lord still did not appear. Since reaching this agreement with the city lord, Xiao Han has never seen the city lord. Every time he talked to Xiao Han in this way, Xiao Han bowed and said, "Hey, no one would have thought of such a sudden thing. The city lord does not need to blame himself. Thank you for your understanding. This time my human race almost suffered a big loss." The city lord's tone was full of luck. After a pause, he continued, "Next, you'd better not stay away from Wanzhong City 20 kilometers away. Within 20 kilometers of Wanzhong City, even if the other party has extremely strong shielding methods, they cannot avoid my detection. I can protect you as soon as possible." Xiao Han nodded, not to mention the city lord said so. Even if he didn't say it, he would just be patient and wait quietly for this incident to pass. Then he asked, "I wonder what the city lord is going to do next? The other party has already broken this unspoken rule. I think there is no need to continue the stalemate with the other party. The city lord said, actually, even if it doesn't happen this time, I still want to end this battle quickly. The time is ripe. Xiao Han's eyes lit up and he quickly asked, does this mean that the undercover agents in the human race have been almost eliminated? Yes, it is indeed almost eliminated. The next human race may be regarded as the cleanest one in the past few thousand years. Of course, the same is true for the demon race. You should speed up your cultivation. Soon the human race and the demon race will break out into a war that has not been seen in thousands of years. The war then will be dozens or even hundreds of times more tragic than this. 1. Of course, I also have a small request, and I hope you can agree. Xiao Han raised his eyebrows. Regarding the city lord's request, Xiao Han had some guesses in his heart. He just hoped that Xiao Han could refine more foundation building pills and yuan condensing pills to increase the strength of the human race. Then he said softly, City Lord, please tell me. I will try my best to do what I can. Xiao Han directly said what he meant and he would agree, but this premise is that it does not affect my practice. Ha, the city lord chuckled. Xiao Han felt that the city lord was a little embarrassed. Although he didn't know why he felt this way, he still said, I wonder if you can help me refine the best beauty pill. Xiao Han froze in place like an electric shock. Refining the beauty pill? This stepping horse is not something that only female cultivators like to use. Male cultivators usually use this method to slightly adjust their skin. Regarding the external appearance, immortal cultivators also have a certain range. When they reach a certain age in a certain realm, they cannot change their appearance to look younger even with these methods. But the beauty pill has this effect which can keep the immortal cultivator in a certain state until the day of death, and then he will grow old quickly in one day. It's just that the effects of ordinary low-grade or even high-grade beauty-resisting pills are not very good, so this situation occurs. Most monks will not spend such a high price to purchase the beauty-resisting pills but will only make some adjustments through some means. It's just that a city owner wants a beauty-preserving pill. #C1920 The city lord asks for elixir. The beauty-resisting pill not only requires many rare elixirs to be refined, but only the legendary and top-quality beauty-resisting pill has the best effect. Even the top-grade beauty-resisting pill doesn't mean much. All in all, it's not cost-effective. Besides, you, a dead old man, want a beauty-resisting pill. Feeling the strange look on Xiao Han's face, the city lord quickly explained, I actually want this for one of my favorite great-great-granddaughters. Don't overthink it, and I will definitely give you the most satisfactory price. Of course, if you don't want to refine it, just pretend I didn't say anything. Only then did Xiao Han understand what the city lord meant. Turned out that he was asking for elixirs for his descendants so he could understand. After pondering for a moment, Xiao Han said softly, Oh, there's nothing you don't want to refine. It's just this elixir. Before Xiao Han finished speaking, a storage bag appeared in front of him, and the city lord continued, Of course I'm here to find it, and there are many other elixirs in it, enough to refine the top-quality beauty pill. Considering the rate of pill formation, I have specially prepared 10 ingredients for the beauty pill. If the refining is successful, I will only take 3 pills and any remaining pills are yours. And I will also pay you an additional reward. If you want to sell the extra beauty pills, I can also buy them all. Refreshing. Xiao Han originally thought about a lot of things, but after listening to what the city lord said, he could only hold back these 2 words. After thinking for a moment, Xiao Han directly accepted the storage bag and continued, In that case, then I'll take this job, and if nothing else happens, I'll go back first. I didn't expect such an unexpected surprise when I came here today. Why don't you want the free spirit stones and elixirs? It's just a matter of making a few elixirs, just like throwing water. Now he has a bottomless pit. Not only does he need huge resources for his own Cultivation, he also has a group of disciples who follow him. The cultivation resources of Xiao Qian's brother and sister are used to refine the 9 turns. Pill for Qiao Tanner and prepare for the 2 of them to break through the nascent soul resources needed for the period. In addition, there are the 2 blue stars waiting for him. According to the news from Hongmeng Fortune Pearl, it will not take long to open the space. Recently, as well as Xiaoyun and others. Not to mention the 4 holy beasts, which must be cultivated. Once the 4 holy beasts reach the 3rd level or even the 4th level, you don't know how many steps your strength will take. While thinking about it, Xiao Han raised his feet and walked out. The demons' offensive had not retreated yet. At this moment, he was full of spiritual power, which could help relieve a lot of pressure on Team Yuyun. Wait a minute. The city lord suddenly stopped Xiao Han and continued after a moment of silence. Forget it. Let's talk about this later. After the matter in Wanzongqing is over, I have one more thing to ask for, but now is not the time. Xiao Han didn't ask any questions. Just said hello and left the city lord's mansion directly. There was no need to ask anything about this kind of thing. The city lord would naturally say what he wanted to say. Just as he was about to go to the city wall to help the team, Xiao Han received some noisy messages in his ears. Hey! It looks like we won't have to rush over now. Xiao Han muttered and returned directly to the 7 Days restaurant. The demons were repulsed. Again. This time the attack time was the shortest of all attacks. At this time, the 7 Days restaurant seemed to have undergone a big change. After Xiao Han refused the city lord to change the residence for the Yuyun team, it didn't take long for the 7 Days restaurant to undergo qualitative changes. The previous ones refused, but the subsequent ones did not refuse. At present, these monks are following the Yuyun team and they have to work hard without any credit. It is okay to add some invisible benefits. First, the entire residential environment was greatly improved. Although it was still overcrowded, it finally became presentable. Then the food was improved, and the disciples and other monks did not feel any problem. When other teams questioned why Team Yuyun could eat so well, Team Yuyun straightened up and said, "If your captain can take out dozens of demon lord corpses in one fell swoop, then you can question our team. Why does it taste so good?" The rest of the team was speechless. Not to mention the golden core stage monks, even the nascent soul stage monks would have great difficulty in taking out so many demon lord corpses. After all, the battlefield is different and the rewards are different. After simply eating some delicacies prepared by the service monks, Xiao Han heard some footsteps, and the monks of the Yuyun team returned to the 7 Days restaurant one after another. The moment they saw Xiao Han, they all came forward to greet him. Whether they live well in such troubled times all depends on their leadership. Xiao Han didn't say anything to anyone. He just looked at Xiao Qian and said, "Come to the storage room with me." Xiao Qian's eyes showed excitement. Grandpa Zhu called him because of the broken dantian. Could it be that he has found a way? Then he followed Xiao Han to the storage room. Xiao Han closed the door, set up a barrier and a soundproof cover, and then slowly said, "I have found a way to help you restore your dantian." After Xiao Han finished speaking, he looked at Xiao Qian seriously. Xiao Qian's face was filled with joy, and he quickly realized what was going on and asked, "I wonder if there is any difficulty?" The expression on Grandpa Zhu's face obviously meant that this matter was not as easy to handle as imagined. Xiao Han said earnestly, "Oh, it must be difficult. Now I have all the elixirs for refining the elixirs. The most important thing is whether you have a strong determination to restore your dantian is the key to whether you can recover, and the entire recovery process will be very painful. Your choice now is to give up. In the remaining hundreds of years, as long as I am here, you will live a good life. You can also go down the mountain and become an ordinary person, which will ensure your life of wealth and glory. Another choice is to restore dantian." After saying so much, what do you plan to choose?
Xiao Han looked at Xiao
Qian with interest. He was also curious about what Xiao Qian would choose. Seeing that Xiao Qian had not said anything, Xiao Han continued, "No matter what you choose, it is your freedom." Xiao Qian's face was solemn. The answer was already in his heart. He had not replied, but he was just recalling what had happened in his head. The scenes of being bullied gradually emerged in his mind. He did not want to feel powerless again. After a moment of silence, Xiao Qian said in a deep voice, "I choose to restore Dantian. I have already thought about it and am willing to bear all the pain that will occur in restoring Dantian. Well, this is my Xiao family." Xiao Han took out a storage bag and floated it in front of Xiao Qian and said, "Since you are ready, take these down. Here are the things you need. The porcelain bottle contains the elixir you need to take during this period, the scroll contains the precautions, and the basic spiritual medicines you need are all in the storage bag. Remember to follow the standards on the scroll, such as the concentration and time of soaking the medicine liquid, which must be enough. This process is very painful, but it will greatly affect your chances of success in restoring Dantian next time." During this period, Xiao Han was free to think about Xiao Qian's Dantian and would ask the opinions of Hongmeng Creation Pearl from time to time, and finally came up with the most perfect plan now. #C1921 Xiao Tanner breaks the mirror. Judging from the elixirs currently available, the success rate can be as high as 60%. If Xiao Qian is fully prepared according to the instructions on the scroll, the success rate can be increased by 20%. As for the last two achievements, it depends on Xiao Qian's state during the recovery process. If his mind is not strong or he cannot endure the pain, his achievements will fall short. Xiao Qian nodded seriously and said, "Yes, Grandpa Zhu, I will definitely do it, according to the standards on the scroll." "Well, you go back first." Xiao Han waved his hand. Xiao Qian was about to leave when Xiao Han suddenly remembered something and said quickly, "What about the recent losses and realms of our former disciples?" Xiao Han was extremely curious about this point. One of the special aspects of the Tianxian world is that when there are sufficient training resources, long-term fighting can better accelerate the speed of training and lay a solid foundation faster, unless it's like hitting a bottleneck which requires a certain period of retreat. Daily fighting is the best practice. During this period of time, they have been resisting the demons, and one can imagine how quickly the disciples are advancing. Speaking of this, Xiao Qian's face was filled with joy at first, and then a look of sadness. Chen Si said softly after the film, "Oh, it's very gratifying to enter the state. The ones with the highest strength have reached the great perfection of qi training. The worst is now in the middle stage of qi refining, but currently we only have 19 disciples in Yuyun Peak, including me and Xiao Yun." At the end of the sentence, 2 lines of tears actually fell from Xiao Qian's eyes. Such a sad reality is so cruel. You must know that there were nearly 150 disciples in Yuyun Peak. Nowadays, after several major events, only 19 people are left. How can this result not make people sad? Xiao Han asked softly, "Is Zhao Taizhu the worst?" Xiao Qian nodded and said, "Yes. Even I am a little surprised that Zhao Taizhu can reach this point with his qualifications of mixed spiritual roots. In addition, Zhao Linger's strength has improved the fastest and has reached the great perfection of qi training. I will let her lay a solid foundation. She is only one foundation establishment pill away from entering the foundation establishment stage. The rest of the disciples are basically stuck in the late stage of qi training or between the great perfection." When Xiao Qian spoke, his whole person still showed sadness. They were all people who had gone through hardships together. Xiao Qian had lacked teammates since he was a child. Apart from his younger sister, some only had endless speculations. It wasn't until the ancestor returned and had these first batch of disciples that Xiao Qian had ties and belonging. Alas, Xiao Han sighed slightly, and then said, You don't have to be too sad. The road is ruthless, and death is the normal state. Look at those great monks at the nascent soul stage as well as those at the divine transformation stage who didn't come from tens of millions or even hundreds of millions of people and finally achieved this kind of cultivation. When Xiao Han said this to Xiao Qian, he was actually telling himself that the great road was ruthless and that he could not take care of everyone. Since they left like this, let's leave, just take care of what's left. After the two said some more words, Xiao Qian left the storage room with firm steps. Xiao Han couldn't help but feel relieved, and then said to the little sparrow lying beside him, "Suzaku, fire." Suzaku looked helpless and said quietly, "Why do you need to make alchemy? Again, can you slow down a little, or find an alchemy place somewhere else?" Without saying a word, Xiao Han took out a third-level elixir and placed it in front of Suzaku. "Stop talking so much nonsense. Do you want to do it?" Suzaku sniffed the elixir. His eyes lit up and said, "Hey, we have to do it. What else can we complain about?" The elixir refining continued, and I originally planned to start refining the elixir after the demons retreated. I already had a lot of elixirs in my hand, especially after exchanging merit for elixirs several times, and at the same time the city lord sent so many elixirs. Xiao Han eagerly wanted to refine all these elixirs into elixirs, including the Endless Life Pill to help Xiao Qian recover his Dantian and the 9 Turns Pill to treat Xiao Tanner. He practiced it by himself and the 4 Sacred Beasts on weekdays. Pill. There are also elixirs that need to be traded with the City Lord, as well as a batch of top-grade foundation building pills and top-grade yuan condensing pills. These pills can quickly restore one's blood. The rest are some elixirs brought back by the Hongmeng fortune bead. The elixirs of those two are all to assist third-level cultivation. After being refined this time, it is not enough to support the two of them to reach the perfection of the golden elixir. At most, it can practice to the late stage of Jindan. But this is enough. The next time the Hongmeng fortune bead tears open the crack in space, the subsequent elixir will be sent there. These alone can digest all the resources he currently has. As expected, he is a waste. 2 months later, when Xiao Han received the last batch of elixirs into his storage bracelet, he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. The required elixirs had finally been refined. During this period, in order to prevent the Lihua furnace from exploding, Xiao Han specially asked the city lord for a third-level top-level pill furnace. The 2 pill furnaces took turns to refine the pills so that the pill furnace was not burned. Xiao Han looked happy when he saw the news sent 3 days ago, then quickly packed up and walked out of the storage room door. The first sound that appeared in my ears was the sound of the demons charging and fighting. This battle of the demons attacking the human race's Wanzhong city lasted for nearly a year. Even immortal cultivators who have no concept of time feel that this attack lasts quite a long time. On the city wall controlled by Team Yuyun, before Xiao Han could reach Xiao Han, he saw a silhouette. It was Xiao Tanner who was assisting Xiao Qian and others in killing the attacking demons. After Xiao Han arrived at the city wall, he smashed down several spells in a row, directly clearing this large section of the city wall. Several groups of monks nearby looked at him gratefully. "Look, that's the captain of Team Yuyun. I'm so envious of other people's captains." According to incomplete statistics, Han Xiao, the captain of Team Yuyun, killed hundreds of demon kings and more than a dozen demon king-level demons. "Hey, you're lying. This monk Han Xiao is no more than a golden elixir." "Zogshan monk, how can he kill a demon king-level demon? Why are you lying to me?" "It's true." After Xiao Han took action, there was a burst of heated discussions, most of which were about rainbow farts. Xiao Han was the most shameless and even disdainful of these. "Wow, Captain, the pressure is gone now that you are here. Look at those demons simply changing their attack location. It's amazing." Xiao Tanner exclaimed, paused, and then continued. This Zogshan is simply not from another world." Xiao Tanner blew hard. and Xiao Han felt comfortable in his heart. It wasn't until the demons surrounded him again that Xiao Han raised his hand to perform a few spells. After a pause, Xiao Han said, "Hey, what are the gains from this retreat?" The message he received 3 days ago was really from Xiao Tanner, and its content was that he had successfully broken through to the great perfection of the golden elixir. #C1922 Demons General Attack 1. Although Xiao Tanner's breakthrough time is longer than hers, she is definitely the fastest among monks of the same level to break through. From this, we can see that Xiao Tanner's talent is indeed amazing. If he hadn't given up on himself at the beginning, I'm afraid that the strength of this group would be that of a nascent soul stage monk. Among the many monks, there is only one who can reach the nascent soul stage. At this age. Hey, of course it's not bad, Xiao Tanner said leisurely with a hint of pride in her tone and some different emotions in her expression, as if to say, "Please praise me." Xiao Han will definitely not satisfy Xiao Tanner's petty thoughts. To praise him for such a thing is too much. After a moment of silence, Xiao Han chuckled and said, "You are really awesome. I am so impressed that I am so impressed. Now I really want to reward you with a little red flower." Xiao Tanner's smile was so captivating that many male cultivators around her were mesmerized for a moment, but they quickly realized and withdrew their gaze. The person standing next to him now is Han Xiao, and he himself is a perfect golden elixir, so how can people like them get their hands on it? Xiao Tanner smiled and then said with some confusion on her face, "Why are you rewarded with a little red flower?" Xiao Han paused and explained, "It's just an act of praise, showing that you are very powerful." After saying that, he felt a little lonely, but this sentence reminded him that he was not from here, and he was not from Xiao Tanner. After all, we are people from two worlds. I really don't know if I can take Xiao Tanner back when I find Lu Yan and Dai Ling, and whether Xiao Tanner will be willing to follow me. It is precisely because of this that Xiao Han has never taken the initiative to break the last layer of paper between himself and Xiao Tanner, and has maintained the current relationship. Fortunately, Xiao Tanner didn't think anything was wrong. She just thought that Xiao Han wanted to practice hard and couldn't be distracted. When both of them reached the nascent soul stage, there were still thousands of years, so why bother about this short period of time? Century. Although Xiao Tanner didn't understand this joke, it didn't prevent Xiao Tanner from laughing happily. She felt that as long as she was with Xiao Han, no matter how hard her life was, she would feel very comfortable. While thinking, Xiao Han noticed that the demon army began to retreat. In the past month, based on a rough estimate, the demon army had lost hundreds of millions of troops. This was still very small compared to the overall number of the demon clan. After all the demons are soldiers, which is different from the human race. Imagine that everyone in the human race can practice, and this feeling will come out immediately. Watching the demons retreat, Xiao Han spoke softly, "Thank you for helping to resist the demons. I didn't realize until you were in seclusion that simply releasing the spell would be so torturous. Only by empathizing can one understand the difficulty of others." Only then did Xiao Han fully understand this truth. Xiao Tanner smiled, pointed in the distance with her finger and said, "Look in that direction. I can actually clearly feel that the demon's attack is getting weaker and weaker. Especially today's project, from the beginning to the end, less than 2 hours have passed. I think this demon clan has reached a state of exhaustion. It won't be long before we can usher in the dawn of victory." Xiao Han frowned and said softly, "You said there are only 2 hours? To be precise, it's an hour and a half an hour." Xiao Tanner didn't know what Xiao Han meant by asking, so she could only tell the exact time. Upon hearing this, Xiao Han instantly released his spiritual consciousness. From a distance of more than 200 miles, he could easily detect the state of the demon. Feeling the noisy sound of the demon land, this is not a state of exhaustion. It is clearly preparing for a large-scale attack. Xiao Han looked at Xiao Tanner solemnly and said, "Don't leave the city during this period. Stay in the city. With our current achievements, we can refuse any mission. Remember what I said, never leave Wanzhong City. The most you can do is help Team Yuyun resist the demons on this city wall." "Okay, I'll listen to you." Xiao Tanner also looked solemn. Xiao Han's feeling has always been correct, and this time it is probably the same. And seeing that Xiao Han's face is so ugly, the only problem this time is very big. Xiao Han originally thought that the elixir had been refined so that he could find an opportunity to help Xiao Tanner and Xiao Qian cure their current problems, but now it seems that it is no longer appropriate. The demon army will launch a general attack at any time. Then Xiao Han threw out several storage bags and floated them in front of Xiao Tanner and Xiao Qian. After thinking for a moment, he said softly, "Hey, send out these elixirs and talismans as much as possible, and pay attention to the movements of the demons at all times. I still have to leave for a while." After saying that, he dodged and disappeared on the city wall, the direction of which was the direction of the city lord's palace. He has already accumulated a lot of top-grade foundation building pills and top-grade yuan condensing pills in his storage bag. Seeing that the demon clan's general attack is coming, these pills have become critical items. After nearly a year of fighting against the demons, even the Yuyun team had several people stuck in the realm of chi training and foundation building, let alone the entire Wanzhong city. When he arrived at the city lord's mansion, Xiao Han took out the elixir without any unnecessary nonsense and suspended it in the void. "These are the top-grade foundation building pills and the top-grade yuan condensing pills which I have refined during this period. I believe you, City Master, can also feel that the demon army's general attack is just around the corner. These pills can improve the human race's strength a lot." After saying that, he quietly waited for the city lord's reply. After a few breaths, the city lord's voice appeared in the void. "You really have some skills, and you can have a vigilance far beyond the nascent soul stage." After saying that, the pills in the void dissipated in the air, and several storage bags appeared instead. The city lord paused and continued, "These are the rewards for the pills, and these pills are crucial. As you said, the demons are attacking soon. You should go back and prepare. Well, don't leave Wanzhong City recently. I'm worried that the demons will attack you. My energy is limited recently, and I can't protect you anytime and anywhere. Be careful." After a brief exchange, Xiao Han left the city lord's mansion. Among the pills, just now there was the rejuvenating pill, but he only left 3, and the remaining 7 were in his storage bracelet. This thing can be given to Xiao Tanner to try, and good things are never afraid of no one wanting them. When they are really not needed, they can be sold to the city lord again. After dealing with some related matters, Xiao Han entered a state of seclusion. From the 3rd day, he kept receiving news that someone had broken through to the Jindan stage. For a while, the whole Wanzhong city seemed to be crazy. Countless chi training cultivators entered the foundation building stage, and countless foundation building cultivators entered the Jindan stage. The strength of the entire human race has undergone tremendous changes in just 10 days, and Xiao Han has been in a state of laying a solid foundation. Every day, in addition to refining pills, he practiced. It may also be because of the general attack. In the past 10 days, the demons did not attack Wanzhong City, not even a small-scale attack. At first, everyone was very happy, but as more and more news was revealed, these cultivators were no longer happy, but worried, and an inexplicable pressure enveloped Wanzhong City. No matter which level of cultivators, they all felt endless pressure, which made people breathless. Early in the morning of this day, Xiao Han, as usual, sent out his consciousness and hearing to explore the situation. Not long after the exploration, Xiao Han's brows began to frown. At the same time, he murmured, "Is this really coming? #C1923 Demons General Attack 2. The majestic and magnificent Wanzhong city has walls that are 30 meters high, and the thickness of the material used can even withstand a full blow from a nascent soul stage monk. Wanzhong city, which should have been blooming with flowers, was now filled with gunpowder smoke, and scenes of fierce battles were all around. The demons had been attacking Wanzhong city for a long time, and this could be regarded as an unprecedented battle. Even the battlefield between immortals and demons was not as fierce as this war. Xiao Han felt the many demons rushing towards him, and his heart sank to the bottom. Even with the city lord behind him, he felt huge pressure. Boom, boom, boom. The originally calm ground made a dull thumping sound. This was the message Xiao Han received. This time, not only were the demons attacking, but there were also magical beasts cultivated by the demons themselves. As a vanguard, these demonic beasts showed a state of galloping beasts, and their scale was far more heroic than the previous 4th-level demonic beasts that led all the demonic beasts to attack Lu Yun's sect. Even compared with that time, even the table was even smaller than this time. Can't get on. Can Wan Zongqing survive this time? Xiao Han's mind was heavy. There was still some distance from that location to Wanzhong city, but he couldn't resist the speed of the advanced troops. Dang, dang, dang. Just when Xiao Han was thinking, a sound of ringing a bell suddenly appeared. From the 5th district, Xiao Han quickly walked out of the 7 days restaurant, followed by the disciples, and the whole street became crowded because of the sound of the bell. Hey! The Chenkuan bell actually rang. Is the bell that just sounded the so-called Chenkuan bell? Nonsense, otherwise it would be something else, but the Chenkuan bell is ringing now, which is not a good thing. The Chenkuan bell has not sounded since it was built. It is said that it will only ring when Wanzhong city suffers a great disaster. Then this means that Wanzhongqing will face a catastrophe? Oh, but isn't the demon clan's recent offensive getting weaker and weaker? Why is it about to suffer such a catastrophe? Is it to celebrate the demon clan's retreat? Your retreat celebration will ring this kind of bell. Are you sure this is not a death knell? Why didn't the bell ring for such a fierce attack before? Even the demons didn't gather at the beginning. I'll leave you alone. Can't you please stop making blind guesses and wait for the news? Intense discussions broke out one after another, and Xiao Han frowned. He knew exactly why the bell rang. It seemed that the city lord also thought that this time was a big disaster and was not easy to deal with. The meaning revealed by the city lord is very obvious, that is, he is still confident of maintaining the high-end combat power, but these relatively low-end combat power are still in an unclear situation. Just because the city lord can give up doesn't mean he will give up. When Xiao Han was about to say something to the members of Team Yuyun, familiar fluctuations came from the void again. Everyone in Wanzhong City. I am the city lord of Wanzhong City. This voice may still be unfamiliar to other people in Wanzhong City, but it is already familiar to Xiao Han. Soon the city lord said again, "You must have heard the sound of the Chenkuan bell, and I won't follow you in circles. Today I will tell you directly and clearly that the demons have launched a general attack, and this attack is stronger than all the previous wars of attrition combined. Just prepare yourself for the worst. The 3 formations can still be sustained. Everyone has their own battlefield. Once the war begins, everyone can find their own battlefield. In short, even if you don't want to face this, there is nothing you can do. We are a human community now. If we really lose, no one can survive. I am here to assure you today that the monks who survive this battle will receive preferential treatment from Wanzhong City in the future. Compatriots, follow the orders and fight to your heart's content." After the city lord's voice fell, the monks did not shout loudly, nor did they react much. They just stood there blankly. After a while, someone slowly said, "The person who just spoke was the city lord, right? Hey, it must be the city lord. I have heard the city lord's voice." Does this mean we are really facing a huge disaster? Well, the city lord is talking about the demon clan's general attack. A more violent attack than before? It must be a more violent attack than before. Then go back and prepare. This was a brief conversation between the two monks, and similar conversations spread among the crowd. Everyone seemed to be in no mood. Compared to the panic at the beginning, the current state of these monks seemed not quite right. The whole atmosphere was filled with depression, exhaustion, and resignation. Oh, the city lord's mobilization was indeed a bit of a failure. If it were Blue Star, he would probably think it was glorious if the mobilization could even lead to death. After Xiao Han whispered for a while, he looked at the disciples of the Yuyun team and said solemnly, "I won't say any more. I have left you with many ways to save your life. You can ask for your own blessings. Once the battle starts, I won't be able to take care of you. But at the same time, I can also guarantee you that as long as I am alive, even if you die in battle, I will send your news to your family members. And you will receive enough honors. You are heroes and human heroes who fight the demons on the front line. Your names will even be immortalized in family history." After finishing speaking, Xiao Han waved his hand again, and hundreds of small porcelain bottles were suspended in front of these monks. Captain Han Xiao had issued elixirs like this many times, and they were very aware of this behavior. One of the cultivators said loudly with some excitement, that is to say, if I die in battle today, I will be a hero." Xiao Han nodded and said, "Indeed, I am a hero, and I am a hero who fights against the demons for the survival of the human race. Fight for the Yuyun team, fight for Wanzhong City, and fight for the survival of the human race." I don't know who shouted this, and the whole Yuyun team immediately boiled up, and people like Zhao Taizhu, Wang Pingzhong, and Shixin were even more excited. These people were brought by Xiao Han and had just entered the immortal world not long ago. Their hearts have not yet been connected with the mortal world, and they value these honors the most. On the other hand, those old shells in the immortal world are used to life and death and the ruthlessness of the Great Way, so they will look down on these honors. Because of Xiao Han's words, the disciples of the Yuyun team became more and more excited and then affected the people around them. Looking at his mobilization, Xiao Han was undoubtedly complaining about who he was complaining about, but he just felt that his mobilization was more serious. Sometimes honor can inspire a person's fighting spirit. During this long wait, the cultivators in the city flew out one after another. None of the first-tier cultivators in the spiritualization stage moved. These cultivators usually hid behind until the last moment. Compared with the cultivators at the bottom, they cherished their lives more. Next came the second-tier cultivators in the nascent soul stage. If they were not suppressed by the cultivators in the spiritualization stage, they would probably hide behind. But at this time, they could not escape their fate and could only choose to force themselves to deal with it. As long as one of the three formations was broken, Wanzhong City would face the disaster of destruction. #C 1924 Demons General Attack 3. Boom! 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 The ground shook violently, with the frequency going from slight at first to violent now, and it didn't last long. The demons were walking very fast, and Xiao Han saw the demon army coming at an extremely fast speed from a distance. After pondering for a moment, Xiao Han and Xiao Tanner looked at each other, threw their flying swords, and quickly headed out of the city. The remaining disciples were already ready for battle under the leadership of the leaders of each city wall. Tanner, once you encounter any demons that you can't deal with, remember to come to me as soon as possible. And you must remember not to stay too far away from me, Xiao Han said as he hurried on. He didn't even want to stay away from a place more than 20 kilometers away from this battle. He wanted to save his own life more than Wan Zongxing's victory. This thought was in every monk's head. I don't need you to stress. I will do the same. While the two were talking, they saw the demon army coming from a distance. The huge flying magic weapon looked ferocious, and the demon army was standing on it as if it would rush towards them at the given order. There were countless monsters stepping on the ground and starting to clear the way. Bang bang! Boom! When the demon army stepped into the first line of defense set up by the humans, violent explosions filled the surrounding area and dust flew up. Even though there were countless casualties, the demons were still desperately moving towards Wanzhong City without any intention of giving up. The dark demons are coming one after another. If one falls, another one will come over. Soon Xiao Han looked away from the ground. Even if he exhausted his spiritual power, he would not be able to kill or injure 1/10,000th of these demonic armies. He had his opponent, looking at the nearly 20 demons with peak strength floating in front of him. Xiao Han laughed and said, "Oh, you demons really think highly of me." One of the demons frowned, feeling the oppression from Xiao Han, and smiled bitterly. "What do you mean by looking up to you? In fact, I don't want to fight with you. I came here today just because I received this mission. I know I won't be your opponent, and I didn't come here really to kill you. Okay, there's no need to talk so much nonsense. You and I serve two races, and we are bound to fight for our respective races. There is nothing to say." After the demon finished speaking, he looked at the demon kings around him and said, "Do it." Xiao Han admires this demon more. It is correct to say this. The two races were originally fighting for each other. If they kill who is killed, they are just looking for some excuses. Just from the other party's tone, it can be heard that the other party obviously does not want to really kill him but simply traps himself so that he does not disturb other battlefields. With his abnormal combat power, he will be crushed wherever he goes, which will greatly affect the attack rhythm of the demon clan, and even cause the entire demon clan to lose everything because of his uncertain factor. After pondering for a moment, Xiao Han chuckled and said, "Really? Let's do it." Then, after saying that, a heaven and earth magic instantly enveloped the 20 demon kings, and the battle was about to break out. Before the other party could react, Xiao Han's sword directly killed the two demon kings, and the other party didn't even have time to use the bleeding ritual. Faced with such a crushing battle situation, Xiao Han didn't want to fight with the opponent. It would be very uncomfortable if he accidentally fell into. At the same time, on top of Luyun Sec's Tongyun Peak, Headmaster Han, Qin, Ming and others were chatting about something in the small courtyard of the headmaster. With each other's words, one thing was quickly settled. After many matters were discussed, Headmaster Han waved his hand and asked the remaining golden elixir cultivators to leave. At this time, there are more than 20 Jindan monks here. After waiting for a while, all the golden elixir monks left, leaving only Headmaster Han and Qin Ming. Headmaster Han had been frowning. In just 1 or 2 years, he felt that Headmaster Han had become much older. The brows were full of sorrow. After a moment of silence, Headmaster Han spoke softly, "Qin Ming, since everything has been discussed, you can now talk about the recent situation." Qin Ming nodded, paused and then slowly said, "The gray mist near the abyss is still spreading out recently, but the speed of diffusion is slowing down rapidly. At this rate, it won't be long before the gray fog stops spreading. It's hard to tell the specific situation. As for the current situation of our Luyun sect, most of the disciples have improved rapidly in strength, and many disciples have made breakthroughs in one fell swoop and entered the foundation building stage. You, the master of the Golden Core stage, know this well. The sixth elder has also refined a lot of Yuan Ningdan, and has recently surpassed more than 20 foundation establishment stage monks. Although this is a good thing, I am still deeply worried." Headmaster Han answered, "Hey, are you referring to the legend from the outside world? Are the Tianshan world and the spiritual world going to be integrated?" Qin Ming nodded and confirmed Headmaster Han's guess. Speaking of this, Headmaster Han suddenly smiled and said, "Oh, even if they are really integrated, what can you do if people from the spirit world come over? It's useless to think so much, it's better to think more about the present moment." Qin Ming smiled and said, "What I'm thinking about right now is when to retreat." Headmaster Han looked delighted and said, "You mean you are going to break through to the nascent soul stage?" "Yes, but I still need a pill. In addition to discussing those things today, what I also want to do is to ask the master for a baby pill." After Qin Ming finished speaking, his face was full of expectations. After a pause, he continued, "I know that there are not many reserves of infant transformation pills in the sect now. That's why we have specially prepared a large amount of resources. You just need to say a word, Headmaster, and I will come up with the corresponding resources." Headmaster Han shook his head and said, "Oh, your contribution to Luyun's sect alone is enough to give you a baby transformation pill. The reserve of pills is indeed running low, but you still have this one. It's just that the success rate of this infant transformation pill is too low. Why don't you consider finding Xiao Han and asking him for a pill?" Qin Ming shook his head and said, "I'll take the headmaster's infant transformation pill first. If it really fails, I'll just look for Xiao Han again when I have the chance." Headmaster Han thought about it, and it was indeed the case. After a moment of pause, he took out a porcelain bottle from the storage ring and placed it in front of Qin Ming. It wasn't until Qin Ming accepted the elixir that he asked, "Have you contacted Xiao Han recently? What is his condition now? I haven't asked about him for a long time." Speaking of Xiao Han, Qin Ming's expression changed, and he said with some melancholy, "We still contacted him before, but since Xiao Han was about to arrive at the Sea of 10,000 Stars, there has been no news. But I got another news. In the Tianxian world, a monk who can refine the best pills has suddenly appeared. Judging from Xiao Han's escape and the information we have, Xiao Han is most likely the monk who can refine the best elixirs." "I think so too.
Headmaster Han Lokhed regretful.
If it weren't for the great elder, Luyun sect's current development speed would be unimaginable." After thinking for a moment, Headmaster Han continued, "Now let's talk about these. It has no practical meaning, but the news from the front line is worth thinking about. #C1925 Demons General Attack 4. On Tongyun Peak, Master Han and Qin Ming chatted with each other. Qin Ming raised his eyebrows, then frowned and pondered. He knew what Master Han said. Regarding the news from the front line of Wangxinghai, the demons attacked Wanzhong City on a large scale, and the largest immortal demon war in the past few thousand years broke out. What Master Han experienced in the battle with the elder for the position of master. It was just a drizzle in this immortal demon war. Just thinking of this, Qin Ming's brows suddenly relaxed, and he hurriedly said, "Master, do you mean to send some disciples in the sect to experience?" Master Han's face was speechless. Qin Ming was good in every way, but his brain was a little slow. But fortunately he was used to it, and he didn't say anything on his own initiative. It was normal to guess wrong. By the time we send people over, the battle there will have already ended. After saying this, Master Han looked towards the north and continued, "According to the news sent back by some of my friends on the front line, it won't be long before the battle in Wanzhong City ends. If we go there now, we may not even be able to catch up. The purpose of my saying this is to wonder if Xiao Han will be trapped in Wanzhong City. Wouldn't he be in great danger?" Qin Ming suddenly realized, and a sad look appeared on his face again, saying, "But even if that's the case, there's nothing we can do. Xiao Han will definitely have good fortune after surviving a disaster, and he will definitely be able to escape this disaster this time." Master Han breathed a sigh of relief and said, "I hope so." On the other side, on the Leyun Peak, various things were also being discussed. The elder had been sitting on the futon, closing his eyes with an immortal look. He didn't care about the exchanges between his disciples at all, but simply listened. Soon these things were discussed properly, and they were all urgent matters recently, especially the friction with the Seven Stars Gate, which was becoming more and more intense. The two sides didn't know how many battles had broken out, and each one was more intense than the last. It's just that the strength of the two sects is almost the same, and coupled with the recent problems in the abyss, everyone subconsciously didn't fight desperately. This grudge has been simmering like this. After the monks finished discussing the matter, the elder casually pointed to a few people and said softly, "You stay, the rest of you can go." In the entire Luyun sect, the camps have always been two factions, but there are also core circles between the two factions, just like the elder's side. Some things can only be said to the core circle. Soon those monks left quickly, leaving behind people like Shinsu, who are all the core circle people on the elder's side, a total of 6 people. The elder looked at Shinsu helplessly and said, "Is there any news about Xiao Han recently? I asked you to check for so long. There should be some results." Shinsu heard the elder's question, took out a scroll and said, "I didn't find any information at first, but I drew Xiao Han's portrait to check and I found some information." The elder's eyes lit up after hearing this, and then he hurriedly asked, "Oh? What specific news did you find out? Tell me quickly." Shinsu said with some pain, "I got this information from a friend of mine in Chanhua Valley, and it cost a lot of money." Hearing Shinsu's words, how could the elder not know Shinsu's little tricks? In his heart, this is also his usual style, and those who follow him can understand this. Then he threw out a storage bag and said, "I will make up for your expenses. Don't talk so much nonsense." Shinsu then accepted the storage bag with a smile. He had just explored it a little bit, and the things in the storage bag were much more than what he paid. This time, not only did they not lose money, but they even made a lot of money. Thinking about the fact that all these things were done by Li Xingyan, Shinsu felt a little painful. No wonder he could reach the great perfection of the golden core stage so quickly as a rising star. Thinking of this, Shinsu directly handed over the scroll in his hand and said, "Since Xiao Han left Luyun sect, he changed his name to Han Xiao, and junior sister Qiao Tanner changed her name to Qiao Yen." The two of them rushed all the way from Luyun sect to the vicinity of Wangxinghai, experienced some demons one after another, and finally survived. After fighting, they didn't settle down until they arrived at Wanzhong City. But the reason was that the demons attacked the city. According to the latest news, Xiao Han's current strength has reached the great perfection of the golden core stage. And according to my friend in Chanhua Valley, he can even kill demons with the strength of the Demon King in the early stage. Whether he was killed by the demons or not, the whole war is currently stalemate, and I haven't got too accurate information. Shinsu was a little scared when he talked about Xiao Han. Even though he is on the side of the great elder now, he is bound to fight to the death with Xiao Han. After all, he also contributed to those actions in the past. On the surface, he did want to kill Xiao Han, but now he is no longer his opponent. If he has to face Xiao Han to fight, he will first choose to escape, rather than to fight against Xiao Han. The other cultivators were horrified. They also knew some information more or less, but it was definitely not as comprehensive as this. The great elder did not hesitate to share the information directly with the cultivators. They are all his people and cannot hide it from these cultivators. Shengsu said only roughly, and what is written on this scroll is all. Since reading the news, the great elder's brows have been frowning, and they have not relaxed until the end. After thinking for a moment, the great elder said in a deep voice, "Hey, we can't let Xiao Han grow like this anymore. Shinsu, I don't care how much it costs you, you must find out Xiao Han's current situation, and I will do the rest myself." Shinsu looked happy and said, "Grand Elder, are you going to take action against Xiao Han? Don't you have to wait for your disciple to break through the nascent soul stage?" Shen Su was looking forward to the fact that the Grand Elder could kill Xiao Han so that he would not have to worry about Xiao Han freeing up his hands to settle accounts with him. The Grand Elder continued, I don't want to wait any longer. Xiao Han's growth rate is too fast. As for the original intention of letting my disciple do this personally now, I can only put it on hold. Let's not talk about the current state of Wanzhong City, just Xiao Han's strength. Even if I go there, I may not be able to kill him in one blow. I will spend a huge price to find some friends near Wangxinghai and kill him in one fell swoop. I originally wanted to avoid spending such a huge price. After the disciple broke through the nascent soul stage, I secretly looked for Xiao Han's traces, and then spent a little more to kill him. Now it seems that it was another careless step. This time, no matter how much it costs, they must be killed. Those old ghosts in the nascent soul stage want them to take action. The elder felt a little painful just thinking about it, but in order to solve this hidden danger, he must pay a high price now. Outside Wanzhong City, Xiao Han was fighting with nearly 20 demons at this time, and he didn't realize that there was a crisis coming quietly. It has been several hours since the general attack of the demons, but Xiao Han has not received much progress. Even Xiao Tanner has exhausted her spiritual power for support and returned to Wanzhong City under Xiao Han's cover to restore her spiritual power. It was really unexpected. Xiao Han never thought that these nearly 20 demons would be so difficult. #C1926 Demons General Attack 5. Looking at these demons, Xiao Han felt a headache. Apart from the 2 demons he killed unexpectedly at the beginning, he only killed 3 after such a long time. The difficulty of these demons was not how strong they were, but their attitude towards him. They always maintained the best vigilance, and the blood sacrifice technique was continuously used. Moreover, the storage magic weapon seemed to have endless blood essence. Judging from the feeling, all these blood essences were the blood essences of the Demon King level demons. If the other party had the mentality of killing him, it would be easy to deal with, but the other party neither wanted to kill him nor let him go. Whenever he attacked, these demons retreated or several demons joined forces to resist his attack, and when he retreated, these demons would come up again. Not only did they have extremely fast speeds, but they also had magic weapons that increased speed, which was also the most uncomfortable thing for Xiao Han. With his current spiritual power reserve, he could only stack 2 heaven and earth arts at most. The opponent also had a formation of several demons. Xiao Han was embarrassed that he could neither advance nor retreat. If he continued to waste time like this, Xiao Han was really unsure of the outcome. Once he felt something was wrong, he would leave this place with all his strength. Xiao Han aimed at a person and immediately threw out a Brahma heart flame. 4 of the demons joined forces to block the attack. Xiao Han looked at the demons around him with an expression that he had known for a long time. He was also thinking about the solution in his heart. Now, unless there was an external force to help him, it would be difficult to break the status quo. As his fighting time increased, he would inevitably face the problem of spiritual power exhaustion. If he did not have a spiritual vein in his body, the speed of replenishing spiritual power was far beyond that of ordinary cultivators. He would have already exhausted his spiritual power. Just as Xiao Han was thinking, a voice sounded leisurely, "Hey, if we had known that this method could solve Han Xiao, why did we suffer such a huge loss in the first place? I think this Han Xiao is just SOSO. Should we kill him here today? This way we can get a great credit when we go back." As soon as these words were spoken, several demons became excited. Everyone knew the credit for killing Han Xiao, and no demon would not be tempted by this suggestion. At this time, the captain said sternly, "Zhe Yao, what mission did you receive before you came, and what did you hear? I have long said not to underestimate the enemy, and don't have such thoughts in your heart. Why don't you strictly follow it?" After the captain finished speaking, the demons suppressed the throbbing in their hearts. Zhe Yao was unwilling in his heart, and muttered, "You are from the Han family. Why are you showing off your presence? Do you think you know the content of the mission?" This muttering was very small, and no demon could hear it. But Xiao Han, who has super hearing, can hear it. It seems that the demon clan is also divided into families, and the Han family is one of them, including this Zhe Yao, who has heard of Zetian before. No wonder, according to ancient books, among the creatures born in ancient times, only the human race and the demon clan are similar to the same origin, including some inheritance and systems. If it weren't for the different transformation of spiritual power after being absorbed into the body, maybe they can really merge. While thinking about this, several fights passed in a flash. Xiao Han recalled carefully, and his eyes suddenly lit up, and then the momentum suddenly increased. After a moment of silence, Xiao Han said loudly, "Since you don't want to kill me and don't want to let me go, hey, don't blame me for killing you with all my strength. Your best chance has passed, and now is the time for me to get serious." After saying this, the captain immediately looked shocked. He has never let down his guard against Han Xiao. After fighting for such a long time, even they have rotated to recover many times, but the spiritual power of Han Xiao seems to be inexhaustible, and he has always had it. Even so, he did not relax. Until this moment, the deterrent force that erupted from Han Xiao made him completely sure in his heart that Han Xiao was indeed hiding his strength. Thinking of this, the captain immediately said loudly, "Fight with all your strength. No one can relax a bit. You know the consequences of mission failure better than me." The demons hurriedly got up to their full spirits, and each of them quickly took out a porcelain bottle and digested the essence and blood in it. With the appearance of the hexagram array of various colors, one after another, spell was quickly smashed out. For these spells, the opponent was already familiar with them and responded quickly. At this moment, the colorful spell appeared quietly, and Xiao Han poured a lot of good fortune into it. This spell is the only one he has not used frequently, whether in the previous battle or now. He felt that this spell has never been of much use to the demons, but now it's different. Whether his plan can succeed depends on this spell. 9-turn Shenyuan spell. Xiao Han used this spell to the extreme, and at the same time, the power of creation he infused was several times more than before. When the captain saw this spell, he frowned at first, and then said, "Everyone, be careful at all times and avoid this spell as much as possible." According to the records, among all the spells of Han Xiao, this spell is the weakest, and it seems to have only a slight effect on the spirit. It may be very strong on human cultivators, but the demon clan has no power. What the demon clan has experienced and faced is not comparable to what human cultivators can do. The 9-turn mysterious origin technique quickly passed through the bodies of the demons one by one. The opponents did not seem to deliberately avoid this technique. During Xiao Han's multiple concentrations, all the demons experienced it one by one. The seeds that affect the spirit gradually appeared on the demons, especially. With the blessing of the power of creation, it was even more extraordinary. How could this degree be comparable to amplifying the power 100 times? There are also a lot of power of creation hidden in the bodies of the demons. This kind of fuse is usually invisible, but it is most useful at critical moments. Xiao Han maintained a high-intensity combat power for half an hour. He had such a strong combat time mainly because he helped the Yuyun team to defend. During that time, when he always felt that even the demons began to show signs of fatigue, Xiao Han's attack slowly slowed down. Feeling the little dragon in the spirit vein, in his body spraying spiritual power excitedly, Xiao Han's expression was happy. Heh, it really worked. Inadvertently, Xiao Han's mouth curled up, just as he guessed. In the previous battle with the demons, he felt that whenever his spiritual power dropped to a certain point, the recovery speed would be a few points faster. He had not noticed that it was a spiritual vein, so he wanted to try it out to see what would happen when spiritual power was rapidly running out. Unexpectedly, the spiritual vein dragon really helped him replenish his spiritual power. He liked to stay in the Dantian with sufficient spiritual power. This is the nature of the spiritual vein. Although this speed is not as fast as the previous spiritual vein dragon's recovery, it is definitely not comparable to normal days. After noticing this, Xiao Han's inner joy could not stop surging. C1927 stalemate. The first and second steps of the plan were implemented relatively smoothly, and there were no problems. Xiao Han was happy and continued to pay attention. The more critical the moment, the more serious he had to be. Thinking of this, Xiao Han's attack continued to slow down until a Fan Xinyan even began to miss, and the demons began to have doubts. Zhe Yao, who originally wanted to kill Xiao Han, was immediately happy because of the quiet influence of the 9 revolutions Shenyuan technique and seeing Han Zhao's state. Looking at his captain, he said loudly, "Captain, this is definitely a good opportunity. I think there is a saying in the human race that is particularly good. When a general is away from home, he may not obey the orders of the king. This is a great opportunity to make meritorious deeds. Once Han Xiao is killed, the merit will be great. As the captain, you will probably have a very high status in the Han family. In the future, not only status but even cultivation resources will not be less. This honor and benefits are all there. Captain, you will be tempted, right? Hey, when we received the mission, no one thought that we would exhaust Han Xiao. Maybe those demons were wrong from the beginning." No one noticed that when Zhe Yao said these words, there was a crazy look on his face. After all, even Zhe Yao himself thought he was normal, so what could others see? This time, the captain did not interrupt Zhe Yao, but he began to be tempted, with a lingering excitement in his eyes. As a demon of the Han family, he knew how difficult it was to have such an honor. He had already started to think about Zhe Yao's suggestion. It is impossible not to kill the other party just because he saw that the other party had no resistance. After thinking for a while, Han Tian said loudly, "Be careful first, follow my instructions at any time, and never take action if you don't hear my instructions." He still prepared to be safe. He understood the principle of death but not stiffness. Even if this Han Xiao is so weak now, he may burst out with the strength to wipe them out. Last time, 3 demons at the level of demon kings took action. According to some intermittent images, it can be found that this Han Xiao is also the same, becoming more and more exhausted until the last moment. The terrifying power has not been used by Han Xiao now, indicating that there is still some spare power, but what Zhe Yao said is also reasonable. The biggest difference between this time and the last time is the time span. Everything is still hard to say. He maintains the strongest vigilance and plans to observe it again. As the captain, although the credit after killing Han Xiao is great, the punishment after the mission fails is also quite severe. He dare not be careless. Seeing that the captain said so, Zhe Yao did not say anything. After all, compared with the previous time, the captain has loosened up and is no longer the same as before. It's okay to wait a little longer for safety. Xiao Han kept getting weaker and weaker, but soon he suddenly rose up again, using 2 consecutive heaven and earth arts to press down on many demons, and at the same time he turned into a giant ape. Boom boom. The familiar roar in his body appeared again. The moment Xiao Han completed his transformation, he punched one of the demons, and the huge fist shadow quickly knocked him away. Just as Xiao Han was about to go and kill him, several demon kings quickly surrounded him and did the same thing again. Xiao Han felt a little powerless. As long as the other party kept this state, it would be difficult for him to make any achievements. In this dying struggle, Xiao Han became more and more weak, and the demons kept noticing this in their eyes, until Xiao Han's huge body was covered with dense wounds, and then the demons looked happy. Zhe Yao hurriedly shouted, "Captain, the time to act has come." Han Tian hesitated a little, but seeing that it had come to this point, if he really continued to stalemate, it was estimated that these team members would go against their will. After all, the excitement in everyone's eyes could not be suppressed, and he could also feel the throbbing in his heart. Even if he forced himself to suppress it, if these team members got excited and attacked and there was any bad result in the end, he would also be unlucky. Instead of doing this, it is better to take a risk with risks and benefits coexisting. It is also a good choice to follow everyone's wishes. After a moment of silence, Han Tian immediately said, "Let's do it together." The eyes of the demons were full of excitement, especially in the depths of their eyes, and even some demons' eyes began to turn red. Soon they began to condense magic, and black hexagram arrays appeared in the void. Dark devouring, dark sword, assassination sword array. 20 or 30 magics burst out at once, and even Xiao Han felt that this scene was a bit tricky. When these demons joined forces to attack with all their strength, the power was unexpectedly so great. This was completely unexpected. Xiao Han's body shook, and a series of phantoms appeared on his huge body. At the moment when the spell fell, it blocked nearly half of the power, but the giant ape transformation also exhausted its power, and Xiao Han was forced to cancel the giant ape transformation. There were still many spells being released continuously. Xiao Han was ruthless and immediately smashed a bead, and a mist enveloped the area within a few meters around him. This did not attract the attention of the demons. After all, under the bombardment of so many spells, smoke and dust were inevitable. In order to confuse the audience, Xiao Han took out the war puppet at the same time and blocked it directly in front of himself. The defense of this war puppet was really good, with the strength of the middle stage of the nascent soul. Even if it did not have the ability to release spells, this flesh body was real. Under the bombardment of several spells, Xiao Han used his body to resist a spell that was not very powerful in order to act more like a real person. Boom! At this time, Xiao Han was like dying, lying quietly in the huge pit blasted by the demons, and there was no movement until the smoke and dust caused by the bombardment of spells gradually dissipated, and the demons directly cast their eyes into the pit, and at the same time, there was a gleam in their eyes.
Han Xia.
Is Han Xiao really dead? Hey! This fact is in front of you, what are you thinking?
Xiao hurriedly
wanted to confirm this matter. I think there may be some problems. How about we have another round of attacks to be on the safe side? Heh! Another round? The magic just now has drained my magic energy, and my blood and essence are already insufficient. I want to exit smoothly without such a life-saving thing. Do you still want to leave? So is Han Xiao dead or not? Then Zhe Yao said disdainfully, "Isn't it obvious whether he is dead or not? For Han Xiao, this waste, he is only as good as those people boast. Although I admit that he is indeed good, he still died in the end. Doesn't the world still lack geniuses? What is lacking is growing geniuses. Now that Han Xiao has died, it's not worth mentioning." The implication of Zhe Yao's words is the fact that Xiao Han is dead, and the excitement in his eyes is even more intense. The demons were discussing fiercely, and the captain slowly said, "You guys be careful for the time being. Let me test it myself." #C1928 break the deadlock. After the sentence fell, Han Tian quickly condensed a spell in his hand and smashed it directly on Xiao Han. Everything should be done with caution, but after this spell was smashed, the cold owl still did not move. Han Tian was relieved and approached Xiao Han directly, threw the magic sword in his hand, and controlled the magic sword to hit the cold owl a few times. If nothing happened, then the cold owl was really dead. Thinking of this, Han Tian approached quickly, and no one noticed that too. Tiny needles appeared quietly beside Xiao Han's body. Just as Han Tian reached the range of Xiao Han's attack, Xiao Han's body stood up straight. After brewing for so long, he could finally close the net. He was waiting for such an opportunity. First pretend that the spiritual power was exhausted, and then suddenly rise. Again to make the opponent think it was the last counterattack, and then guide, step by step, so that the opponent felt that there was a chance to kill him. Finally, they joined forces to attack, which wasted a lot of magic power. Even if he took action at that time, the chance of success was very high. When these demons who were short of magic power faced him, it was like a sheep meeting a wolf, and they would bite whoever they wanted. And it was a young and strong wolf facing a group of weak lambs. But to be on the safe side, Xiao Han did not choose to take action immediately, but waited quietly until the opponent tried to test him, and finally got the best opportunity. From the beginning, the 9 revolutions Shenyuan technique affected the opponent's brain, and this process had been thought out. Everyone retreat quickly. Han Tian shouted loudly with horror in his eyes. Is he going to fall into Han Zhao's hands again today? He was so unwilling. He should have endured it a little longer. He should have endured it a little longer. Zhe Yao shouted loudly. Captain, this is just Han Zhao's dying counterattack. In fact, the opponent has no combat power. We only need another round of attack, and we will definitely kill him. Han Tian really wanted to kill Zhe Yao, this pig teammate. If he hadn't been fanning the flames, how could it be like this? Thinking carefully, since when did the situation become out of his control? After pondering for a moment, Han Tian had the answer in his heart. It was the colorful magic that Han Xiao used at the beginning. This magic seemed careless and had no lethality, but it had a great impact on the brain. Not to mention other teammates, even he had been affected, otherwise he would not have had the idea of killing Han Xiao. Thinking of this, he had deeply realized that he had lost this time after all. Even if he didn't have a pig teammate like Zhe Yao, he would still lose in the face of Han Zhao's precise calculations. But he still wanted to struggle to death. After all, no one wanted to die. Han Xiao could directly attack, which meant that the other party was well prepared. While Han Tian was thinking, 2 deadly needles pierced Han Tian's brain directly, and his thoughts were still stuck in the previous moment. Everyone retreat quickly. After saying these 4 words, Han Tian completely lost his life. Xiao Han put it into the storage bag, and the spiritual power of his physical strength gushed out, almost unable to suppress the spiritual power in his body. This little dragon of the spirit vein is really generous. He is not afraid of exploding his golden elixir by infusing him with so much spiritual power. Fortunately, it is a little dragon of the spirit vein. This is incredible for others, but it is no problem for him. If it is not a little dragon of the spirit vein, he would have died last time. This is due to the existence of the Hongmeng creation pearl and the power of creation. The spirit vein that is impossible to live in the dantian of the cultivator is willing to live in it and even does not want to come out. This kind of thing is hard to imagine. Zhe Yao's eyes are still flashing with excitement. Success is just around the corner. How can he not be excited? But some demons slowly reacted and began to have deep fear in their eyes. What happened to me just now? The captain seems to have been killed. What should we do? What do you mean he was killed? It was obviously Han Xiao who died. Zhe Yao became more and more crazy. It's over. I finally know why I was so impulsive just now. It was Han Xiao, and it was Han Zhao's magic. All these methods depend on the captain to perform. What should we do now? Just when the whole team was in a panic, one of them suddenly said, "Don't be nervous. I will temporarily take over the captain's position. Control Zhe Yao." First, he has begun to be mentally disturbed. We underestimated Han Xiao. In this case, we still have a chance to turn the tables. As soon as the voice fell, 2 people forcibly controlled Zhe Yao, and Zhe Yao was still shouting, "Hey, what are you doing? Han Xiao is dead. Dead, we can take his body to work." Just when the demons went from the initial panic to someone quickly standing up to organize the situation, quickly reacting and calming down and starting to respond, only a moment passed. These demons who came to perform this task were originally the best among their peers. But when facing absolute strength, they still looked so pale. The moment Xiao Han suddenly rose, two heaven and earth arts immediately pressed on the demons. The demons were already in a weak state, and with these two heaven and earth arts, what resistance did they have at this time? Xiao Han did not dare to hesitate, and directly took out the war puppet, and also took out the flying sword, harvesting one after another, and his hands were not idle, and he slapped the storage bracelet. Dozens of streams of light flew out. These talismans were also very powerful at ordinary times, and at this time Xiao Han did not hesitate at all, and directly threw the talismans out, instantly killing two of the demons. When the talisman flew out, Xiao Han condensed 3 more deadly needles. With the huge spiritual power in his body, Xiao Han forcefully condensed 3 needles and killed 3 demon kings at the same time. For a while, the demons with strong defense were slaughtered one by Xiao Han like scattered soldiers. In the end, only the demon king who stood up temporarily was left. Xiao Han observed carefully and found that this demon king was the strongest except for the captain. With a trace of contempt in his eyes, Xiao Han said to the demon king, "Your plan is nothing more than that. Go to hell." Just as Xiao Han's flying sword fell, it was directly bounced away by a beam of energy in the void. A phantom emerged from the demon king's body. Xiao Han's hand holding the spirit sword was trembling slightly. This energy fluctuation. Run away. Xiao Han had only this thought in his mind. These demons were really thoughtful in doing things. They didn't expect that there was a spirit hidden in this demon king, and this spirit was the incarnation of the demon lord. The moment the phantom appeared, the body of the demon king quickly shrank, as if it had been drained, and even no flesh and blood was left. Energy after energy was absorbed by the split spirit, and the split spirit raised a hand and slowly said, "You little boy, do you really think that you, a mere Jindan stage cultivator, can make any waves? It's just that I have been too lazy to pay attention to you. Today I will definitely kill you here. Go to hell." The huge palm slowly came down. Xiao Han desperately mobilized the spiritual power in his body, and the shrinking technique was brought to the extreme. The speed was so fast that even the cultivators in the middle stage of the nascent soul would be ashamed. But when the palm slowly slapped down, his speed became slower and slower, and the spiritual power in his body evaporated quickly, and a smell of death spread. Is this the strength of the demon lord level? Just a split spirit made him have no idea of resistance, which was really a bit terrifying. #C 1929 The Elegant City Lord. As the palm shadow was taken, the overwhelming pressure came like a tide. Xiao Han couldn't think of any resistance, and he had even thought about his next fate. He hated this feeling of powerlessness and frustration in the face of absolute strength. After pondering for a moment, Xiao Han no longer went far away, but instead mobilized the spiritual power in his body as much as possible. Under the suppression of this demonic energy, Xiao Han had a different feeling. If he used demonic magic, his pressure would be much less. While thinking about it, Xiao Han had already begun to mobilize the energy in his body, and the memories of the demonic arts that he had buried for a long time began to flood into his mind. There has been a huge melee around me. It shouldn't be a big problem if I use it a little to reduce the pressure in my body. I have already reached a situation where I am about to die. What can I do if I use it? There is no outcome worse than death. The spiritual power in Xiao Han's body surged crazily, and he shouted towards the huge shadow, "Even if you die, I will let you feel the anger from the little man." This shout was so thorough that Xiao Han tried his best to shout out the sound. Just when he was about to form a seal and use the basic magic technique of the demon clan, the palm shadow that was slapping down suddenly paused, and the huge pressure in the void suddenly decreased a bit. The huge shadow in the void slowly said, "Oh, who are you?" After finishing speaking, he said again to himself, "Hey, you are a little strange, interesting. Hey, if it were normal times, I might think about it, but now I don't have such leisure time. You'd better go die." This hesitation only lasted for a while. Xiao Han's mood changes very quickly. Is this really the only way? However, this time, perhaps because the phantom did not seize the opportunity, the power of the shot this time was much smaller than before. This also means that as time goes by, the power of this figure will only become smaller and smaller. Presumably, if you take out a body with the strength of a demon king, although it is a clone of a monk in the transformation stage, the ultimate source of energy still a little smaller. The power that can emerge is still limited. While thinking about it, I took a few more photos of the palm shadow. At this moment, a burst of energy came from Wanzhong City, blocking the palm shadow that was about to be photographed directly in the void. What followed was an extremely familiar voice. "Hey, old devil, have you gone a little too far? You actually did something like this. We all know what you want in a fair fight, but if you want to use this method, there is nothing to say." As he spoke, a figure appeared again in the void. This figure came so fast that it even appeared just as he spoke. Xiao Han was slightly shocked. He knew the distance from Wanzhong City to here. The city lord could actually arrive at such a fast speed. The monks in the transformation stage were indeed strong enough. This crushing existence is the battle of this world. Force sealing. At the same time, Xiao Han also quietly gave up the idea of continuing to condense the demonic energy. The city lord appeared, so his chance of survival was coming, so why would he seek death like this? Fortunately, my speed was slower, otherwise this would have been very uncomfortable and I would have been looking for death. Shukong, who clapped his palms, paused and said, "Oh, you really want to break up with me for such a golden elixir stage monk? I didn't do anything extreme. I just wanted Han Xiao to die. As long as you let me kill him, all the demons in our demon clan will not take the initiative. If you really insist on protecting this monk today, then don't blame me, the demon clan, for killing him." Xiao Han was shocked by Qi Guoguo's threat. He didn't know if the city lord would completely tear himself apart from the demon clan because of him. After all, the city lord alone would not be able to bear the consequences of the demon lord's action. It was also at this moment that Xiao Han took a closer look at the appearance of the city lord, and the trace of speculation in his heart dissipated. The city lord was indeed a man. The monks in the transformation stage are indeed strong. This old ghost who has lived for who knows how many years can still maintain this appearance at this time. The whole appearance is not as old as he thought in his head. On the contrary, he looks a bit slender and delicate, more delicate than handsome. It's just that she's a bit short in height, only less than 1.7 meters tall. With such strength, I don't know how many female cultivators fascinated me when I was young. On the other hand, the demon lord has a domineering air, and his eyes that despise all living things can better reflect the appearance of the demon lord. He didn't dare to move now. Who knew whether the fight between these two gods would affect him? It would be better to stand still. Now his desire for the realm has become much stronger. Sooner or later he will be able to reach this level. By then, let alone the stage of becoming a god, even when these demon lords take action, his mood must be considered. The city lord slowly said, "Hey, you are still threatening me. I can only say that you are not qualified to threaten me like this now. Do you really think you, the demon clan, will win in a fight? I don't know if it comes from your confidence or from someone else. I leave my words here today. I just want to protect this monk. If your demon clan wants to activate the demon king, then I, Wang Jin, will be waiting for you at any time." Seeing this, the demon lord said, "Hey, let's watch carefully and see who will choose to compromise in the end. I'm very curious about what's so special about this monk. Now that you're like this, I'm even more interested in him." Then I'll see you later. After the demon lord finished speaking, the shadow disappeared into the air. It was originally a distraction, meaningless, and there was only one chance to attack. Seeing the demon lord disappear, Xiao Han was completely relieved, and then he hurriedly bowed and said, "Thank you, City Lord, for saving me." This time he was grateful from the bottom of his heart. It really takes a certain amount of courage to be able to bear such great pressure to protect himself. It was also the only time he bowed to the City Lord. The City Lord looked at Xiao Han and smiled, then slowly raised his hand to help Xiao Han up and said, "I know you don't like to bow to others. If you don't like it, don't do these empty things. I guarantee that you have my own ideas. You don't need to be too grateful. If you must thank me, just make more pills on weekdays. I'm leaving first. Remember not to leave Wanzhong City too far to prevent the demons from using similar methods again." After saying that, the City Lord's figure disappeared. Xiao Han saw it and realized that this was just a clone of the City Lord, but this clone was more solid than the clone of the demons, and its strength would be stronger. Without the threat of the Demon Lord, it didn't matter whether the City Lord left or not. Then he saw Qiao Tanner rushing over from a distance. She was panting and obviously rushed here desperately. Xiao Han was still fighting here. If Qiao Tanner's spiritual power had not been exhausted, she would not have left until her spiritual power was roughly restored. Qiao Tanner looked at the fierce battlefield. Her mouth opened into an O shape, and she quickly covered her mouth with her hands and muttered, You solved all these demons. #C1930 The formation with problems. Facing Qiao Tanner's surprise, the negative emotions caused by the Demon Lord in Xiao Han's heart completely dissipated. Then he chuckled and said, "Not only is it solved, the Demon Lord just wanted to kill me." After Xiao Han finished speaking, he laughed a few more times. "Demon Lord." A look of worry appeared on Qiao Tanner's face, and then she realized it and said quickly, "You can still laugh, that's the Demon Lord. How was it resolved in the end?" Qiao Tanner looked like she was asking, and she said this matter wouldn't be over until she explained it clearly to me today. Xiao Han then slowly spoke out the whole process, which simplified many extremely dangerous processes, but Qiao Tanner still sounded a little nervous. When the Demon Lord was about to slap him down, Qiao Tanner closed her eyes, and tears flowed down the corners of her eyes, and then she fell on Xiao Han. Without hesitation, "No, no, 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 no." Qiao Tanner repeated the word in her mouth, and then she let go of Xiao Han with some embarrassment and said, "This is me." Xiao Han touched Qiao Tanner's head with understanding, then smiled and said, "Let's go. I will take you to kill the demons today. Let's let those demons know how we vent this bad breath. We are not easy to mess with. The demons have to pay the price for doing these things. Hey, let's kill the demons with their vigor." Qiao Tanner was caught up in the drama. After hearing what Xiao Han said, Qiao
Tanner reacted.
Her eyes showed the cruelty of a little woman, and then she said loudly, "Let's go. Let's weaken the demon clan's spirit." Immediately afterwards, Xiao Han and the two headed directly towards the rest of the battlefield. On the way, they encountered a demon with the peak strength of the Demon King. Before Xiao Han could take action, Qiao Tanner rushed forward and met another golden elixir stage monk. With admiring eyes, he quickly dealt with the demon. Xiao Han was so fast that he smacked his lips slightly. In fact, Qiao Tanner's talent has always been good, far superior to other golden elixir stage monks. It's just that she has been following Xiao Han, a monster, so she looks a little dim. Xiao Han stretched out his thumb without hesitation and said, "Hey, this strength can crush many Jindan staged Zogshan. That must be true."
Kia Tanner lauket happily.
Then the two of them hunted around, each with their own battlefield, and Xiao Han would also take action from time to solve some thorny problems for the human race. The Brahma heart flames smashed directly on the huge spaceship, directly smashing the spacecraft into pieces. In the eyes of the demons, he has become the most feared existence of these demons. In the eyes of the humans, Han Zhao's reputation has become more and more famous. Not to mention the Golden Core stage monks, even the nascent Soul stage monks, would nod their heads when meeting Han Xiao, which was a sign of goodwill. 1 month later, on the wall of Wanzhong City, Xiao Han was releasing spells. With some exhaustion, the battle had been going on for many days, and there was still no sign of it ending. The entire Wanzhong City suffered serious losses. Since the Demon Lord failed to succeed that day, Xiao Han and Xiao Tanner have often gone crazy hunting and killing many Demon Lords, resulting in heavy losses to the Demon Clan. Originally, the combat power at this level was that the demons would crush the humans, but because of Xiao Han's existence, the humans quickly crushed the demons due to their superiority. There are also many Golden Elixir stage monks who have free hands to deal with these ordinary demon spirits and generals. Xiao Han also had more time to support the Yun team, and for a while the entire battlefield stabilized and improved. Although it looked tragic at this level, they had already won. After releasing a spell again, Xiao Han cast his gaze into the distance with some worry. Xiao Tanner on the side noticed Xiao Han's expression and quickly asked, "What are you worried about?" Xiao Han said solemnly, "On the battlefield outside the second formation, the human monks suffered heavy losses. It seems that they have reached their limit, and many nascent soul stage monks were lost. Once the first one cannot hold up, the entire three-line formation will be shattered due to problems with the second formation. I don't need to say more about what we will face then." Xiao Tanner chuckled and said, "Why are you thinking so much? We'll wait until something happens. Even if something goes wrong, what can we do now?" Xiao Han chuckled a few times and did not answer. A few days passed by in an instant. Everyone made their utmost efforts in this battle. Some monks even suffered from various physical problems due to the high-intensity battle. After many monks fought continuously, their bodies began to suffer from dehydration, constipation, and other problems, and their spirits became even more trance-like. Xiao Han received the call from the City Lord. In the side hall of the City Lord's mansion, Xiao Han did not mince words and asked directly, "I wonder why the City Lord called me here this time." The City Lord also slowly spoke. "This time I take the initiative to ask for your help. I think you have seen these days that many monks have various problems. Now I need you to help me refine a large number of elixirs. If you agree, I will provide you with the corresponding elixir and elixir. Whatever needs to be done, City Lord, even if the human race fails in this battle, it will not do me any good." Xiao Han had wanted to refine a large amount of elixirs by himself early on, and let the City Lord distribute these elixirs to solve the current problem. Question: the reason why the human race has been able to persist for so long has a lot to do with the large number of Foundation Establishment pills and Yuan pills that they refined last time. Okay, then I'll be blunt. Time is limited. Every delay will cause more losses to the human race. With that said, the City Lord told all the pills he needed, and then several storage bags appeared in front of Xiao Han. Xiao Han took the storage bag and went back to the Chichen restaurant to start refining pills. All of them were first-level or second-level pills which were aimed at the various problems that cultivators were facing now. Xiao Han was also very easy to refine and more handy. A few days later, the first batch of pills refined by Xiao Han was distributed. The situation of the cultivators improved a little, and the attack of the demons began to weaken. However, the only battlefield of the nascent soul stage seemed so stalemate. On this day, Xiao Han was refining pills, and suddenly received a message from Xiao Tanner, asking him to leave the retreat urgently. Xiao Tanner always knew that he was doing important things in seclusion, and the message at this time must be that something big happened. Thinking of this, Xiao Han did not hesitate at all. After collecting the furnace of pills in front of him, he appeared directly on the city wall. Before Xiao Tanner explained anything, Xiao Han knew where the problem was. The eyesight of cultivators has always been good, especially with the use of magic. It is still possible to see some things in the distance. Especially this formation is so conspicuous. At this time, the second formation outside the city is flickering from time to time, as if it will break at any time. There is a reason why the city lord does not take action at this time. Once he takes action, it will be a shocking battle and the people and demons at the bottom will be hurt. No one wants to start this first. But the current situation is that the second formation is facing the risk of breaking. #C 1931 Community of Destiny. Many cultivators noticed this. With this distance and the formation being so conspicuous, anyone who could reach the foundation building stage could find this state. For a moment, many cultivators began to get nervous, looking at the flickering
Formation nervously.
If it suddenly broke, all three formations would be broken, and then they would not only face the attack of the Demon Lord or even the Demon King. There was also the possibility that the legendary Demon Lord would take action, and if there was a problem with the formation, it meant that there was a problem with the team of Yuanian cultivators. Seeing this, Xiao Han couldn't help but feel a little regretful. He should have refined a batch of top-grade infant transformation pills at the beginning. If he had, this would not have been the result. But now it was too late to regret. The team of Yuanian cultivators was short of combat power. When those demon kings attacked, the human race would face an excessive number of demon kings. It would be a big problem at that time. Originally, Xiao Han was thinking about finding an opportunity to take all the disciples away, but now it was impossible. Not to mention that he was targeted by the Demon Lord. Even if he didn't want to be surrounded by the demons, it would be difficult to leave. As Xiao Han thought about this, the surrounding monks discussed more intensely. I don't want to die. Heh, who wants to die? Although living is tiring, at least I can still live. I would rather endure the oppression of high-level monks than die like this. I say, are you too pessimistic? If the sky falls, there will be someone taller to support it. What are you afraid of? To support it? Do you think those big guys who cherish their lives will support it for our lives? That makes sense, so we still have to protect ourselves, but what can we do? Now, the demon army is surrounded, and it is impossible to break out of the siege. If it weren't for the protection of Wanzhong City, we would probably have been beheaded long ago. Okay. Stop talking. Let's wait for the notice from above. Someone in the crowd said this, and the discussion disappeared as if it was synchronized. The whole scene suddenly became quiet, and everyone's eyes were looking into the distance. Even if the demons were still attacking, these defending monks kept their attention on the distance while defending. The long battle made them feel a lot of repressed emotions, and their faces looked like bitter melons. Then the formation shook a few times, and soon Xiao Han saw many figures coming towards Wanzhong City at a super-fast speed. None of these figures used flying magic tools but walked in the air. All of them were Yuanian period cultivators. As time passed, the first batch of cultivators arrived at Wanzhong City quickly, and Xiao Han saw the former Squinting Eyes among these cultivators. The moment Squinting Eyes saw Xiao Han, a voice transmission appeared in Xiao Han's ears. Prepare well, the second formation is about to break, and it won't be long before the first and third formations will also break. If there is a chance to escape, prepare quickly. After the voice transmission, Squinting Eyes disappeared from Xiao Han's sight. Xiao Han frowned. This is really troublesome. The formation is really like what he saw. It is about to break. Thinking of this, Xiao Han looked at the members of the Yuyun team in front of him. The city lord Xiao Tanner and I will definitely protect them. These former Yuyun Peak disciples will also be protected at Xiao Han's request. But he has no way to deal with the remaining ones. As expected, the ruthlessness of the Tao is an iron rule in the world of immortal cultivation.
Yong Yong.
A dull dong sound suddenly came from the distance. Just as these yuanying stage cultivators retreated, the demons attacked desperately. Xiao Tanner looked at Xiao Han with a serious look and said, "What should we do in this situation now?" "Wait quietly, we can't do anything." Xiao Han continued to look into the distance after he finished speaking. "Up to now, the city lord has not appeared." "Yong yong." The dull dong sound appeared again. After the formation flashed a few times, it broke directly. Xiao Han was like facing a great enemy. Although the formation that blocked the demon lord level was still there, it could not hold on for too long. Along with the shattering of the formation, the third formation also shook a few times, and the cultivators on the city wall were more nervous than each other. Seeing that the demons were about to attack, Xiao Han's heart sank and he said, "Even if the formation is broken, don't be nervous. Just guard the city wall in front of you. The city lord will not watch the demons break the city." Many cultivators focused their attention on Xiao Han. After hearing Xiao Han's voice, the hearts of these cultivators also stabilized a little. Yes, the city lord is still worried about what they are worried about. Some cultivators shouted loudly, "It's Han Xiao, the Han Xiao who makes the demons tremble with fear. Since the big boss Han Xiao said so, then we should take care of our own defense line. At the last moment of our lives, we must defend our own defense line. Hey, now we are a community of destiny, and everyone's life is tied together. Don't think too much." The chaotic scene quickly stabilized, and at the same time the familiar voice of the city lord appeared. "Everyone, hold your own defense line. All cultivators will retreat to Wanzhong City. The backup formation will be activated. This formation can last for 3 days. No demon can break through the formation within 3 days. I will find a solution within these 3 days." This voice was heard very far away, and everyone could hear it clearly. After the city lord finished speaking, the voice dissipated in the air. After hearing this voice, everyone breathed a sigh of relief, and the tense mood quickly relaxed. There is also a backup formation which no one had expected, and no cultivator had received the information in advance. It seems that this is the backup plan prepared by the city lord. When Xiao Han knew that there were still 3 days left, he breathed a sigh of relief. No matter what, the crisis in front of him was resolved. Just a few minutes after the city lord's voice disappeared, a burst of light suddenly appeared from the base of the wall inside the city wall formation. In just half an hour, a large formation enveloped the entire Wanzhong city. At this time, let alone those demon kings, even demon spirits and demon generals could no longer attack Wanzhong city. This is a fully targeted formation that can prevent all demons from attacking. Woo! There were waves of howling sounds, and everyone's face was happy. The long battle let them know that this was the horn of the demons' retreat. Including those large flying magic weapons and attacking monsters, the sound of banging continued from the violent sound at the beginning to the sound gradually becoming farther away at the end. This time, the demons retreated because of the appearance of the formation, but everyone knew that this retreat was only temporary. When 3 days passed, if the city lord had not come up with a solution, he might face a catastrophe. However, everyone had an inexplicable trust in the city lord. Crack! Not long after the demons retreated, the first formation dozens of kilometers away made a shocking shattering sound, and the first formation was broken. As the first formation shattered, Xiao Han felt a huge energy wave in the distance quickly reaching Wanzhong City, and finally hit the first formation. Boom! A huge collision sound appeared, accompanied by a crack, and the first formation also shattered, until it hit the formation that had just appeared. The energy was quickly offset. Since then, the 3 formations set up by the demons to attack the city have all shattered, and the lives of the cultivators in the entire Wanzhong City all rely on this temporary formation. #C 1932 Emotions. Within Wanzhong City's Qitian restaurant, Xiao Han sat on the seat prepared by Xiao Qian, and sat quietly with his eyes closed, thinking about all kinds of things in his head. How could he calm down and practice well under such circumstances? And Xiao Tanner was sitting next to Xiao Han. The rest of the disciples were sitting cross-legged on the futon, slowly recovering from their injuries. Those who had recovered looked worried and looked outside from time to time, and then looked at the captain sitting in his seat, feeling a little relieved. It wasn't until the cook prepared the meal that Xiao Qian walked slowly to Xiao Han and said softly, "Captain, we can eat now." Xiao Han then opened his eyes and looked at Xiao Qian, who came to the dining table. The other disciples also sat on the dining table. The 7 days restaurant, which would normally be very spacious, seemed crowded with hundreds of people eating, drinking and lodging inside. Xiao Han didn't take the initiative to say anything, so the others kept suppressing themselves and just lowered their heads to eat. It was Xiao Tanner who touched Xiao Han with her elbow and said softly, "Hey, don't be so stern. It makes everyone feel depressed." After he finished speaking, he said to the disciples below, "Don't look at the captain's expression on his face. In fact, he is usually like this, and there is nothing wrong with him. The current situation is like this. It's a day to be happy and a day to be unhappy. Since the city lord has said that he will give everyone an explanation, there will definitely be an explanation. Instead of crying and looking sad, it's better to be happy." Only then did Xiao Han realize that the day passed by in a blink of an eye, and it was night before he knew it, especially that wave of energy that shattered the entire formation at once. This kept Xiao Han in such a depressed state. It must be the energy fluctuation released by the powerful Demon King. For a whole day, the city lord didn't give any accurate information, nor did he say any solution, nor did he summon the monks for discussion. He only received a message to return to his residence for cultivation. After pondering for a moment, Xiao Han said, "Hey, just like the vice captain said, I am usually like this. You should chat and do whatever you should do. Even if the formation is broken, we will die together. We will still have a companion on the road." After Xiao Han finished speaking, he found that everyone's expressions were even more stiff, and then he said with a smile, "That's good, we will clean up this later, and then we can chat and eat barbecue at night. I see there are a lot of single male nuns in the team who are cultivating something. I would like to take this opportunity to find out if there are any who are compatible, and we can make a couple with everyone's blessings." Putting it this way, this embarrassing scene instantly became lighter. Many people laughed heartily for a while. At this moment, a monk in the crowd stood up and said, "Okay, while the captain said this, we have already reached this point anyway, and if we hide what is in our hearts, then say maybe there won't be a chance to speak." After finishing speaking, he looked solemnly at one of the female nuns and said, "Li Lu, I have been secretly in love with you for a long time. I wonder if you can give me a chance." Wow! After saying this, the monks immediately started to make a fuss. Xiao Han covered his face and didn't want to speak. It was such a rough way of expressing his love, but one thing I had to admit was that it seemed that this male cultivator really liked this female cultivator. Seeing that the entire depressing environment became lighter, Xiao Han didn't say much as long as the goal was achieved. At night, the moonlight was shining brightly. Xiao Han and a group of disciples were sitting around the restaurant. After some preparations and adjustments, the scene at this time was quite warm. Xiao Han looked at the ingredients and the bottom of the pot prepared in front of him and said, "What is in front of you is the way of eating I invented. Hot pot. You must have never eaten like this. The method is very simple. Just put the desired vegetables and monster meat directly in the bottom of this pot and rinse them. When they are cooked, you can take them out and eat them. Okay. Without further ado, let's start eating." Xiao Han took the lead and put a piece of lightning lamb meat into the bottom of the spicy pot, heated it slightly, took it out and stuffed it into his mouth. This lightning sheep can be regarded as a delicacy among first-order monsters. The mutton tastes tender but not raw, and has a refreshing fragrance. The taste is quite good. Especially the characteristics of this mutton. When you eat it, there will be a trace of electric current in your mouth to stimulate the taste. You may not be used to it at first, but once you get used to this feeling, you will be completely impressed by it. After a hot pot meal, all the monks felt that this was the best time. No matter what happens next, now is the best. All the suppressed emotions accumulated in the past year were completely eliminated tonight. Release it. At night, Xiao Tanner snuggled into Xiao Han's arms for warmth, and Xiao Han simply held her in his arms. Neither of them took the initiative to break the tranquility. Soon there was a burst of movement. Xiao Han waved his hand awkwardly, and the soundproof cover appeared in the room. Then he looked at Xiao Tanner and said with some embarrassment, "Hey, what is the creaking sound downstairs? I don't know how to fix the sound insulation cover." It's true that I even forgot about the sound insulation cover. Xiao Tanner's eyes flickered and she stared directly at Xiao Han. Early the next morning, Xiao Han woke up from his sleep, looked at Xiao Tanner, lying next to him, and thought of the madness last night. Maybe it's because he has suppressed it for a long time and Xiao Tanner happens to be like this too, that's why it's like this. Xiao Han did not disturb Xiao Tanner's sleep. Fortunately, the monks were in relatively good health, otherwise Xiao Tanner would have suffered a lot this time. After leaving the room, Xiao Han came to the storage room. After distributing the pills to several sacred beasts, he began to refine the pills to pass the time. He did not come out of the storage room until the afternoon, intending to find out if there was any news. But there was still no news the next day. Just as Xiao Han was about to return to the Qitian restaurant, he suddenly felt a powerful energy coming quickly towards Wanzhong City. It seemed that he had finally waited for a result. Xiao Han turned around and went directly to the city wall. The powerful energy was like a big stone pressing on his chest. Not long after Xiao Han appeared on the city wall, countless cultivators came quickly from all directions of Wanzhong City. They all stood on the city wall of the 8th district. This powerful energy was coming to the 8th district, and this person obviously had no intention of hiding his breath. Not only the Jindan Yuanying stage cultivators discovered this energy, but also the Qi training stage and foundation building stage cultivators could sense it. However, during the attack of the non-demon clan, those Qi training foundation building stage cultivators could only stand below. Gathering on the streets and alleys were crowded with people, and they all started to talk about this inexplicable depression. Xiao Han looked normal, just standing on the wall with many cultivators and watching quietly. Soon Xiao Han noticed the existence of Mimi eyes. Xiao Han had a very high favorability for this Yuanying cultivator, but he was always cautious and did not have excessive contact with him. Before discovering his true purpose or details, Xiao Han would be cautious and alert. Thinking about Wang Song of Luyun sect before, he could always warn himself. After a moment of silence, Xiao Han still cast a kind look at Mimi eyes. After all, among so many cultivators, especially when he was facing doubts, only Mimi eyes spoke up for him. #C 1933 Duan Chengtian. The two looked at each other, and the squinting eyes looked like they were closed. If the monk's eyesight was not good, he would really think that this person was quite cold. Or it could be said that he was arrogant. It was really hard to imagine that the monk could slightly adjust his appearance, so how small could his eyes be? Before, or maybe the squinting eye liked his squinting eyes. Thinking of this, the squinting eyes also cast a kind look and then slowly floated in front of him and took the initiative to say, "Hey, Taoist Han Xiao. Long time no see." Xiao Han bowed and said, "We just met the other day. How can it be a long time no see?" After being confronted by Xiao Han, the squinting eyes were a little depressed, and said, "I just said that, and you are still getting excited with me." After thinking for a moment, the squinting eyes spoke again. I haven't formally introduced myself to you. I am Duan Chengtian from Juejianmen with the strength of Yuanying Dequan. Today is considered to be a formal acquaintance. Xiao Han raised his eyebrows and asked, I wonder who Duan Xiao from Juejianmen is to the senior. They are all from Juejianmen and have the surname Duan, which makes him think too much. What surprised him most was Duan Chengtian's strength. He actually reached the great perfection of Yuanying stage and was only one step away from the Huashan stage. He. Duan Xiao is my grandson, he explained with narrowed eyes. When he noticed that Xiao Han's facial expression had changed, he continued, Don't worry, fellow Taoist. I took the initiative to greet you in the city lord's mansion because I knew you. Duan Xiao mentioned you to me, Han Xiao. He has become famous recently, more famous than us old Yuanying ghosts. It's really enviable. After saying this, Duan Chengtian began to transmit his voice and continued, It was because of the disappearance of Li Yu in Chanhua Valley that Duan Xiao found me. I also found it a bit strange. So I took the initiative to investigate and finally found that Li Haoyan, who was following Li Yu, was an undercover demon clan, and happened to see Dao Yu fought with Li Haoyan. I'm paying attention to Dao Yu now. I don't mean any harm, and I know that Dao Yu has a list of demon clan undercovers. In the city lord's mansion that day, the reason why I supported Dao Yu was that I was worried that when the list was exposed, I would not be able to explain it clearly. However, Dao Yu was able to kill Li Haoyan, which was enough to prove that Dao Yu's identity was fine. Then the city lord spoke for you. I didn't expect that Dao Yu had a relationship with the city lord. You are still so young now and your future is definitely limitless. After the voice transmission, Xiao Han completely understood some of the problems. No wonder the squinting eyes cast a kind look at him in the city lord's mansion. He even took the initiative to greet him, especially after supporting him. There is no good or evil in this world without reason. Turned out to be because of that incident. It seems that Duan Xiao is not a simple person. He found the problem at once, but he didn't say it at the time. Once you open your mouth, it is easy to alert the enemy. It is indeed a good idea to ask for help from elders in the first time for such bizarre things. After thinking through these, Xiao Han smiled and said, Hey, these are just false names. Compared with them, I want to improve my strength. Hearing Xiao Han say this, Duan Chengtian's face trembled, and then he said, You killed the Demon King with the strength of Jindan Dequan, and you told me that you still want to improve your strength. Could it be that you still want to defeat me, an old man, to be satisfied? Young people nowadays are so terrible. I have always been proud of my grandson Duan Xiao. I thought he was already the best among his peers, but I didn't expect there would be a monster like you. In a few years, it will be the world of you young people. Xiao Han thought to himself, Don't compare me with you old monsters who have been around for hundreds of years. How old am I? However, he did not take the initiative to explain, but listened quietly. For the time being, the highest vigilance against Duan Chengtian can be eliminated. When he knows a certain amount of his background, he can still support himself, which is very telling. While the two were chatting, a figure appeared in the distance. Xiao Han's face was full of surprise that the demons could arrive in such a short time. If they were chasing him, there would be no hope of survival. Duan Chengtian said in a deep voice, If you survive this time, I will definitely invite you to visit my Juejian sect. I will let my grandson entertain you at that time. You young people will definitely have common fun. Now the most important thing is what is in front of you. Xiao Han nodded in understanding. Such a big danger is in front of him. Although there is a big formation to protect him, it is not the time to chat. Soon the figure appeared clearly in front of him. Xiao Han observed it. Especially, this figure is very solid, far from the previous phantom, but Xiao Han is still convinced in his heart that this must be a split spirit. At the level of the transformation of the spirit or the demon lord, the most Important thing is not only the nascent soul and the demon body but more importantly, you can have a clone. When the clone is damaged, as long as the main body is not destroyed, it can be slowly restored. This life-saving method is far beyond the nascent soul. And the appearance of this figure was exactly the same as what Xiao Han saw at the beginning. This clone alone could make Xiao Han feel a huge pressure. This pressure was not released actively but came from the deep fear of the strong. All the cultivators standing on the city wall had a condensed look on their faces. Most of them had only seen the demon lord for the first time. After all, it can only be described as a miracle that the cultivators can survive after seeing the demon lord. The reason why these people can see the demon lord is all due to this battle and the resistance of the great formation. The majestic voice of the demon lord slowly opened. Human children really like to hide in the so-called tortoise shell. Then let me try it. Is this tortoise shell really as hard as the legend says? You dare to say that it can resist the demon army for 3 days? Have you forgotten the strength of my demon lord? The demon lord didn't even look down at the many Jindan and Yuanying stage cultivators standing on the city wall. This has nothing to do with looking down on anyone, but under the absolute strength suppression, these Jindan and Yuanying are fish, just like the Qi refining stage and the foundation establishment stage in Xiao Han's eyes. As he said that, the demon lord slowly raised one hand, as if there was a mountain behind his hand, and lifted it up with difficulty. Then the huge palm shadow slowly came down. Xiao Han has always been curious about the methods of the demon lord and the divine transformation cultivators. So far, Xiao Han has never seen the so-called magic and spiritual or magic weapons. If you want to attack just a palm or a punch, is it the truth that the great way is simple? While thinking, the huge palm shadow slowly fell. With a bang, it directly hit the temporary formation. Boom boom. The whole formation began to tremble violently. #C 1934 Vassal. As the formation shook, the entire Wanzhong city also shook. The formation flashed several times quickly and it seemed to be broken, but it did not break in the end. All the cultivators were worried, and the whole scene was quiet. Even breathing began to slow down. Even if the city lord said that the formation could resist for 3 days, the one who made the move was a powerful demon lord after all, and was definitely not an ordinary demon. Even among the many demon lords, this one was the top
Existence.
Almost no one was lucky, but just watched nervously. The moment the formation broke was the end of their lives. Fortunately, the formation only shook a few times and did not really break. Xiao Han turned his head and cast his eyes on the 5th district. He didn't know what the city lord was thinking at this time. It has come to this point and he still hasn't taken action and even dragged for so many days. What is the reason? If he faced this situation, when there was nothing special, he would choose to take action immediately, at least to deter the demon lord. Thinking back to the fight between the two Yuanying stage great perfection cultivators, it was a test by the demons to test whether there were any Huashan stage cultivators in Wanzhong city. The city lord's deterrence at that time had a very good effect. Seeing this, the black 5-petal plum on the demon's forehead suddenly lit up, and his brows furrowed. Then he said in a deep voice, "Hey, I didn't expect that this tortoise shell really has some defensive power. It's quite interesting. Then I wonder if this tortoise shell can still withstand my full palm. Old Wang Zhen, are you really going to be a coward today?" As he spoke, he raised his palm again, and the huge palm shadow appeared again. It did not stop until it reached the size of the last time, but continued to grow. Soon it reached 3 times the size of the last palm shadow. Such a huge palm shadow covered the sky, and the entire Wanzhong city was suddenly shrouded in shadow. The palm shadow slowly fell, driving the hurricane to spread out in all directions. Tornadoes formed one after another, blowing up the surrounding dust in a short time, and the flesh and blood of the many demons and human monks who died in the battle were also rolled up. The whole scene and momentum were very different from before. Xiao Han's face sank. With this level of attack, the formation was really dangerous and might not be able to withstand it. Boom! The sound of the collision this time was not fierce, but rather heavier. Thought everyone was facing a situation of certain death, and even many monks closed their eyes and waited for death. However, in the next moment the formation shook twice again and the imagined shattering did not occur, but just withstood it. The defensive ability of the formation shocked Xiao Han, and he understood why. The city lord could sit on the Diaoyutai so calmly. Turned out that this level could not break the formation. This level of formation must be infinitely close to the existence of the 6th level formation, and it is even likely to have reached the 6th level. After all, the formation is a kind of formation that is formed by various energies and itself which is purely defensive. Although it is unable to achieve effective means of attack, it is extremely strong in defense, which is a kind of strength. Hey, I am alive? Heh. Can you still talk nonsense here after you die? That means this formation can really withstand the attack of the demon lord. The city lord is really the man I admire the most? Ha, fellow Taoist, please pay attention to your own gender. The city lord is a normal person. I just admire him simply. For a while, the whole city wall was full of laughter, as if the one standing in the air was not the demon lord but a demon lord. But these cultivators only did this, and did not laugh loudly. In this case, they still need to have brains. Once the demon lord is angered, it is likely to cause some serious consequences, and they do not have the ability to deal with such consequences. They can only try not to cause trouble to the city lord. These words of gratitude for their survival are nothing, but they sound like a mockery to the demon lord. A group of ants can laugh so freely under their own attack. After a moment of silence, the demon lord slowly said, "Everyone, why don't you show up to help? How can I be the only one to enjoy the benefits of defeating the human race?" After saying this, the cultivator who was originally glad to survive was again condensed. If he experienced this again and again, he might collapse because of this. Just a moment later, a hearty voice appeared in the void, and then said, loudly, "Yensher, what you said seems to be a reaping the benefits. Is it necessary to say that just because I came a few steps late? What's more, when the demon army was dispatched, how could I be stingy with my own team?" Just after he finished speaking, another voice appeared. This time it was a crisp female voice. "That's right, brother Yensher. I'm still waiting for you to come to me. Actively. I, a female demon, should not be reserved." One voice after another sounded, and for a while, 6 demon lords appeared in the sky above Wanzhong City. These are 6 demon lords. Most of the cultivators have despair on their faces. They have always thought that the human race is completely superior to the demon race, and the demon race must not be that strong. How could they have thought that there would be 6 demon lords dispatched? This time, what is going on? Usually, one demon king can attract the attention of the human race, but now there are 6 demon lords plus those who have not been dispatched. However, Xiao Han's focus is not on this, but on the meaning behind the words. In a few words, Xiao Han can hear that these demons are not really united, but have interests in it. It should be said that each demon lord has his own mountain. After all, they have already reached the realm of demon lords. Who would be willing to be under another demon? This is good news. If the other party is really united, the human race will most likely be defeated and can only be a vassal of the demon race together with the demon race in the future. Although some demons have attacked Liyun sect before, overall there is no need to worry. The demon race has a long lifespan, but their talent is insufficient. After thinking for a moment, Xiao Han cast his eyes on the 6 demon lords again, and deeply engraved the appearance of these 6 demon lords in his mind. They may all be potential threats in the future. After seeing several demon lords appear, the demon lord called Rock suddenly flicked his sleeves and snorted, But in the end he didn't say anything. Just looked in the direction of the city lord's mansion. Old Wangzhen, are you really not going to come out and see me today? Yanshi said, slowly raising one hand and continued. Or are you approaching your deadline and about to fall and struggling to death? Or do you think this formation can withstand the simultaneous attack of our 6 demon lords? After the demon lord finished speaking, his eyes became more and more gloomy. This lack of response made him most angry. After a moment of silence, Yanshi looked at the other demon lords and immediately raised his palm directly, and a palm shadow appeared. The other demon lord clenched his fist and slowly pulled his fist back. Another demon lord sacrificed the magic sword and raised it, and a huge sword shadow appeared in the void. The only female demon lord waved one hand, and a magic spell was quickly condensed, and the black hexagram formation was black and creepy. It turned out that these demon lords would also use this method, but each person had different strengths. The attacks of the 6 demon lords were formed, one after another, and the whole was shrouded in the void. #C 1935 Truce Agreement 1. This was the first time Xiao Han encountered such a huge pressure. 6 demon lords attacked at the same time, which was enough to show the huge power of this attack. This formation would be difficult to support even if it faced 2 or 3 demon lords, let alone 6 demon lords. A cultivator on the wall collapsed on the spot and screamed endlessly. Oh, 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 oh. Soon, several cultivators began to collapse, and the screams came one after another. This back-and-forth turn caused those who were not firm in their Taoism to collapse directly. Even if they recovered in the future, these cultivators would not be able to make any progress. The cultivators in the Jindan and Yuanying stages faced the 6 demon lords directly. Those in the Qi training and foundation building stages on the ground had much more problems, but they still could not really not be touched at all. The noisy sound appeared again, and the whole scene was divided into 2 situations. The first was a lot of screams and panic, and the second was calm and dared not speak, and even worse, they were directly pierced. But no one laughed at them. This was the most normal state. Most of them, especially the cultivators in the Qi training stage, had just become immortals and could not cut off the mortal world. Their hearts were unstable. Now facing this situation and such great pressure, it was normal for their hearts to collapse. Fortunately, these cultivators had experienced wars before and their minds were much more mature. Otherwise, they would probably collapse directly this time. Xiao Han looked at the sky without changing his expression. He also felt great pressure in his heart, but he would not collapse because of it. The attack was fleeting. Just when the 6 attacks were about to hit the formation, 4 figures suddenly appeared in the void. All 4 figures were men. Xiao Han felt the pressure from these figures and guessed that these cultivators were all in the God transformation stage. There were indeed several in the God transformation stage in Wanzhong City. Among these 4 in the God transformation stage, there was no figure of the City Lord, which meant that there were at least 5 in the God transformation stage in Wanzhong City at this time. There should be no problem relying on this formation. This feeling like riding a roller coaster is really uncomfortable. Xiao Han even felt that the City Lord had not come out until now, and he must be holding back something. One of the cultivators in the God transformation stage said loudly, "Old demon, do you really think you can easily destroy my Wanzhong City? I think you are wishful thinking." As he said that, the cultivator directly injected pure spiritual power into the formation, and the other 3 cultivators in the God transformation stage also injected spiritual power into the formation. For a moment, the entire formation seemed to solidify. The palm that was about to slap down slowed down a little in the air, and Rock's eyes were slightly startled. How could 4 people immediately say, "Hey, is this a turtle hiding in its shell? They don't even dare to fight head-on. They are only under this shell." The silver bell female voice appeared at the same time. "Heh, this is your Fault. Rock. Where else can a turtle go if it doesn't hide under its shell? Hearing this, Rock smiled and said, "That's right." Then the 6 attacks arrived at the same time, and a dull boom sound came from the formation. At this time they were like being muffled in a drum. Xiao Han blocked his hearing, and his ears would be deafened if he continued like this, until the attacks hit the formation and disappeared. Xiao Han opened his hearing. At this time, neither the 4 divine transformation cultivators nor the 6 demon lords took the initiative to attack. In a battle of this level, unless it is really a fight for life, it is difficult to see how big the gap in strength between the two sides is, especially in the case of cherishing life. If there is no huge interest driving them, they will not attack at all. Just when Xiao Han thought that both sides would choose to stop fighting temporarily, the rock above the void suddenly condensed a palm again. But this palm did not hit, and the rock paused and continued, "Wang Zhan, if you don't come out today, I will continue to attack this formation. Let's see how long you can survive. Since I have come here today and did not send out the demon army, I want to discuss this matter with you. I don't think you want to really start a war with us at this time. Previously, both your and my goals have been achieved, so can we have a result now? How can you stay indoors like this to solve this matter?" As he said that, the palm that condensed into substance hit again. Just when it was about to hit the formation, a figure flew out from the city lord's mansion and hit it with a palm, which shattered the palm of the rock. This figure was the city lord, especially the rather delicate face, which was particularly eye-catching. Xiao Han looked at the cultivators below, all of whom were limp on the ground. They were saved. The feeling of surviving a disaster can make people feel reborn. Everyone cast their eyes on the city lord. This is their hope. Wang Zhan was silent for a moment and then said, "It's just because of some things that I was late. Why are you so angry? I wrote to you before and said that I would solve this matter, and I will definitely solve this matter. But why did you say it in front of so many people?" Yan Shi continued, "I have been sending you letters, but you didn't reply. Do you want me to wait all the time? If you are damaged, can I get greater benefits? Why should I wait for you?" Such a straightforward conversation did not avoid anyone. Wang Zhan narrowed his eyes and said, "Since it has come to this, let's discuss it directly. There is no need to be so pretentious." "It's great." Yan Shi paused and continued, "I agree with the truce agreement, but I want to change the rules. The truce time is changed to 30 years. I think it's easy for Tianxian realm to hold out for 30 years. With old guys like us here, those insignificant things won't dare to do anything. Maybe we can't expel them directly, or even stop the fusion of the two worlds. But this word was drawn out for a long time.
Xiao Han frovned.
It seems that the Tianxian realm and the so-called spirit realm are very likely to be fused. So it seems that the previous speculations are very likely to be true. Similar things happened on the previous Blue Star. This happened again when he just arrived in Tianxian realm. Although there are differences in essence, it is fusion after all. Is it true that the whole environment is like this? There are countless worlds in the vast universe. It is normal for some kind of change to occur. Then the rock continued, "But as long as we old guys are still here, there won't be any problems in 100 years, let alone 30 years. 30 years later, your human race will send a non-god transforming cultivator to fight a non-demon lord-level demon from my demon race in a one-on-one decisive battle. If the demon race wins, your human race can only be a vassal of my demon race, and the confrontation with the spirit world will be led by my demon race. If the human race wins, it will be led by the human race. This is also the only way to avoid major internal friction. I think you won't refuse such a good suggestion from me. What do you think, old Wang Zhan?" #C 1936 Truce Agreement 2. When the rock in the void said this, Wang Zhan slightly raised his eyebrows. This was already within his expectations. it was impossible for him to propose that the human race should take the lead, so it must be the human race that should take the lead. It was reasonable for the other party to make such a request, but the key to this competition was the struggle for interests at that time. After thinking for a moment, Wang Zhen said, "You demon race has a saint girl to cultivate, and my human race has not yet found a suitable candidate. This is too much of an advantage for you. Besides, why do you think I will definitely agree to this request? My human race's high-end combat power is overwhelming your demon race. Why would I agree to such an unreasonable request?" When it came to this, the rock began to look gloomy. What old man Wang Zhen said was very unpleasant, but the fact was that if they hadn't been caught off guard this time, they would have just been stuck in the situation where several human race cultivators in the god transformation stage were in retreat. How could they have found such a good opportunity? But they must never give in on such things. Does the human race want to fight to the death with my demon race? Yanshi raised his eyebrows after he finished speaking, and then continued, "If we can't even get this basic benefit, then my demon race doesn't mind it. Even if you humans win at that time, you will only survive. Under the suppression of the spirit world, you will eventually perish. It is an inevitable trend for the human race and the demon race to join forces. I think everyone in Wanzhong City also knows this. Do you also want to fight?" After saying this, Wang Zhen knew the purpose of Yanshi's direct visit. This is the difference between the human race and the demon race. Even if the bottom of the human race is not as strong as the demon race, it is not absolutely obedient. Whatever the top says is what it is. When a rule is no longer suitable for most people, someone will appear out of nowhere to overturn these rules and finally set up a new rule and replace a group of people to rule. He was like this in the past, but looking at the demon race, this strict system has been passed down since ancient times, and until now, in terms of execution, the human race is far from comparable to the demon race. Seeing that many monks' faces had changed, the rock understood and said, "Right, so the request I made is not excessive, and I can also take the initiative to give up some benefits. For example, if your human race provides certain products of my demon race, you must know what things in my demon race are of great benefit to your human race. It's just an opportunity for fair competition. Can you still refuse?" Good guy, this rock must have mastered certain negotiation skills. This series of operations has put pressure on the city lord, and he thinks there is no problem with what he said. If he were to deal with it, he would only accept this truce agreement, but he believed in the potential of the demon saint. There are geniuses in the human race. He can also harvest a large amount of demon resources. The benefits promised by the demon lord are not what ordinary demons say. Such huge benefits cannot be refused by anyone. I think the demons are really scared. They must agree to such huge benefits. Some brave monks below began to discuss. Then another cultivator followed up and said, "The key is that the other party did not make any excessive demands, they just hope for a fair fight. Even though the saint of the demon clan is extremely talented, the human race also has a saint. No, I heard that the current saint of the human race has not been found. This is something that the entire Tianxian realm knows. Hey, how could this be? No wonder the demons made this suggestion. Turns out that their own saint has been found, and they know that the saint of the human race has not been found, so they made this request. That's a bit embarrassing. The saint of the human race, there must be one. Tell me about it, I don't know about it." The cultivator who was asked said with a puzzled look, "You don't know about this? I don't think you are from Tianxian realm." Then the cultivator hurriedly said, "I have just entered the world of immortal cultivation and have been practicing sincerely. How could I know about this? Hope you can teach me." Xiao Han's ears have been on the entire Wanzhong city. This news immediately aroused his interest. He didn't know about this matter. He had read so many ancient books and some other idle books, but he didn't know much about this matter. He knew about the saints and sons of the demon clan, but he had never heard of it on the human side. Turns out that both sides exist. The monk paused before speaking. It may be due to a rule of the great Tao. Have you noticed that among the monks, males can often reach a relatively high realm? But there are very few talented females, and even the proportion of them in various high-end combat forces is very small. This involves some metaphysical issues. Whether it is the demon race or the human race, the saints and sons all exist, but the talents of the saints are always inferior to those of the saints, just like a rule. It has been like this since ancient times. The monk suddenly realized, but soon asked again, if this is the case, doesn't it mean that the strongest person in our human race is a woman? At this point, the monk who answered just now smiled and said, of course it is a woman, and it is the saint of the previous generation. Anyway, I don't know which generation, and she is currently the master of Xiantian Palace. Oh? In that case, in fact, as long as my human race finds a saint, she is a strongest person. How can it be so simple? The growth of saints is extremely difficult, and most of them die on the road to pursuing the great Tao. I see that the demon race is so confident this time. It must be that this saint has good talent, and it is very likely that they have passed the hurdle of the demon lord with a very high mortality rate to be promoted to the demon king, so this is the case. Hey, it's really shocking. That means if my human race doesn't have a saint, the saint's son alone will definitely lose this fight. The demon race really has no good intentions. As soon as this speculation came out, the cultivator who originally supported and agreed to the demon race's proposal suddenly changed his tone. No, we must not agree to this proposal. At least we have to wait until we find the saint, otherwise why should we agree to this situation where we are bound to lose? Xiao Han listened quietly, and his understanding of the Tianxian realm deepened a little bit, including that the palace master of the Xiantian Palace is the ceiling of the human race's combat power, and the city lord should be second. In addition, he also understood some of the rules of the Saint Lady and the
Cinson.
When the rock saw the monk saying this, he quickly said, by the way, let me add one more thing. If the human race doesn't find the right person in 30 years, then we can postpone it for another 30 years. My demon race has made such a big concession. I think you can feel my demon race's sincerity. Xiao Han's face condensed. He looked at the rock's expression carefully. He definitely didn't mention this on purpose. He wanted to disintegrate the human race's current situation step by step. The general meaning is that my demon race has made such a big concession for the Tianxian realm. If the human race still doesn't know what's good for them, then they really don't want to cooperate well. This rock is really scary. #C1937 Why? Xiao Han is very curious now. An old man like the city lord will not be helpless, facing the negotiation pressure from the demons again and again. The city lord has not said anything yet. He did not even take the initiative to propose the proposal from the human race. According to speculation, the city lord did reach a certain agreement with the demons before, but these agreements are completely similar to the existence of overlord clauses. The demons will definitely not agree, so this scene will appear. The entire agreement has nothing to do with Xiao Han at present. Even if it is, a few decades later, he has already reached the nascent soul stage and can even touch the god transformation stage. By then, no matter who is in charge, it is the business of the lower level cultivators, and it will not have much impact on the high-end cultivators. Even if there are some, it will seem insignificant. When the relationship between the specific leadership and vassal agreement has not yet come out, no one knows what the development will be. Xiao Han cast his eyes on the city lord. I don't know if it's an illusion. Xiao Han only feels that the corners of the city lord's mouth seem to be smiling, but this process is very short. Xiao Han even thinks he saw it wrong. The city lord had been listening with his eyes closed. After thinking for a moment, he opened his eyes and said, "Hey, since you demons have made such a big concession, if our human race still does not express its position, it would seem that our human race is stingy. Then let's do as you said and temporarily settle this matter. In the next few decades, as long as we don't step into each other's territory, we will live in peace. But if the demons are found within the human race, our human race will have the power to decide their life and death." After the city lord finished speaking, he looked at the rock, and the rock naturally knew what Wang Jin meant. After a moment of silence, he laughed heartily and said, "Oh, of course. This matter has been settled, so let's talk about what should be done this time. How to deal with it." After saying this, Yen Shi pointed his finger at Xiao Han, as if he had noticed Xiao Han for a long time, and soon continued to speak. "Hee, I don't hide it either. I just want this cultivator named Han Xiao. All human allies, I can call you that now, as long as your city lord is willing to hand over Han Xiao. Then I, Yen Shi, swear by my honor as a demon that I will immediately withdraw from the human race and make all the demon armies retreat. Think about it carefully. One Han Xiao can exchange for the lives of all of you. Today I really forcefully attack Wanzhong City, waiting for the moment when the formation breaks. That is the moment when all of you die." Wow! The cultivators of the entire Wanzhong City were shocked, and everyone's eyes were cast on the Han Xiao who originally had little presence. Took a while to react. It was indeed a negotiation just now, but the negotiation was about things in the future decades later, and the war in front of them was still in a fierce stalemate. When the formation is broken, the demon army will attack. Now, if Han Xiao is handed over, the lives of all the cultivators in Wanzhong City will be saved. Everyone was surprised and uneasy about this result. Soon, a cultivator shouted loudly, "I agree to hand Han Xiao over." As soon as he finished speaking, a cultivator said, "Han Xiao has done so many things for Wanzhong City and saved so many cultivators. Do you have any conscience? What are you afraid of? At most, we will fight." Another cultivator said, "Oh, that's right. If Han Xiao is handed over to the demons, the lives of all the cultivators in Wanzhong City will be saved. We in Wanzhong City will always remember Han Xiao. He made great sacrifices for the survival of human cultivators. He is a hero of human cultivators, and we will remember him forever." Various discussions suddenly appeared in Wanzhong City, mainly divided into two factions. One side felt that Han Xiao had done so much and should not do such a thing that betrayed morality. Another party thinks that sacrificing the small self to save the big self is a right thing to do. When personal interests conflict with collective interests, personal interests should be decisively abandoned. Xiao Han did not do anything. He heard a lot of such voices. It was precisely because of this that he would firmly follow his own path and consider his own interests first when doing anything, including the demon kings he killed. If it were not for the resources he needed, he would not consider it at all. This is the ruthlessness of the Tao. It is understandable that these people can have these ridiculous ideas. If their interests are touched in the future, they will never be soft-hearted when killing. Listening to these fierce remarks, the rock looked at Xiao Han with interest and said, "I said before that I must kill you. Today I want to see whether these monks you desperately protect will give up themselves for your life. Feel the despair of being forced to death by your own people." After the voice transmission, the rock immediately gathered a palm and wanted to shoot it, but the next moment the city lord suddenly burst out with huge energy. The city lord stretched out a hand, palm facing up, with the tip of his thumb pinching the nail of his middle finger, and flicked it lightly. A small ball went through the formation and hit the huge palm shadow condensed by the rock. Then he said in a deep voice, "I will not hand over Han Xiao. I have said that. I must protect Han Xiao." After that, he looked at the monks below and said, "You hand over Han Xiao today. Will you hand over the other geniuses tomorrow?" In that case, you might as well kneel down and surrender now and then bow your heads and call yourself a slave of the demon clan. Why do you need to say such words here? If I hear anyone say that they support handing over Han Xiao again, I will kill him now. There is pressure in these words which directly weighs on the heads of the entire Wanzhong city. Monks. Why should I trade the lives of the whole city for one Han Xiao? I don't agree or disagree. Isn't the life of a low-level monk not life? Just send Han Xiao out, which means that this is Han Xiao's life. This is his fate. Isn't he satisfied with us treating him as a hero? Perhaps because the city lord had just finished speaking, the entire Wanzhong city was extremely quiet, and this voice seemed a bit brighter. After the monk finished speaking, another clear voice appeared. Yes, actually I think what he said makes sense, not to mention us low-level monks. The lives of those high-level monks are worth it. Han Xiao is just a golden elixir stage monk. It is the best to be able to exchange for the lives of so many Yuanying monks. I'm going to fuck you for riding on a horse. Before the monk could finish speaking, a sharp female voice appeared in the 8th area. It was Xiao Yun, and then Xiao Yun floated directly up. A spell was completed in an instant, and then he took out a few talismans and said, "You dogs are you worthy of exchanging our captain's life for you?" This scene happened very quickly, and everyone in the Yun team had angry expressions on their faces, and they all looked at the two monks who had just spoken. Xiao Han said with a cold expression, "Team Yun, step back." Then he floated up directly. The city lord who was about to take action paused. He wanted to see what Han Xiao would do. Xiao Han's whole body shook violently, and the huge energy in his body spread rapidly. Xiao Han stood up in the air with his flying sword. He looked at one of the monks as if he were an ant, and then said gloomily, "Ah, you understand correctly? Your life is indeed not life. Don't you agree?" After saying that, Xiao Han looked around again. His sharp eyes seemed to see through everyone. "Don't say you don't agree. It doesn't matter if the whole city doesn't agree. You ask me why, then why should I trade my life for the life of the whole city? You are just trash in my eyes. If you are killed by demons in front of me, I won't even blink." After he finished speaking, he looked at another monk and said, "He is just a monk at the golden elixir stage. I really didn't expect to hear such words from a monk at the chi training stage. Is it because today's battle has made you inflated? Do you think you can rival the golden core cultivators? I really want to laugh so much. If that's the case, then you two just go to hell." As soon as he finished speaking, Xiao Han slapped the storage bracelet, and several flying swords flew to the side of the monks. Xiao Han waved with one hand and controlled the flying swords to scratch the two monks. These flying swords were all coated with the extremely painful elixir. In just a moment, countless wounds appeared on the monk's body. Painful screams came from the mouths of the two monks. The two of them seemed to have experienced 18 levels of hell, even more painful than experiencing 18 levels of hell. Many monks couldn't bear to see all this, and chose just close your eyes tightly. The chi training monk died immediately before he screamed for long. His eyes were full of pain, and there was regret deep in his eyes. If he hadn't said those words, there would have been two endings. Xiao Han didn't care at all about the tragic death of the monk, and soon the foundation-building monk shouted with difficulty, "Kill me! Please kill me!" The strength of the foundation-building stage was somewhat able to withstand this kind of pain. I don't think I was wrong. I lost one person for the life of a city of monks. What's wrong with me? What's wrong? Before he could finish his words, he fell straight down, and his whole body was tortured to death by pain. Seeing the fallen monk, Xiao Han looked around again and said, "Who else wants to send me out?" #C1938 steady as an old dog. After the words fell, the area near Wanzhong City was silent for a while. Only the monks who had not seen or received the news were talking inexplicably. None of the monks expected Han Zhao's ruthlessness. I had only heard that Han Xiao was very decisive when killing demons, but I didn't expect that he would do the same to humans. Soon, several monks who did not know whether to live or die murmured a few words. If you kill a monk so recklessly, you might as well send him away. How can there be such a cruel monk in our human race? Hey, I thought he was a hero at first, but he turned out to be a person who is greedy for life and afraid of death. Sure. Don't talk nonsense. Be careful with your heads. What are you afraid of? We didn't say we support sending Han Xiao out in exchange. Can't we say a few words even if we are about to die? That's right, how can we escape today? Only the monks at the Golden Core stage or above can survive, and the monks at the God Transformation stage can only maintain high-end combat power. Hey, we Qi training and foundation building monks deserve this. If I had known earlier, we would have been better off not making any resistance, just opening up the city and surrendering, and we would all die together. Everyone was surprised by what Han Xiao did just now. Even those monks at the Golden Core stage and Nascent Soul stage felt that Xiao Han had gone too far, so they just killed him directly and tortured him before death. This will undoubtedly be met by the rebellious psychology of those low-level monks. If it is not handled well, it will easily leave some troubles. Even if these troubles do not threaten life, they will still be troubles. As long as the monks at the Golden Core stage and above have no objection when the city lord finished saying that he would try to protect Han Xiao for them. With 5 monks at the God Transformation stage, the chance of saving their lives is very high. Big, it's not the moment of being sacrificed. Instead of doing this, why should the city lord get into trouble? The eyes of the city lord in the void flickered. This Han Xiao was indeed ruthless, and he was somewhat appreciative of it. Although he was a bit cruel, he would do the same thing if he thought about it in another person's shoes. It has nothing to do with anything else, but when it comes to the moment of your own life, few people will choose to trade their small self for the big self. After pondering for a moment, the city lord waved one hand in front of everyone. Not long after, people in Wanzhong City suddenly exploded and died. From time to time, this scene was so shocking that everyone who had just spoken was filled with fear, fearing that they would be the next to die. Seeing this scene, Xiao Han bowed towards the void and said, "Thank you, city lord. Han Xiao, will definitely coexist with Wanzhong City and resist the demon army." After saying that, he returned to the city wall. This was a statement. Least for the next period of time, Xiao Han would choose to cooperate with the city lord. No matter what the purpose of the city lord was, he showed his sincerity and
Attitude.
the city lord just smiled slightly. "Will you choose to live or die with Wanzhong City? I think you live and die with yourself, but you won't really expose. At least when you can protect him, you will definitely give priority to cooperating with him." Wang Zhen looked around again and saw that no one dared to say anything. Then he looked up at the rock and said, "Hey, I'm sorry, all the monks in Wanzhong City feel that they will fight your demons to the end. Now we are all united. If you really want this war to end, then why not fight?" As Wang Zhen finished speaking, Shi Yan's expression became strange, and then he spoke softly. "So what you said about being united is to kill everyone who poses. This method is very wonderful. In that case, there is nothing to talk about, except for the person you want to protect today. All monks will only die once. Oh, I admit that if you really want to protect someone, I really can't kill them. But for the rest, I guess you don't have that much energy." After saying this, the rock paused, looked at the other 5 demon lords and said, "Everyone, it's time for us to take action. We have won what we have to fight for, so we must have a result today." The next moment, the 6 demon lords took action at the same time, and there was a woo-woo sound. Along with the woo-woo sound, the earth also made a dull dong-dong sound, which was the signal for the demon clan to attack. It seems that the demons really want to take down the entire Wanzhong City. Damn it. If the city lord had handed over Han Xiao just now, How could it have ended like this? Many people began to feel resentful, and some even began to take the initiative to run against Team Yuyun, including some teams that Xiao Han and Xiao Tanner had helped previously. The previous gratefulness was in stark contrast to the current expression. Since your captain is so strong, I don't think we need to guard this section of the city wall. Hey, how about you help us with this section of the city? After all, Han Xiao is so powerful that he doesn't care about this section of the city wall. There were many sarcastic tones, but the Xiao Qian brothers and sisters did not take the initiative to say anything but led the team resolutely to the city wall. The original disciples of Yuyun Peak who were following Xiao Qian's brother and sister looked around in disbelief. What happened to these people who were originally brothers to them? At this moment they even began to doubt themselves. Why did their relationship, which was so good in the past, turn like this here? Some disciples even tried to shout, "Zhang Cheng, you were not like this before. We have such a good relationship, you should understand us." The monk known as Zhang Cheng quickly said, "Hey, whoever has a good relationship with you, don't try to build relationships here. Captain, please don't talk nonsense." Xiao Qian had no expression on his face, but Xiao Yun was used to this kind of scene. Even though countless cultivators had expressed goodwill to her before, she had never faced them directly. Xiao Yun was too familiar with the faces of such people. After a moment of silence, Xiao Yun said loudly, "People from the Yuyun team, don't talk casually. Follow me to the city wall to resist the demon army." "Yes," the cultivators responded. "It has come to this point. It is useless to say more. It is better to stop and speak with strength. The city lord has spoken to protect the grandfather, which means that there will be no big problem this time. These short-sighted people are not worth wasting their words. Everything is brewing quietly." In this moment, the 6 demon attacks in the void are condensed again. Unlike before, the power of the magic used by the 6 demon lords this time is far greater than before. It seems that these demon lords have held back. The reason is probably the previous negotiations. Once the force is too strong, it is easy to break down the negotiations, which is something no one wants to see. Xiao Han always paid attention to the city lord's facial expression, and soon found some clues. The city lord's expression was as steady as an old dog, which was very unpredictable. Wanzhong City was founded by him, and Xiao Han didn't believe that he would just watch Wanzhong City turn into a ruin. In this case, coupled with the city lord's expression, he must have something to rely on. The 4 spirit transformation cultivators attacked again, directly infusing the pure spiritual power into the formation, making the formation more solid. Boom! 6 attacks fell again, but they could not break this large formation. #C 1939 half a step back to the void. As time went by, the demon army got closer and closer. The 6 demon lords had already attacked several times, but each time the formation was able to withstand those attacks. It was as if the formation was always stuck at its limit. Xiao Han also paid attention to the expression of the rock, which changed from calmness at the beginning to doubt, then from doubt to anger, and finally to despair. The word "damn" was written all over his face. It was not until a shocking attack fell that the rock gave up completely. He just said with a sullen face, "Hey, no wonder you are so calm. It seems that your formation is indeed different. Then let's wait and see who can't wait first. When this formation disappears, it will be the time for my demons to destroy Wanzhong City." In this anxious wait, the demon army arrived late. Squeak, the huge elephant beast, made a huge cry, and the sound of stomping on the ground was even louder. The city lord did not make any movement, but just sat cross-legged quietly, as if waiting for something. In the blink of an eye, time came to the last 10 minutes, and the rock did not even try to break the formation, but just waited quietly. In the last 10 minutes of torture, many cultivators gradually collapsed, and there were dozens and hundreds of cultivators who died in their own mentality. "I can't stand it, fellow Taoist. Just kill me." Me too. It's better to kill me than to face this. In just 10 minutes, countless cultivators committed suicide because they could not stand this huge pressure. The dark army of demons caused great mental pressure on people. However, it must be admitted that any cultivator who can survive this time will gradually become the cornerstone of the human race's combat power in the next few decades or even hundreds of years, will become the mainstay of mankind, whether it is the ability to withstand pressure or various basic abilities, especially in terms of Taoism. Suddenly, Xiao Han seemed to understand what the city lord meant. Everything was just speculation, and it would never be clear until the last moment. At the end of the 10 minutes, the entire formation suddenly flashed violently several times and dissipated into the air in an instant. A cultivator could not bear this pressure. Rushed to the city wall. Frantically jumped directly from the city wall and detonated his body at the same time. Anyway, we will die, so we can't let these demons leave so easily before we die. Another cultivator looked down with a firm look in his eyes, and for a moment the entire city wall seemed to be dropping a bomb. Bang bang sounds continued to appear, causing considerable damage to the demons, but all this seemed insignificant in the eyes of the rock. The rock slowly stretched out his hand and waved it forward, saying, "Attack!" The simple two words were like an order, and a large number of demons rushed to Wanzhong City like a tide. The Jindan and Yuanian cultivators on the city wall looked at each other and attacked at the same time. Xiao Han did the same, throwing out 3 consecutive 9 nether holy flames at the same time, which almost drained half of his spiritual power. But he didn't care. In this situation, the damage caused by the 9 nether holy flame was far more direct than any spell he could release. The fire started burning in just a moment, and then it could no longer be suppressed and quickly spread to the surroundings. All this fell into the eyes of Yanshi like a naked mockery. Killing so many demons in front of him, where did he put his face as the demon lord? Then he slapped Xiao Han with a palm. When the huge palm shadow just formed, Xiao Han directly drew out the spiritual power in his body and threw out several 9 nether holy flames, and then looked at the huge palm shadow fearlessly. The power of the entire palm was pressed on Xiao Han's head, and Xiao Han's bones made a creaking sound. Even before a breath of time, the bones of his 2 legs were directly dislocated and broke with a click. The huge pain spread through Xiao Han's nerves throughout his body, and beads of sweat fell from Xiao Han's face. Even so, Xiao Han did not make a scream. The pair of eyes was exceptionally calm, looking at the rock coldly, and engraved that face deeply in his mind, including every feature. One day in the future he would definitely step on him. At the same time, the city lord, who was sitting cross-legged in the void, suddenly opened his tightly closed eyes, and a huge dangerous aura suddenly appeared. After opening his eyes, the city lord just flicked lightly, and the huge palm shadow pressing on Xiao Han dissipated directly in the air. Xiao Han got a breath. Just now, he almost thought that the city lord would not take action. Since he took action, Xiao Han had no worries. If his 2 legs were not treated in time, they might leave some roots of disease. Even if an ordinary nascent soul cultivator or a demon king crippled his legs, that could also be restored to its original state. But the one who took action was the demon lord. This kind of damage is sometimes irreversible, and even a large amount of elixir and spiritual materials cannot be fully repaired. Xiao Han directly put several pills into his mouth. Some of these pills can restore spiritual power, some can restore injuries, and some can strengthen the body. Fortunately, Xiao Han's body is very special. If an ordinary Jindan stage cultivator ate these pills, he would probably explode and die in a short time. Feeling the huge energy in his body, Xiao Han directly caught his legs and tried his best to recover from his injuries. At the same time, he released his consciousness to observe the battle between the city lord and the demon king. After the city lord resolved the attack that killed Xiao Han, he did not counterattack immediately, but continued to float upwards. The rock also watched all this with interest. He wanted to see what means the city lord could use. Even if some demons died, what was the problem? He was not one of those conservative diehards. As long as it did not threaten his own interests, whether it was the demons or the human race, they were just tools to be used. Life and death were not important. After the city lord floated into the void, a huge hexagram array appeared above his head in an instant. The golden color was as dazzling as the sun, shining all over Wanzhong City and even within a range of dozens of kilometers. Nearby, it was not until this moment that the face of the rock showed panic, and he hurriedly shouted, "Hurry up and work together to interrupt this attack." For a while, he could not explain it at all, so he could only shout so loudly for the other demons to take action. The other 5 naturally felt this huge threat and hurriedly followed the rock to take action, but how could the 4 spiritual transformation cultivators allow this to happen? Dozens of spells condensed directly behind him. Although the power of these spells might be reduced after they were dispersed, they could effectively resist the 6 demon lords. As the huge hexagram array formed above Wanzhong City, Rock panicked and shouted loudly, "Retreat, retreat!" The word retreat spread directly, and many attacking demons looked confused. But they soon realized that even the demon lord asked them to retreat, so staying would be courting death. Rock's voice trembled a little and said, You have reached this step, half a step back to the realm of emptiness. #C1940 Massacre. Wow. When the rock blurted out the last 4 words, both the attacking demons and the defending humans had the word shock written all over their faces. What does half a step back to the void represent? Anyone who has a deeper understanding of it knows the interests involved. A sense of fear spread among the demon army, and various shouts came one after another. The demon beasts were stomping around impatiently, and the large, flying magic weapons flying in the void quickly turned around. Retreat, retreat. This is the voice in the hearts of all demons. Even the demon lord is helpless, let alone these shrimp soldiers and crab generals. For a while, the trampling sound was everywhere, and the number of demons who died under their own feet was countless. The human race was full of joy, looking at the demons who came like a tide and retreated like a tide, even faster than coming. The pressure in everyone's heart was completely retreated, and some people cried with joy. I knew he was still the man I admired. Hey, this gives us hope. He has reached the half-step return to the void. He. The dream lover in the hearts of all female cultivators. You are wrong. Everyone may just be worshipping him. I want to give birth to a baby for the city lord. A cultivator looked at the female cultivator in the foundation building stage with contempt and said, Do you think your body can withstand a cultivator in the spirit transformation stage? Now you are a half-step return to the void. Cultivator. After saying this, the female cultivator's face flushed and she muttered, Why not? He is also very powerful. Ha. Everywhere was filled with joy. I wish I could hold a celebration party at this time to relieve the excitement in my heart. Xiao Han's mouth curled up slightly. Although he looked normal, he could not suppress the joy in his heart. Now everything became transparent. Why did he keep delaying time, including the first 3 formations? The city lord even hid it from himself. In addition to dealing with the undercovers within the human race, why not take that step? Even after the 3 great formations were broken, seeing the provocation of the demons, the city lord set up a temporary formation and took that step in such a short time. Until this moment he showed his true strength. Although he was only half a step back to the void, his strength was far beyond the peak of the transformation stage, just like the strength of the half-step transformation stage completely suppressed the nascent soul stage. This big move is really big enough. The rock looked at Wang Zhan in the void with some powerlessness, and said loudly, Everyone has returned empty-handed today. Let's go back now. Without the rock saying anything, the 5 demon lords were ready to leave. Today's clone is almost equivalent to the original body. Although the original body will not die after being killed, the overall strength will be frustrated. More than a little. I am afraid that it will take hundreds of years to recover the peak strength. And no one wants to give up this clone. At the same time, a beautiful figure also appeared beside Xiao Han. Xiao Tanner, who had never dared to disturb Xiao Han, looked at him with a worried look, and always pay attention to the movements of the monks around him to prevent these monks from doing anything. Xiao Han had instructed Xiao Tanner not to show up at this time and hide directly in the crowd until the danger subsided. It was something else that persuaded Xiao Tanner. Once Xiao Han fell, it would depend on Xiao Tanner to bring the Yuyun team back safely and find a place to settle them. The 4 Jinhua stage monks did not pursue, but watched quietly. Those Yuanying stage monks and Jindan stage monks who wanted to chase out all stopped where they were. These Jinhua stage big guys did not chase them, so why were they excited? Everyone's eyes were cast on the city lord in the void, and Xiao Han was the same. The city lord was a gold-attributed monk, which was the most lethal attribute among the 5 elements. Just by feeling, he could find that this technique contained huge lethality. Suddenly, the golden hexagram array shone brightly. The city lord said in a deep voice, "Shadowless sword array." As soon as the words fell, countless golden swords were constantly swallowed and spit out from the hexagram array, and they quickly flew around and spread. Within Wanzhong City and the surrounding dozens of kilometers, only the sky above Wanzhong City was free of golden swords. The entire spell spread over dozens of kilometers, and there were 6 flying swords that were much larger than the other golden swords. The degree of solidity made Xiao Han feel that even a cultivator of the Yuanying stage would die immediately after touching it. These were left for the 6 demon lords. Swish, swish, swish. Countless sounds of piercing the void appeared. Every sword that fell would take the life of a demon. These golden swords seemed to be precisely controlled. The demon spirit level was the weakest. The power of the golden sword was just stuck at the level of being able to kill the demons. This method of precisely controlling one's spiritual power was really terrifying. After dozens of breaths, only 1 in 10 of the many demons who attacked survived. For a time, corpses were everywhere within a radius of dozens of kilometers, and the corpses fell into a pile. This spell caused great damage to the vitality of all the attacking demons. The countless corpses of demons gave people a great shock. Xiao Han felt the injuries in his body gradually recovering, and he didn't think about recovering directly. Instead, he slowly opened his eyes and stood on the flying sword in the void. Looking at this shocking scene, the 6 solid golden swords quickly shuttled in the air. In just a few breaths, Xiao Han could no longer detect the position of the golden swords. After a moment, a shrill scream appeared, followed by several screams, and a careful count was exactly 6. After the voice disappeared for a moment, a figure appeared in the sky above Wanzhong City. "Old man Wang Zhen, I'm doomed today." After the sentence was finished, there was no sound in the void. When the last golden sword fell, the entire golden hexagram array suddenly dissipated. The city lord's face was a little pale. Xiao Han could clearly see that the city lord's consumption this time was huge, but thinking about a spell that could spread over a range of dozens of kilometers, this consumption could also be understood. Xiao Han had a deeper understanding of the strength of a cultivator in the spiritualization stage, or a cultivator who returned to the void half-step. The city lord slowly said, "Everyone in Wanzhong City, now is the time for you to establish merit. I can tell you with certainty that everyone present can join the core circle of my Wanzhong City. Just register when the time comes. No matter what your talent is or how your current cultivation is, my Wanzhong City will accept you and provide you with cultivation resources far exceeding those of other sections. Go hunt down those lingering demons, and send back all the humiliation you suffered a few days ago. You are great. The fact that you can hold on step by step is enough to show your character. After the city lord finished speaking, his figure disappeared into the void. It seems that this time the consumption is indeed huge. Can kill so many demons and cause certain damage to the 6 demon lords. Just when Xiao Han was about to go to hunt the demons, he suddenly received a voice transmission from the city lord. Quick, come to the city lord's mansion. Xiao Han frowned, as if he had guessed something. After exchanging a glance with Xiao Tanner, he quickly headed towards the city lord's mansion. This was a critical period, and there was no way Xiao Han would delay. The significance of half-step return to the void to the human race was obvious. C 1941 Rongling Pill. Outside Wanzhong City, corpses were everywhere, and countless demons were lying on the ground. Most of them had lost their vitality. Only a few of them persisted with perseverance and used blood sacrifice in time to absorb the blood of their companions around them and finally survived. This part is small compared to the whole, but it is still not small when taken individually. Following the order of the city lord, the cultivators of the entire Wanzhong city rushed towards these demons like crazy and killed the remaining demons with their magical powers. All the cultivators were killing these demons, mostly to vent the healing energy in their hearts. For nearly a year, he had been trapped in this Wanzhong city carrying out high-intensity tasks to resist the demons, and at the same time facing the situation where people around him kept dying and he didn't know when he would. How could he not collapse? On the other side, Xiao Han quickly came to the city lord's mansion. Before he came to the side hall, a huge suction pulled him to a very inconspicuous place. This is an abandoned garden. It is closed for some unknown reason. There are abandoned scenes all around, and weeds and shrubs everywhere. There is an entrance to the garden, and there is a restriction at the entrance. Xiao Han really wants to stop and check it out. If there is any harm to the restriction, wouldn't it be a pain? But he couldn't control himself until he touched the restriction. It just shook slightly and Xiao Han entered through the restriction. Then he passed through a secret passage and finally arrived at a large underground cave. A spiritual spring flowed slowly. Xiao Han knew it after a little feeling. Having come here, how could Xiao Han not guess what this place is?
I'm afraid.
This is the real place where the city lord practices meditation. The rest are all superficial illusions. I really didn't expect that the city lord had reached the realm of half-step. Return to the void. I remember that the city lord said before that his realm, that had not been moved for a long time, had loosened. I didn't expect that he would actually do it this time. Transforming into the spirit and returning to the void is not like practicing Qi and building foundation. People with good talents can break through in a few days. To reach this realm, every step is extremely difficult. While thinking, Xiao Han stopped at the door of a room. The door was opened directly. Xiao Han looked around and found that there was nothing extra in the room. There was only a figure sitting cross-legged on the ground. This figure was the delicate city lord. At this moment, even Xiao Han could feel the weak breath of the city lord. The city lord closed his eyes and slowly said, "Please sit down. I am in a special situation now, so there is no need for so many etiquette."
Xiao Han
was shocked by this, because the voice from the city lord was not the deep voice before, but a female voice, combined with the delicate face. How could Xiao Han not think that if the city lord was replaced by a female cultivator, her appearance would definitely be considered superior? And maybe because of her age, she looked mature, like a mature woman in her 30s. Knowing that Xiao Han would be curious about this, the city lord explained, "The outside world thinks I am a male cultivator, but in fact I am a female cultivator. And I didn't even get to where I am today as a saint. I just relied on a cultivator with better talent to achieve this today. I have been hiding my identity as a female cultivator since I was a child. Okay, you just listen to all this. Some old stories, don't tell others even if you know them. After all, almost everyone who knows about this is dead. Xiao Han's body shook violently. What does this mean? Is he threatening me? Hee. Noticing Xiao Han's strangeness, the city lord smiled, and then continued, Okay, just kidding. I called you here this time mainly because I hope you can help me. You can also see that my body was seriously injured in this battle. I forcibly released the 6th level magic left over from the ancient times, which caused great damage to my body. Ordinary pills can no longer help me recover from my injuries. Only you can help me. Xiao Han was a little confused and frowned, saying, Don't the half-step. Returning to the void cultivators use clones when fighting in the spirit transformation stage. When raising doubts, Xiao Han thought of the large-scale killing group attack. Magic that spanned dozens of kilometers. It turned out that this was a 6th level magic. Under normal circumstances, this 6th level magic can only be released by true returning to the void cultivators. It's hard to imagine how the city lord released it at this level. Ahem. The city lord coughed twice violently, and then he explained, Hey, what clone? It's originally to force the release of magic beyond oneself. Can you still use a clone? The one who released the magic before was my original body, and it is also the me you see now. Only such a great shock can exchange for the peace of my human race for decades or even hundreds of years in the future. Although the half-step return to the void has a certain deterrent power, it is far from enough. The fusion of the spiritual world and the Tianxian world is accelerating. It won't be long before the demon lord of the demon race will also feel the pressure. Maybe in 10 years we will feel that step. But now, I predict that the demon race will not attack us in the next 100 years, and it has also bought some time for you young people. Xiao Han gradually understood the city lord's intention to do this, and he couldn't help but look up to the city lord. Under normal circumstances, reaching the level of the city lord, in fact, even if he doesn't consider the human race, he can live a very comfortable life, but he did it, and it was full of righteousness. After a moment of silence, Xiao Han said in a deep voice, So how can I help you? The city lord whispered, First, refine some top-grade 3rd-level elixirs to help me stabilize my injuries, and then I will reach the nascent soul stage, while I am in retreat, and refine the 4th-level top-grade elixir Rongling Dan to help me completely recover from my injuries. The whole process was very clear and straightforward. The city lord did not hide anything and spoke it out directly. Xiao Han nodded and said, These are of course no problem, but in my current state, it will take a long time to reach the nascent soul stage. I don't know if the city lord can hold on, and whether I can change the place. To refine the elixir, I still need some special means. There are still some things that I need to deal with on the Yuyun team. Xiao Han said several problems in a row. Only when these urgent problems are solved can he break through the realm with peace of mind and refine Rongling Dan for the city lord. Here, Xiao Han can clearly feel that the concentration of spiritual energy here is 10 or even 20 times higher than those he has encountered. Even dozens of spiritual veins cannot compare with it. Xiao Han is naturally happy to be able to practice here. Hey, I knew you would say that. Let's see. Then the city lord waved his hand gently, and 4 familiar figures appeared in front of Xiao Han. They were the 4 sacred beasts. Before Xiao Han could raise any doubts, the vermilion bird said, Xiao Han, please save us. I don't know why I didn't feel anything just now. I could only see that I was dragged from the storage room to here. Save us quickly. I don't want to be someone else's slave. #C1942 Is this showing off? The 4 sacred beasts may be a secret to the cultivators of the same level or the lower level, but for the city lord it is like transparent. After the city lord knew his information, he could think that the city lord also knew other secrets. Unexpectedly, the 4 sacred beasts were discovered. By the city lord. Xiao Han glared at the 4 sacred beasts, and the meaning in his eyes was very clear. You all shut up and don't make trouble. Don't stir up trouble. This city lord looks harmless, but he can't figure out what kind of temperament he is. If it is a male cultivator, it's okay, but if it is a female cultivator. Thinking of this, Xiao Han did not take the initiative to break the silence, but looked at the city lord quietly. At this time, the city lord took the initiative to explain, "Hey, these 4 little guys are not a secret. Not only me but also the other several cultivators in the God transformation stage know about it. You don't have to worry too much about what others will do to these 4 little guys. You may know something. There are certain rules of the Tao among the spirit beasts in the Tianxian realm. When the spirit beasts are unwilling to assist the cultivators, the cultivators cannot force them to be enslaved. So the harmonious relationship between the human race and the spirit beasts, you see, is mostly voluntary by the spirit beasts themselves. Maybe some people have tried to break the rules of the Tao. But what is strange is that although there was no feeling at the time there would be some problems in the future cultivation, these people basically have
no improvement.
I don't know how you got these 4 little guys. They look like the bloodline left by the ancient holy beasts, and they are very pure. It seems that you have had some adventures. I still have to congratulate you. Okay, now the conditions for alchemy are in place, and I have prepared an alchemy room for you. As for how long you said to enter the nascent soul stage, there is no problem. Under my training, you don't have to worry about this problem at all. In addition, I will arrange the Yuyun team well. Even your core disciples will get the best resources. Maybe when you come out of retreat, most of them can build a foundation, and some can even reach the golden core stage. As for these 4 little guys, I think the conditions here should be the best." Xiao Han raised his eyebrows, thinking slowly in his heart, and finally couldn't find any reason to refuse. Finally, he could only say, "Hey, you have said everything you should say. What reason do I have to refuse this? Then let's start now. Don't waste time, your injury is very important." The city lord grinned, gently patted the void, and several alchemy recipes and a storage bag appeared in front of Xiao Han. After a moment of silence, the city lord said, "These are the recipes for the pills. The storage bags contain the required spiritual medicines. I have prepared 10 copies of each for you. I only want the best pills, and I only need 3 pills for each recipe. It's still the old rules. If you can refine it successfully, the rest will belong to you." The city lord seemed to have a hold on Xiao Han. As soon as he said this, Xiao Han couldn't refuse. No matter how high Xiao Han's success rate in refining pills is, even if it can be done in one go, he still has to give what he should give. It is difficult to support this kind of plastic relationship without sufficient benefits. "Heh!" Xiao Han grinned, then put away the things in front of him, paused, and continued, "The city lord is still so generous. In this case, I will start. Where is the pill room prepared for me?" Xiao Han just asked, and his whole body floated up, including the 4 holy beasts all floating up, and was directly sent to a room. When Xiao Han looked closely, he even suspected that he had gone to the wrong place. This was not a pill room, but a luxurious residence. Not only was the area very large, but the facilities in all aspects were top-notch. There was also earth fire in that place. Xiao Han looked at the purple-red flame and was slightly surprised. This was the top-level earth fire, even comparable to many exotic flames. In addition, there were dozens of alchemy furnaces placed there, from the 1st to the 5th level, and each of them was the top-level alchemy furnace of that level. With Xiao Han's current strength, he could only forcefully control the 4th level alchemy furnace at most. If he was usually comfortable, the 3rd level alchemy furnace would be the best. Looking at such perfect facilities, even every part of them revealed luxury. Xiao Han's face trembled. How many Yuanying stage cultivators could be cultivated if these things were taken out? Was he showing off his wealth to himself? He couldn't succumb to the tyranny of the city lord. Don't think that he would change his impression of him just because he was so rich, including these food, and he would never eat food that was taken away. Xiao Han fiercely grabbed the 4th level fire spirit fruit on the table. Beside him, the bright red color was rich in a large amount of pure energy of fire attribute. He bit it, and the sweet juice slowly flowed into Xiao Han's mouth. The unique taste and the slight burning feeling of the flames were really comfortable. What are these things? Let him show off his wealth. Xiao Han grabbed one again and ate it. Since the Suzaku was promoted to the 3rd level spirit beast, it has matured a lot in an instant, but facing this scene, it is also extremely excited. Following Xiao Han's line of sight, he also picked up a fire spirit fruit and muttered while eating, "Emma, this is really heaven." Qinglong was also watching from the side, biting a large piece of 3rd level monster meat directly, swallowing it in his mouth and muttering, "I decided to follow that person from now on. Xiao Han, you are really too bad. We have been here for so long and we only eat those. This place is still good. Enough." Xiao Han slapped Qinglong on the head and said, "Heh, you are such a heartless thing. He is the ceiling of the human race's combat power. I am just a nobody." After that, he turned his eyes to Xuanwu and Baihu. Usually, these two are more reliable. The Baihu looked at Qinglong and said, "Hey, you are too direct. At least give Xiao Han some face. I think Xiao Han is pretty good compared to others. But here, Emma, it's still delicious here." Xiao Han no longer paid attention to these 4 things and turned his eyes to all the spiritual food. The food here is enough to eat for several years or even decades. There are even dozens of storage bags floating in the void. Little exploration can feel that there are a lot of monster meat in it. And there is also a formation in these places where food is placed.
Xiao Han
can feel that this formation can keep the food fresh all the time. It is really magical. After eating until full, Xiao Han directly sent a message to
Kia Tanya.
After briefly describing everything here, he told Xiao Tanner that everyone should listen to the arrangements of the people sent by the city lord. During this period, everyone should try not to leave Wanzhong City, especially her. I don't know how many demons I have provoked this time. Xiao Tanner is with me. At that time, she will definitely be targeted by many demons. As long as she is in Wanzhong City, Xiao Tanner's life will be guaranteed. Not long after, Xiao Han received a reply from Xiao Tanner, telling Xiao Han that she was also going to retreat and impact the peak of the Golden Core stage. Fortunately, when Xiao Han came out of retreat, she could quickly impact the nascent soul stage. Seeing this reply, Xiao Han was slightly moved. Fortunately, it was only this realm. Xiao Tanner would never be able to enter the nascent soul stage before. The 9 revolution pill was restored. I wanted to find an opportunity to help Xiao Tanner recover after this time, but the whole recovery process was extremely complicated and there could be no delay. In this situation, it is difficult to calm down and recover. Then he arranged some more important things. After everything was arranged properly, Xiao Han turned his sight to the 3rd level alchemy furnace. Alchemy can begin. First, he will refine the elixir that can stabilize the city lord's injury. After the refining is completed, he will start to retreat to impact the nascent soul stage. Xiao Han quickly put the spiritual medicine into the 3rd level top grade alchemy furnace. Xiao Han did not even use the flame of the vermilion bird. He just used the earth fire that was already here. The speed of refining the medicine was very fast. In the blink of an eye, all the spiritual medicines were dissolved. Very good. The first elixir is just missing the last main medicine.
Xiao Han
muttered. In the blink of an eye, a month passed in a flash. Xiao Han ate, refined the elixir and rested every day. His life was extremely fulfilling. During this period of time, Xiao Han refined all the elixirs needed by the city lord and woke up the city lord on the last day of a month. When the city lord looked at the porcelain bottle floating in the void, her eyes suddenly lit up. The effect of this elixir was even better than she expected. When Xiao Han saw the city lord again, his eyes lit up. The city lord was no longer the same as before, but had returned to her daughter's posture. Especially this face is really amazing. If she were in Blue Star, she would probably become the dream lover of countless middle-aged men. No, she might even be a young killer. It seems that the anti-aging pill was not only obtained for his descendants, but he must have taken it himself. Xiao Han didn't think it was too amazing, but simply appreciated it. He just looked at it and didn't have any other thoughts. In fact, in terms of appearance, Xiao Tanner even crushed her, but the city lord himself was a half step back to the void, and this layer of strength aura could be regarded as a blessing. The city lord saw Xiao Han looking at him, and looked at him with interest for a few seconds and said, "Hey, the elixir you gave me this time is surprisingly good. Now you can ask me for a request, and I will try my best to satisfy you. Magic, spiritual medicine, or other things, what do you want?" Xiao Han said without thinking, "I want to know what your original name is, City Lord." After saying that, he reacted and changed his words. "I want enough third-level spiritual medicine." #C 1943 Li Rukin. Regarding this embarrassing moment, Xiao Han blushed and blurted out, unintentionally, and the city lord would not blame him. For him currently, what he needs most is the third-level elixir. He had gathered a lot of it before, but the amount was still not enough to send back. Now it is a big hole and he has to take care of both sides. "Hey, you are really fearless." After the city lord chuckled a few words, there was a storage bag in his hand. After a pause, he said softly, "There are some third-level elixirs in here. You are really a bottomless pit. You don't know how many third-level elixirs you got from me, let alone other places." But thinking about it, an alchemist should be like this. Even if there is no need for elixirs, it is normal to reserve more elixirs. As for my original name, speaking of this, the city lord paused and looked at Xiao Han teasingly. Feeling the strange look from the city lord, Xiao Han was shocked. Could it be that the city lord wanted to wear small shoes for himself? A good man doesn't want to suffer immediate losses, so he must stabilize her first. Then he quickly explained, "I just said this casually. How dare I ask the lord of the city your name? If there is nothing important, then I will go back and prepare to start. Retreat and strive to enter the nascent soul stage as soon as possible so that I can refine the elixir for the city lord to restore his strength." As Xiao Han said that he wanted to leave. Leaving early could avoid a lot of trouble. "Go!" The city lord smiled casually and waved his hand. The moment Xiao Han was about to leave the house, the city lord said, "It's okay to tell you the name. My full name is Li Rukin." Xiao Han immediately froze on the spot, turned around hurriedly and said, "Oh, if I know the name, City Lord, will you choose to kill and silence him?" Li Rukin smiled and said, "I still expect you to make elixirs for me. But would you kill people and silence me? Now you are the only one in the entire Tianxian world who knows that I am a female cultivator. If you had silenced me, you would have silenced me long ago." Xiao Han then breathed a sigh of relief and said, "That's good. As long as you don't silence everything, everything will be easy to talk about. Get out of here. If you keep talking nonsense, I'll kill you now," Li Rukin said angrily. Without saying a word, Xiao Han went back to the alchemy room and began to prepare for his attack on the nascent soul stage. He had already prepared the transformation pill, and the rest were some impact pills. On the other side, after Xiao Han left, a secret door suddenly appeared on the wooden wall behind Li Rukin. A beautiful figure came out of the secret door and fell on Li Rukin. This beautiful figure was wearing a long red dress, and her expression was very similar to that of Li Rukin. Her facial features were very straight, and there was nothing wrong with her, especially her pair of peach blossom eyes, which looked particularly comfortable. When Li Rukin saw the scene, she waved her hand and a barrier was set up in the entire room. After a pause, she said, Xiao, why are you here now? Have you broken through the realm? The person called Xiao muttered, Oh grandma, why are you so anxious about the realm? You see, I have reached the Golden Core realm at a young age. How many people in the entire Tianxian world can reach my realm? Xiao said this with a bit of pride on her face. After a pause, she continued, Hey, I know grandma, you have high expectations for me, but you can't rush this matter of cultivation. Remember, Mom, it was grandma who had too high expectations for my mother, which caused my mother to fight all the way to the realm, and finally died because of the instability of the realm. As she spoke, Li Yishuan's face became more sad. Hey! Li Rukin sighed slightly, then touched Li Yishuan's head lovingly and said, That's why you haven't reached the nascent soul stage yet. I am a single descendant. I just borrowed it from your grandfather, who I have never met before. When you got pregnant with your mother, you also know the obsession in your mother's heart. Why can that person be a saint? Grandma, my talent is not weak. Why? I know this is an obsession that cannot be pursued excessively, and it has also led to some tragic endings. Our human race is different from the demon race. The signs of the saint will only appear in the nascent soul stage. So far, no saint has appeared, so I have great expectations for you. Li Yishuan frowned slightly and said, Grandma, do you really want me to be a saint? Actually, I think happiness is the first priority when living in this world. Grandma, you are still such a strong monk and can dominate the world, so why bother to fight for that? Yishuan. Li Rukin's voice suddenly became louder. Seeing that Li Yishuan calmed down, she continued, In the past, maybe it was because of that obsession, but it is different now. The demons are watching with eager eyes. Your grandmother and I have paid the price of shaking the foundation in exchange for 100 years of peace for the human race, but no one can say anything after 100 years. What's more, the danger in the spiritual world is gradually approaching. Now that the 30-year agreement with the demons has been concluded, the demon saint has obviously passed the most dangerous period. My human race saint has not yet appeared. It will be difficult to win the bet. 30 years from now, the human race will be very passive by then. Although I have some trump cards with the palace master of Shentian Palace, and she also has many suitable candidates, but in the end we have to be prepared. Li Yishuan's mood gradually improved after hearing this. She pointed her finger to the door and said, I can understand you, but why are you so special to that Xiao Han? Is it because he can refine the best elixirs? Li Rukin frowned and said, Why do you think so? An alchemist who can refine top-grade elixirs is worth winning over. You may not understand the meaning of top-grade elixirs now, but if you think about it more, you will naturally understand me. Li Yishuan put her hands on her waist and said, I don't care, Grandma, you will give your favor to others. Look, you gave him the best room and arranged so well. You now supply unlimited spiritual fruits that I usually don't want to eat. Speaking of this, Li Yishuan suddenly turned her face and continued, Tell me, are you in love with that Xiao Han? Puff! Li Rukin almost burst out laughing and pulled Li Yishuan into her arms and said, What are you thinking about in your little head? Your grandmother is thousands of years older than him. Do you think I want to cross these thousands of years? After hearing this explanation, Li Yishuan reluctantly accepted the answer, but still pouted and muttered, But don't you all like to raise some? Li Rukin pulled the corner of her mouth and said, What did you say? Then she pinched Li Yishuan's ears and started to pull them. Li Yishuan said quickly, Grandma, I was wrong. Please let me go. The two chatted intermittently until late at night when Li Yixuan left. Li Rukin looked at the secret door and muttered, Yixuan, the future hope of the human race may lie in you and Xiao Han. Originally, Xiao Tanner, who was next to Xiao Han, also had good talent, but she has wasted too much time and she was seriously injured, so she can't enter the nascent soul stage in this life. Alas, the situation is still not optimistic. Li Rukin looked worried. #C, 1944, 5 years later. The so-called practitioners are actually the same as ordinary people, and they also have various desires. There is no such thing as a person who can truly eliminate any desire. Most of the time, cultivation is about the same mind. Some practitioners have even greater desires than ordinary people. The competition in the world of immortality is even stronger than that in the mortal world. In this world of immortality, there has always been an emphasis on cutting off all kinds of passions, but there are only a few things that can really be done, and it even becomes a vague definition in the end. Xiao Han closed his eyes in a secret room and kept trying how to break through the nascent soul stage. He had been thinking about this question for a while, and finally an answer gradually emerged in his mind. Actually, is it really right to cut off all passions? The so-called practice must ultimately follow your heart. If you can't even suppress your own thoughts and can't do it yourself, then why choose to practice? If in order to improve one's realm, one must even cut off past grudges, then what is the purpose of improving one's realm? Each person has his or her own view on spiritual practice, and for Xiao Han, that is to be one's true self and never be trapped by this realm or this nature of mind. Time flies by in a hurry, as is sometimes the case in the world of immortality. Years and decades will pass quickly. 1 year, 2 years. Unknowingly, 5 years have passed and Xiao Han has been in seclusion in the secret room for 5 years. In the first 3 years, he had been consolidating his realm and digesting the insights brought to him by every battle. It was not until the 4th year that he began to sprint towards the peak of the golden core stage, and he has finally reached it. Only the last step is left to successfully enter the nascent soul stage. The future path has been chosen. You can do whatever you want to do with your grudges. The key is not to go against your own heart. Xiao Han suddenly opened his eyes, patted the storage bracelet, and a stream of light flashed, and the infant transformation pill was suspended in the void. I've been preparing for so long. Come on. Xiao Han muttered and stuffed the infant transformation pill directly into his mouth. Even in this situation, Xiao Han focused on stability. If he tried his best to break through, he would have entered the nascent soul stage 3 years ago. However, this would leave certain problems for his foundation. A few days later, Li Yixuan and Li Rukin were chatting in the City Lord's retreat room. Li Yixuan glanced in the direction of Xiao Han from time to time. After thinking for a moment, she said, "Grandma, I think you have misjudged the wrong person. Xiao Han's talent and qualifications are so poor that it actually took him 5 years to break through the golden core stage. You see that they are not out yet. From now on, I will be just an alchemist who can help you make elixirs at most. It's a shame that you still think so highly of him. It only took my mother 3 years to break through." Li Rukin smiled and said, "How can we talk about this kind of cultivation? If there is a complete set of cultivation methods, then all those with good talent can reach the stage of spiritual transformation. But if you look at the entire Tianxian world, there are only a handful of monks in the god transformation stage. Sometimes in this situation, it's not necessarily because Xiao Han is not talented enough. It's probably because he wants to lay a solid foundation. Just like you are suppressing your realm. Don't you know why? If it were me in the past, I would have urged you to seize the time to break through the golden core realm. Do you see me urging you now? I don't want you to lay a solid foundation. There is still some time, so don't be too anxious." Li Yixuan pouted and said, "Okay, Grandma, let's not talk about this anymore. After Xiao Han broke through the realm this time, I asked him to buy a Huaying pill and enter the nascent soul stage to see if I am the saint. The ugly thing is ahead. No matter if I am a saint or not, your demands on me cannot change. Even if I am a saint, you cannot force me to practice. How can you work hard for these vain things in life? Being happy is the most important thing. Hey you! Li Rukin didn't know what to say, and she felt guilty. This girl had been without her mother since she was a child, and she was the one who brought Li Yixuan up. It was precisely because of this that he doted on her. After pondering for a moment, he continued, Sometimes you can't recognize the reality. That's all. You will understand later. Everything is up to you. We'll see what happens when the time comes. Li Yixuan got the answer she wanted. The smile on her face was pure and she said coquettishly, Grandma is the best to me. Seeing her granddaughter so happy, Li Rukin smiled knowingly and said, By the way, there is something I need to tell you. After Xiao Han retreats this time, he probably won't obey my arrangements for him and will most likely choose to go out to practice. If he goes out this time, you should stay with him temporarily and practice with Xiao Han. How can this work? Li Yixuan opened her eyes wide and asked with some confusion, Why do you have to go with Xiao Han? I can go out and practice myself. Yixuan. Li Rukin immediately became angry and said loudly, You must listen to me no matter what this time. I have pampered you since you were a child. If it is peacetime, you can do this. At least I can protect you for the rest of your life. But what is the situation now? Even your grandma and I may fall down at any time. Li Rukin said these words in a loud voice and with a serious attitude. She had never said this to Li Yixuan before. Seeing Li Yixuan's eyes filled with tears, Li Rukin said again, That's it. For staying with Xiao Han. Sometimes he can teach you something you can never learn. Okay, you should go back and meditate now and prepare well for the future experience. Li Yixuan didn't say anything and didn't even respond to her grandmother. She just ran out of the secret door crying. Li Rukin shook her head helplessly. She couldn't let Li Yixuan go on like this anyway. At this moment, she looked at Xiao Han, and her face suddenly showed joy. It seems that now is the time to break through. A pure energy rushed up to the sky, and it didn't cause any movement under the hiding of the city lord. Xiao Han felt the golden elixir in his dantian gradually melted, and finally turned into a miniature man, lying quietly in his dantian. The Hongmeng creation pearl would spew out the power of creation from time to time, nurturing the newly born man bit by bit, and the creation jade disc didn't move at all. Instead, the little dragon of the spirit vein seemed to be very interested in this yuanying man, and kept circling around. Xiao Han looked inward at the miniature version of himself, watching the power of creation improving his man, and he seemed to have grasped something in his heart, but it seemed that he had grasped nothing. Soon Xiao Han looked happy. The power of good fortune seemed to be improving his nascent soul. He could clearly feel that his nascent soul was getting stronger and stronger and even began to solidify. This improvement was not the kind of enhancement of strength, but a most essential change, just like a piece of iron. At this time, the power of good fortune acted like a hammer and fire, removing impurities little by little, making the nascent soul more pure. In the future battles, this alone would bring him huge benefits. However, the biggest surprise of this retreat was that he finally reached the nascent soul stage from the golden core stage. In this cruel world of cultivation, he had more means to save his life, and the chances of finding Lu Yen and Dai Ling increased a lot. #C 1945 My expectations are in vain. Xiao Han felt the changes in his body carefully, and did not withdraw from the state of meditation until evening. This time his realm was stable. Even if he were to fight with the nascent soul monks now, it would not have any impact on his realm and foundation. In the alchemy room at this time, the 4 holy beasts were enjoying a great life. Xiao Han gave the 4 holy beasts a certain amount of elixirs before retreating, including level-breaking elixirs. In the past 5 years, none of the 4 holy beasts have been idle. First, the other 3 holy beasts broke through and reached the 3rd level of spiritual beasts. Then Suzaku broke through the early stage of the 3rd level and reached the 3rd level of perfection. The other 3 holy beasts also reached the middle stage of the 3rd level. In these long years, spirit beasts have a long lifespan and their cultivation speed is also very slow, but that is for ordinary spirit beasts. The 4 holy beasts have the blood of ancient holy beasts in their bodies, and their talents are by no means comparable to that of ordinary spirit beasts. Squeak! Xiao Han pushed open the retreat door and cast his sights on the 4th level pill furnace. After advancing to the nascent soul stage, the spirit melting pill can be directly refined. There is no need for any preparation at all. The previous elixir has been placed in the storage bracelet. The effect of this elixir is extremely long-lasting. It seems that the effect is very mild, but the effect is very long-lasting. For a trauma like the one suffered by the City Lord, ordinary 4th level elixirs would not be able to help at all, and even top-grade elixirs would have little effect. This fusion spirit pill can do this. Suzaku was eating the spirit fruit when he suddenly saw Xiao Han appearing in his sight. He rubbed his eyes with his wings first, and then stood up suddenly, when he was sure that it was indeed Xiao Han. "Hey, you're finally out of seclusion," Suzaku complained, then paused and continued. "My expectations for you are really in vain. It will take so long to break through." Xiao Han already understood the nature of Suzaku's urine. He didn't even pay attention to what Suzaku said and said directly, "Where are the others?" Suzaku pointed to the other rooms and said, "They are all in retreat inside, attacking the late stage of the 3rd level." The words revealed were all perfunctory, as if this kind of thing was just a trivial matter. Xiao Han raised his eyebrows, feeling a little surprised in his heart. What happened in the past few years? After a pause, he said, "You mean they have all reached the middle stage of the 3rd level?" After saying this, Xiao Han carefully checked Suzaku's cultivation level and found that it had reached the 3rd level of perfection. Xiao Han checked Suzaku's cultivation level and did not hide it deliberately, but Chi Guogua checked it. Suzaku naturally noticed this and chuckled. "I found it, so I said it was in vain." "Okay, you can go and cool down." Xiao Han was happy in his heart, but there was no joy on his face. Otherwise he wouldn't let Suzaku become arrogant. At present, the 4 holy beasts have reached the 3rd level, which means that the 4 holy clothes can be condensed. If we can find a small world for living creatures to survive, we can carry the 4 holy beasts with us at any time, and the 4 holy clothes can also be used at any time.
Superior.
At this level, with his current strength and the characteristics of the 4 holy clothes, his only shortcomings will be made up for, especially the speed of the giant ape's transformation. I don't know how much blessing these 4 holy beasts can have. If there is not much progress, it will be useless. After all, the current state of the 4 holy beasts is not very high. If they all reach the 4th level, it must be like a tiger adding wings. Thinking like this, Xiao Han walked directly towards one of several 4th level alchemy furnaces. This 4th level alchemy furnace was the best among the 4th levels. It not only had formations that could maintain the efficacy of the medicine, but also formations that could increase body temperature. Xiao Han waved one hand and moved the 4th level alchemy furnace directly to the alchemy table and then activated the formation to activate the earth fire. The temperature of the earth fire was extremely high. Xiao Han himself felt that, let alone the 4th level pill furnace, he moved it directly to the alchemy table. The elixir can be easily refined even at the 5th level. The earthly fire was infused into the flame-breathing container through the formation and penetrated into the bottom of the 4th order alchemy furnace. Under precise control Opening the furnace and putting in the auxiliary medicine, Xiao Han quickly put the 28 third-level auxiliary medicine into the alchemy furnace. As the alchemy furnace shook slightly, the 28 flavor auxiliary medicine soon dissolved into a ball of liquid medicine. The faint scent of medicine suddenly appeared in the entire alchemy room, and just smelling it can make people head over. The value of Fusion Spirit Pill is unmatched by many 5th-level pills, especially with the word excellent added. There are people in the entire Tianxian world who can refine 5th-level and 6th-level elixirs, but there are only a handful of people who can refine 4th-level spiritual elixirs. This is a 4th-level elixir that can be of great use to monks in the transformation stage, and it ranks very high in the 10,000 pills canon. There are a total of 49 kinds of elixirs required, including 28 third-level auxiliary medicines, 24th-level auxiliary medicines, and 1 4th-level main medicine. Xiao Han couldn't wait to refine the spirit-melting elixir. You must know that the city lord gave him 10 materials, and the rest was earned. At this time, he had enough to send the elixir back to Blue Star. There are also many 4th-level elixirs which are enough to support his cultivation in the nascent soul stage for a long time. The more I thought about Xiao Han, the more excited he became. After all the 3rd-level auxiliary medicines were refined into liquid medicine, Xiao Han put in 24th-level auxiliary medicines. Only when all the elixirs were turned into liquid medicine, Xiao Han put the main medicine into the alchemy furnace. This main medicine not only has a very strong medicinal effect, but also affects the efficacy of all the elixirs, playing a certain stimulating and catalytic role so that the total of 49 elixirs can all exert their medicinal effects. At the moment when the elixir was formed, Xiao Han quickly pulled in the power of creation. Otherwise, the medicinal power of this light escape would have been pretty good even if it was the elixir, let alone the best elixir. A few days passed in a flash. During these days, Xiao Han not only refined the Rongling pill needed by the city lord, but also refined all the pills needed by Blue Star. Among them, there were 2 infant transformation pills. After asking Hong Meng, Fortune Pearl told Xiao Han responsibly that the space could be torn, and now it was time to send all the pills back. Blue Star is not Tianxian realm, where spiritual power is abundant and cultivation progress is very fast. There is no such condition on Blue Star, so we must leave enough time for the 2. After Xiao Han made all the preparations, he went directly to the city lord's retreat and placed the prepared Rongling pill in front of the city lord. After seeing the city lord slowly open his eyes, he whispered, "City lord, the Rongling pill has been refined. Please see if it is the Rongling pill you need." When he said this, the city lord's eyes were obviously bright, and the speed of grabbing the Rongling pill was a little faster. The 9 cloud patterns on it were very clear. It was the best of the best.
Xiao Han special är sent.
Enough fortune power. Then the city lord put the Rongling pill to his nose and sniffed it, raised his eyebrows and said, "Hee. This is exactly the Rongling pill I need. If I had known you could succeed, I would have asked someone to prepare a batch of 3rd-level spiritual medicine for you not long ago, and I believe it will be available soon. I will notify you to come and get it at any time." Xiao Han bowed and said, "Thank you, city lord. This was a pleasant surprise." After a pause, he continued, "I have been in seclusion for too long, and now I need to go out to see the outside. I wonder if the city lord can send me out. What he cares about most now is Chao Tanner and others. This is his only bond in Tianxian realm." Hee. The city lord laughed and said, "I know you will say that, go." As soon as the voice fell, Xiao Han felt a huge pulling force, sending him out. From the road he came in, and stopped outside the city lord's mansion. #C1946 The courtyard. The moment he appeared outside the city lord's mansion, Xiao Han was shocked by what he saw. At this time, Wanzhong City was much more prosperous than 5 years ago. In particular, the number of monks coming and going on the streets has obviously reached a higher level than before, including mainstays such as the Golden Core stage. There are also twice as many as there were a few years ago. Before the demons invaded Wanzhong City, Xiao Han's mind moved, and he quickly looked outside. The scorched earth that had been turned into by the war was now covered with green trees and full of birds and beasts. It looked like a battle between immortals and demons had broken out. It seems that in the past 5 years, Wanzhong City has developed by leaps and bounds. Presumably, Wanzhong City can withstand the attack of the demons. In addition, the city lord has a half-step return to the virtual world movable type sign, and those who survived the monk came down and started boasting. It was foreseeable that Wanzhongqing could reach this point. The moment the demons were purged, all the teams were disbanded, including the Yun team. The only ones left were the disciples who came out of Lu Yun sect, including Xiao Qian's brother and sister. A total of 19 people were arranged by the city lord in a small courtyard, not far from the city lord's palace. This small courtyard is located to the east of the city lord's palace. It is the residence of the city lord on the outside. It is said to be a small courtyard, but it is enough for 100 people to live in. It is also complete with all the internal organs and even has a 5th-level spirit gathering array. Before he reached the small courtyard, Xiao Han had already felt that the spiritual power had become much stronger. When Xiao Han approached the small courtyard, he suddenly felt several eyes looking towards him. There was a trace of probing and a trace of hostility in these eyes, but after a moment all the eyes disappeared. Among the people who were investigating, they were all nascent soul stage monks. Just a moment's thought revealed that these were arranged by the city lord nearby to protect Xiao Tanner and others. Being so meticulous, Xiao Han's view of the city lord has changed a bit. Xiao Han did not push the door directly in, but lightly pressed the door with his hand. The heavy door made a dull dong-dong sound, and the closed door was opened after a while. The person who opened the door was Zhao Taizhu. Compared with before the retreat, Zhao Taizhu's appearance had matured a lot and was no longer the youthful look he had a few years ago. Soon Zhao Taizhu came to his senses, looked at Xiao Han and said softly, "Old ancestor." He stammered as if he was not convinced, and then quickly shouted behind him, "The ancestor has come out of seclusion. The ancestor has come out of seclusion." This cry was full of surprises, for Jindan and even nascent soul. For a young monk, a few years may not mean anything. But for the Qi training period, 5 years is a long time, and there are not many 5 years in their lives. Soon, many disciples gathered in the small courtyard. These were people who were relatively free now and did not retreat or go out, including Xiao Qian.
Grandpa Zu.
Xiao Qian greeted, "Ancestor, ancestor." The disciples who arrived greeted each other, and Xiao Han nodded one by one, using his spiritual consciousness to explore the cultivation levels of these monks. Most of them had already established foundations. Although these disciples were not talented enough, you must know that what Xiao Han provided was the best elixir, medicine. With such resources, those who have not yet become a foundation-building monk are truly useless. Even Zhao Taizhu, a pseudo-spiritual person, has already reached the perfection of qi refining at this time. It's just that due to qualifications, it's just like this in this life without any adventure. With the appearance of Xiao Han, the surrounding monks gathered quickly, and those who were in retreat also came out one after another. Xiao Han looked around and saw that there were 17 disciples in total, but only 3 were left. After pondering for a moment, Xiao Han said, "Hey, where are your grandma, Xiao Yun and Zhao Linger? Why didn't you see them?" When he came out of seclusion, Xiao Han did not send a message to Xiao Tanner. Knowing that she was in seclusion, it would be easy to disturb her. Xiao Qian immediately smiled and said, Grandma is in seclusion to hit the peak of the golden elixir. Xiao Yun is in the middle of the golden elixir, and Zhao Linger is in the golden elixir stage. It is estimated that she will be released from seclusion in the past few days. We have a 3-year deal and it's just a week away. Xiao Han was stunned for a moment, and it was just as he had guessed. Then he came to his senses and said softly, "It's really good, especially for this little girl Zhao Linger." After that, he turned his attention to Zhao Taizhu and said, "Hey, you really have a good sister. If it hadn't been for you, I would have missed this disciple. Now that I think about it, the reason why you had such a great connection with the immortal world in the first place must be because of the existence of your sister. You indirectly brought your sister into this world." Zhao Taizhu chuckled and said, "Hey, my sister's talent is definitely good, but it depends on you, ancestor, to focus on cultivating her. I know that if my sister is in another place, she may die without knowing when. Although I haven't experienced much of the intrigues outside, I have seen them before, and the world of immortality is even more cruel." After Zhao Taizhu finished speaking, his whole expression was happy, but Xiao Han could notice the loneliness deep in Zhao Tieju's eyes. His sister practiced cultivation later than him, but now she has reached the golden elixir stage and he is still a master of qi training. Complete. Xiao Han didn't think there was anything wrong with the two people's entry speed in this 5th-level spirit-gathering array, coupled with the powerful spiritual veins in the City Lord's palace. There was no way that a sect like Luyun's sect could compare. Coupled with the unlimited supply of top-quality elixirs, there would be a problem if this step was not reached. After pondering for a moment, Xiao Han looked around and finally looked at Zhao Taizhu and said, "Don't be too discouraged. I have been in seclusion for the past few years and have thought about some ways to improve my qualifications." Xiao Han pointed at Zhao Taizhu, then pointed at the other cultivators, and continued, "And your qualifications will be improved in the future. Now your task is to practice well. You have also seen the cruelty of the world of immortal cultivation. I don't need to emphasize why you are working hard. Hey, since you have already stepped into this door, you must go on unswervingly. I believe you have heard more or less that a great disaster will come in the near future. Whether you can get the strength to save your life and even protect your family when the disaster comes depends on you." Xiao Han's words are a kind of encouragement. When these words were finished, including Zhao Taizhu, Wang Ping, Zhang Shixin, and others, their eyes lit up. To be honest, from the beginning to now, they have experienced so many things and understand many things. Regarding the matter of improving qualifications, Xiao Han only had a general idea. He was just thinking about it and seeing if he could use some pills to improve it. Until the moment when he was promoted to the nascent soul stage, the improvement of the power of good fortune on the nascent soul made the nascent soul man rise to a higher level. Xiao Han just grasped something at that time. After seeing Zhao Taizhu, Xiao Han suddenly remembered that if he used the power of good fortune to improve the qualifications of these cultivators, he didn't know what the result would be. These are just a preconception, and everything needs to be considered in the long run. It's just that at this time it can give these disciples some confidence. The reason why their realm is so slow is because of the problem of qualifications. After the intense discussion among the disciples, Xiao Han waved his hand and said, "You should do what you should do, Xiao Qian, you stay for a while." #C 1947 The so-called spiritual world. Seeing this scene, all the disciples left quickly one by one. The ancestor had just come out of seclusion, so he must have a lot of things he wanted to know, and it was normal for him to have a lot to say to his master. Then Wang Ping bent down and cupped his hands and said, "Master, I'll get to work first." Zhang Shixin followed, "Ancestor master, I'm going too." The rest of the disciples also followed suit, each with an expression of respect. Xiao Han felt quite pleased that many of these people had now reached the middle stage of foundation establishment, or even the great perfection of foundation establishment. On the other hand, Xiao Qian was only in the middle stage of foundation building, but he didn't show any disrespect. Judging from Xiao Qian's appearance, these people were not showing off in front of him. Everyone was speaking carefully, for fear that any words would touch Xiao.
Ianes Sadmud.
In this case, it is worth his careful cultivation and spending some energy. Whoever can stay today is not a person who has lived through life and death. After nodding one by one, Xiao Han looked at Xiao Qian and said, "Find a secret room where you can retreat." Xiao Qian didn't ask any questions, but quietly led Xiao Han to a place where the environment was quiet and the layout was neat without losing the natural beauty. The clean environment showed that this place was cleaned frequently. Xiao Qian looked at his ancestor and said, "Grandpa, this is the room and retreat place prepared for you." Xiao Han didn't talk nonsense, nodded and said, "Come in with me." Pushing open the door, Xiao Han was very satisfied with the layout inside. Could be said that there was no choice. Xiao Han didn't ask whether it was originally like this or if it was decorated later, but I guess the city lord wouldn't decorate this place as a place for female cultivators. Originally designed to confuse everyone, Xiao Han quickly explored the secret room of the retreat. In the secret room, Xiao Han sat cross-legged on the ground and said, "Oh, you can tell me what happened in the past few years. I just want to hear the most important things." Xiao Qian obviously guessed this and said, "Some big things happened. I don't know what Grandpa Zhu wants to know, so I will describe them all. I feel that the most important thing is the ancient secret realms. After the first batch of ancient secret realms appeared, another batch of ancient secret realms appeared in the past few years. After research, we found that as long as you go in and explore the ancient secret realms, they will eventually turn into an abyss, while those ancient secret realms that have not been explored will remain the same. At first, those sects couldn't bear the temptation and went to investigate, one by one. In the end, they gained gratifying results, but then all the nearby sects were wiped out. The abyss seems to be very measured. It only erodes a certain area. When it reaches a certain area, the gray mist will no longer spread." After all these things happened, Wan Zongqing and Shentian Palace jointly came forward to prohibit all sects from developing the ancient secret realm. Once discovered, they would be attacked by a group. The situation has become much better. Relevant to this matter are the ghosts that came out of the abyss. The human race has also captured a lot of ghosts, but as long as these ghosts leave the scope of the gray mist, they will die quickly. Especially those with low strength will die immediately as soon as they leave the gray mist range. Those with high strength can persist for a while, but they will eventually die. After various investigations and interrogations, I only know that these demons come from a world called the Dark World, not the so-called spiritual world. The most important thing is that there are humans and human monks there, but they are enslaved by the demons. They are the lowest level race in the Dark World. They were even kept in captivity and used as food. As for the rest of the specific things, that's all I've inquired about. There are still some secrets that haven't been released. I think the senior monks don't want everyone to know." After listening to what Xiao Qian said, Xiao Han's brows knitted together with a solemn expression. This so-called dark world must be very powerful, and there are also human races. According to ancient books, these human races should have gone to the so-called spiritual world boundary group. I just don't know why, but the entrance to the spiritual world was closed later, and they eventually became slaves because they couldn't resist the evil spirits. The legend of the so-called spiritual world also remained. Wherever the spiritual world is, it is clearly a place full of evil, and its level is higher than that of the Tianxian realm, both in terms of strength and energy. Similar to spiritual energy, it is stronger than the Tianxian realm, based on the fact that spiritual power can be absorbed in the gray mist. Before, Xiao Han knew that the two types of energy were essentially the same, but there might be some slight differences in their external form and characteristics. Then there is the question of why the entrance to the dark world appears in the Tianxian world, or why the demons from the dark world come to the Tianxian world. Xiao Han also has some guesses. Maybe there is something wrong with the dark world. These monsters need to find a new world to live in. It is obviously unlikely that they will simply plunder the resources of the Tianxian realm or take a fancy to the racial creatures here. Xiao Han speculated quickly in his mind, but said, "Hey, go on, are there any other more important things?" Seeing Grandpa Zhu come back to his senses, Xiao Qian paused and continued. The second thing is that Wanzhong City established a sect called Wanzhong Sect. It is no longer just a city, but has become something like a super city, the existence of a top sect. And we have also reached some kind of cooperation with Shentian Palace. Don't know the specific content. Then Xiao Qian talked about several major events that happened recently, but none of them interested Xiao Han until Xiao Qian said, "There is another thing, that I don't know whether it is a big event or not. Recently, some people are asking about you, Grandpa Zhu. The relationship between the city lord and us has always been a secret. The small courtyard was given to us only because of your great contributions, Grandpa." Then a deputy city lord helped briefly investigate the matter and finally found a common ground. That is, these people behind Grandpa are all acquainted with Luyun Sect. But there has been no actual evidence to prove anything, so no measures have been taken against these people. So much so that none of us have left Wanzhong City in the past few years, or even left the 5th district. What Xiao Qian said was that he actually had a guess in his heart, but he did not express his guess, which would affect Grandpa Zhu's judgment. When Xiao Han heard this, an answer emerged in his mind. Even if Headmaster Han wanted to inquire about himself, he could contact him through Qin Ming. However, he has not received a message from Qin Ming during this period, and the message formation in the message card left behind has not been used a few times. This message board is not permanent. Qin Ming will never send a message to him if there is no important matter. Eliminating all possibilities, the only thing left is the Great Elder. His purpose of investigating himself is clearly visible, and he must have paid some price in order to secretly obliterate him. Of course, the most important reason for not taking any action is because he is not aware of his relationship with the city lord, and there are many rumors. These nascent soul monks will also weigh it and analyze the pros and cons. Wu Feng really challenged his bottom line, and the anger in Xiao Han's heart gradually emerged. If there were not more important things at the moment, I might not be able to help but go back and kill him now. #C1948 The Power of Space. After thinking about this, Xiao Qian talked to Xiao Han about a lot of things. These things did have some influence on the Tianxian world, but they had no meaning to Xiao Han himself. It wasn't until Xiao Qian finished talking about all the more important things that the conversation between the two stopped. Xiao Qian looked at his grandfather and asked tentatively, "Grandpa, have you reached the nascent soul stage?" The tone of this sentence is affirmative, and it is obvious that he has determined in his heart that his grandfather has indeed reached the nascent soul stage. Just wanted to make sure about this. Xiao Han nodded, admitting the matter, and then waved to Xiao Qian and said, "Come closer and I will check your body later. In the past few years you have always followed what I have given you. Just insist on it." Xiao Qian nodded and said, "Every year, every day, we strictly follow the standards." After saying that, he came directly to Xiao Han. Xiao Han probed a little, and a ray of spiritual power was sent into Xiao Qian's body. He soon noticed Xiao Qian's current fighting state. After noticing Xiao Qian's physical condition, Xiao Han's eyes lit up. The reason why there is no rush to restore Xiao Qian's dantian this time is because there is only one chance. After reaching the nascent soul stage, the chance of success will increase a lot. In addition, Xiao Qian needs to persist in his own set of procedures for a period of time, and the longer he persists, the more likely he is to succeed. Judging from the actual situation, it is indeed good. Xiao Han grinned and said, "Hey, it's beyond my expectation. Now I have at least a 95% chance of helping you recover. In the past few years, I think your determination to restore Dantian will become even stronger." Seeing Xiao Qian smile, Xiao Han said, "Don't be too happy too early. You must be in the most stable state before then. Don't relax just because you know this. I'll take a break these days. Come to me in 3 days and I'll help you recover your Dantian. Remember to take care of the things at hand. This may take a week or it may take a month or even longer. Make sure you make time and go." Xiao Qian nodded heavily and said, "Yes, Grandpa Zhu." After Xiao Qian finished speaking, he left the secret room. The hope in his eyes could not be suppressed. The reason why Xiao Han told him about the probability of success was because of this. It will be helpful for Xiao Qian to strengthen his confidence as long as it is not too arrogant. After Xiao Qian left the secret room, Xiao Han immediately arranged several barriers and soundproof covers in the secret room, and even arranged a small
Formation.
It wasn't until everything was ready that Xiao Han sank his consciousness into his Dantian. The words "rest" are all premise. Unless there is something wrong with the state of mind or they have just experienced a war, what else do monks in the nascent soul stage need to rest? The reason why I have spared these few days is to send back the elixir I prepared. The moment he sank into his Dantian, Xiao Han was the first to notice his own nascent soul villain. At this time, the nascent soul villain was more solid and lively than what he had seen before. Xiao Han even dared to conclude that this strength was stronger than the late nascent soul. The transformation of the power of creation was indeed good. The Hongmeng creation pearl and the creation jade disc were just suspended in the Dantian, and there was also the little spiritual dragon. It might be an illusion or it might be real. Xiao Han observed that the little dragon with spiritual veins seemed to be a bit stronger. There are also levels in spiritual veins, ranging from first-order spiritual veins to fifth-order and sixth-order spiritual veins. For example, the spiritual veins in the City Lord's retreat place have sixth-order qualities. The spiritual vein he obtained from Izumo Peak was only at the second level, but at this time there were signs that it would be promoted to the third level. The promotion of spiritual veins is quite difficult. They are usually born from heaven and earth. From the moment of birth, the level of spiritual veins has been determined. Very few spiritual veins can break through their own levels until their own spiritual power is exhausted. Unless you are in a large environment and the environment is a virtuous cycle, there is a certain chance of breaking through the ranks. However, at this time, the spiritual vein showed signs of breaking through. No wonder the spiritual dragon stayed in Xiao Han's Dantian and refused to go. After observing these, Xiao Han said, "Hey, is the ball here?" The Hongmeng creation pearl said quietly, "I will be able to detect you when you come in. If you have anything to say, just say it." "Ah." Xiao Han chuckled and said, "This time I came in just to send back the things I prepared. Didn't you say last time that you could tear apart space?" Hongmeng fortune bead said, "That's true. Send it back in one go. I have already locked it before. Turgenev can send it accurately, but I am not sure about Jiang Shaoyun. The place to send it can only be at nearby. You'd better put some restrictions on it, maybe leave an afterimage." After hearing this, Xiao Han said, "I have already considered these things. Have already kept the letter and the afterimage that should be left. I just need to send them back. Before this, what I want to ask is whether it will cause any strange phenomena in the world when it is sent back, or whether it will attract the prying eyes of those high-level monks." Hongmeng fortune bead responded, "You can rest assured on this. To cause such a big movement, I can't even tear apart the space required. Such a small cut will definitely have no impact. That's okay. Let's start now." Xiao Han took out the things with confidence. He was not sure whether Blue Star could open the storage bag here, so everything was placed outside. And he tried to simplify everything as much as possible to ensure the size of the items. These things were enough, including the afterimage he left for Jiang Xiaoyun and the letter he left for Turgenev and others. There was no nonsense about the Hongmeng fortune bead. The next moment it began to rotate at high speed, and an inexplicable energy wave appeared. Xiao Han released his consciousness and felt something strange in his dantian. But this feeling was very small and difficult to detect. Not far from Xiao Han, a space crack was gradually torn open, as if the Tianxian world was about to be shattered. Soon the gap was enlarged and the 2 prepared packages were sent directly into the space crack. Middle. Xiao Han glanced at the space crack and was immediately horrified by the astonishing tearing force. Just after the thing was sent in, the space crack quickly disappeared. Just before disappearing, the Hongmeng fortune bead shook violently. Then the whole ball began to tremble violently, and the Hongmeng creation bead said anxiously, "Hey, I didn't expect you to be so lucky, Xiao Han. There happened to be a space force passing through. Please help me take it out." Xiao Han looked happy and directly poured all the spiritual power in his body into the Hongmeng fortune bead. The pure energy spurted out from the Hongmeng fortune bead and saw an illusory force forced out of the space crack by the Hongmeng fortune bead. Pull it out. It wasn't until the cracks dissipated that the illusory power was injected into the Hongmeng creation pearl. At this time, the Hongmeng creation pearl seemed to have lost its luster. The entire ball was extremely dim and could not even produce the power of
creation.
Xiao, can you hear me? Xiao Han asked tentatively. After waiting for a while, the Hongmeng creation pearl said, "Oh, I have consumed a lot this time and I will probably sleep for a while. During this period, don't jump around like this. The power of creation will not be produced again. It is as much as you have now." Xiao Han looked bitter and asked quickly, "How long will it take?" However, Xiao Han never got a reply. #C 1949 The discovery of the storage ring. "Hey, give me a little response." After waiting for a long time, Xiao Han did not receive a reply from the Hongmeng creation pearl. Looking at the space power hovering in the Hongmeng creation pearl, Xiao Han was not sure whether he had made a profit or a loss. The importance of space power is self-evident. Unlike storage bags and other storage items, as long as the right materials are found, a small world can be created with the help of space power. In this small world, living things can survive, including spirit beasts, demon beasts, and even people, just because of this space power that he didn't know when to use. The Hongmeng creation pearl was completely in a deep sleep, which meant that the source of the power of creation was cut off. Now the only remaining power of creation can be used very limitedly. Next, Xiao Qian will use it, Xiao Tanner will use it, the qualifications of the disciples will be improved, and alchemy and talismans will be used, but the reserve is very limited. When these are used up, the remaining power of creation will be almost used up, not to mention the deduction of magic and the battle against foreign enemies. A trace of sadness appeared on Xiao Han's face, but the ending was already determined, no matter how reluctant he was. Fortunately, the power of creation in my body is now full, and the container has expanded a lot in the past few years, which is enough for temporary squandering. It will take a few years for the Hongmeng creation pearl to recover, or I can get another Hongmeng pearl for the creation pearl to absorb. But this kind of opportunity is hard to come by. After sorting out his thoughts, Xiao Han withdrew his consciousness from his dantian. The reason why he reserved 3 days was that he was afraid that something unexpected would happen. He didn't expect everything to go so smoothly. Xiao Han put his mind on the 2 storage rings. At the beginning, due to the problem of strength, the 2 storage rings had never had a chance to open. And now it is time for him to change a storage ring. The storage space of the storage ring is dozens of times larger than that of the storage bracelet. For him now, the storage bracelet has gradually failed to meet his needs. This is still the premise that there is no large monster meat in the storage bracelet. Once some is put in, the space will be stretched immediately. In a flash, the two rings were suspended in the void. Xiao Han took Emotion's ring in his hand and poured spiritual power into it, and the restriction of the ring was easily damaged. For a storage spiritual tool like this, it can be easily opened after the owner of the spiritual tool dies. If the owner is still there, it will take some tricks to open it. Xiao Han cast his spiritual sense into the storage ring. There was nothing special. They were all spiritual medicines, spiritual stones, and spiritual tools. If they were placed in the past, they would be a fortune for Xiao Han. But now they are nothing. Soon Xiao Han found the flying magic tool from the previous auction in it, and it returned to his hands after a lot of twists and turns. After looking through it and not finding anything interesting, Xiao Han picked up the storage ring that Xiao Yun got in the secret room. Xiao Han had great expectations for this ring, and only hoped that there would be some interesting things in it. Soon the restriction of the storage ring was directly destroyed by Xiao Han, and Xiao Han's spiritual sense was also cast into the storage ring. Xiao Han found countless books in a corner of the storage ring. Just flipping through a few books, you can find that most of these books are broken. After years of baptism, even in the storage ring they have begun to powder a little bit, but fortunately the general content can still be seen clearly. Like the batch of books that Xiao Yun brought back before, there are also some broken spells. Xiao Han's eyes lit up. These spells are treasures for him at present. As long as he can find a few spells that can barely condense, he can deduce them through the power of creation. Just like the previous 9 Nether Holy Flame, Heaven and Earth spell, and the Deadly Needle, which spell is not a means of saving life at a critical period. In addition, there are jade boxes for storing spiritual medicines, but this jade box can prevent the efficacy of spiritual medicines from volatilizing. But after such a long time, these spiritual medicines have become withered. Grass. The spiritual stone is okay. The structure itself is stable. As long as it is not subjected to any drastic fluctuations, it can store spiritual energy for a long time. Still the same, apart from the pile of books, there is nothing worth Xiao Han's attention. Just when Xiao Han was about to withdraw his consciousness, he suddenly noticed an iron box in a corner. This iron box was extremely special. It was said to be made of iron, but it didn't look like it. It was not iron, but it looked like iron. This strangeness made Xiao Han interested in it. What on earth could make the owner of the storage ring put it alone in a corner? After Xiao Han was curious about this, he took it out decisively. There seemed to be a broken restriction on the iron box, but after so long, this restriction had already expired. Xiao Han opened it smoothly. There was no self-destruct device as imagined, nor any disgusting trap. After opening it, there was a stack of things similar to envelopes inside. It can't be the love letters between this monk and another female monk. Xiao Han was a little disappointed. No wonder it was placed in a corner. If it were him, he would also find a place specifically. When he was about to throw these love letters aside, Xiao Han suddenly felt something was wrong. His thinking was not right. Love letters were only used by some nostalgic people even on Blue Star. What's more, it's here, the message talisman is not working or something. Xiao Han quickly took out one of the letters and opened it. I don't know which Taoist friend got my things. Presumably by the time you read these contents, I will have already passed away. Karen, even an immortal can't escape the desire to leave something in this world. And I am exactly like this. I am trapped in this realm. I don't know what is worth keeping even after thinking about it. Even how I was promoted to nascent soul is of no value. After thinking about it, I might as well write down the whole story of what I experienced. At least these things can have reference value for later monks and can also prevent such things from happening. and even help the human race survive certain crises. Seeing this, Xiao Han had already guessed what would be written in it. With excitement, Xiao Han continued to read. The big world I live in is called the Tianxian realm. Xiao Han saw that it was indeed related to the Tianxian realm, and then continued reading. It has been so long that I can no longer remember the specific time. You can see that the paper has started to fade due to too much time here, and a large section of the content behind it has been lost. Immediately afterwards, I remember that day very clearly. Thousands of monks in the transformation stage were unwilling to be stuck in the realm of transformation stage. They jointly arranged a large formation in an attempt to open a gap in the Tianxian world. Come here to find the legendary higher level world. It's just that I don't know who made this story up, how true it is. When I saw the content of the letter finished, it was like I was stuck here. #C 1950 Ancient Information. Xiao Han was a little depressed when he saw this. Why did he see that the key part was missing? He hated this kind of people the most, who specialized in making disgusting people out of context. Do you really think that others want to see what you leave behind? Believe it or not, I will burn these things with a fire right now so that what you wrote will never be seen in the world again, and there will be nothing left. After pondering for a moment, Xiao Han decisively picked up the second letter, opened it and read it. Aren't you very angry? The key part is missing. In fact, I did it on purpose. Haha. This realm is too boring. Even the monks who were trapped in it slowly died because they could no longer break through the realm. I was too bored, and I was afraid that I would have nothing to write about just like this. Sometimes this kind of chronic death is a torture, so just write it bit by bit. The scene that day was difficult to describe. In short, it was like the sky was shattering and the earth was shattering. Even the largest Tianxian continent was split apart accordingly. With the efforts of thousands of monks in the transformation stage, a passage was finally opened. When everyone was waiting to go to the so-called spiritual world, a vision suddenly appeared. The entire Tianxian realm was shaken violently, and various spaces began to tear apart. Some monks began to disappear inexplicably. Finally, it was discovered that some places were still missing. We collectively call these places small worlds of realms, and some sects have disappeared because of this. Various sudden changes have made everyone panic. Just as these small worlds disappeared one by one, countless huge potholes appeared, which we call the entrance to the spiritual world. Many monks and even those in the God transformation stage believed that these huge pits were the passage to the spirit world, but soon after, these huge pits spewed out countless gray mist. It's strange to say that not long after these fogs appeared, some monks who had been stuck in a certain realm for a long time inexplicably broke through, one after another. Not long after everyone was happy, something strange happened again. Some spells began to disappear inexplicably, and even began to degrade. Some words just disappeared out of thin air in the spell book. This kind of change has made everyone panic. Misfortunes never come singly. Some methods of refining top-quality elixirs have also disappeared, and high-level alchemists have even died mysteriously. It was too late when everyone discovered these abnormalities. Many low-level monks began to protest, asking these monks in the transformation stage to stop the formation channels and close the formations to stop losses. It's just that how can those high-level monks in the transformation stage pay attention to the opinions of lower-level monks? Some of the monks in the transformation stage have gradually reached the half-step return to the virtual realm. This kind of stimulation made them even more reluctant to close the channel. Potholes continued to appear, and I also successfully reaped the dividends and entered the nascent soul stage. So I have been on it for a while, and I feel that this is a natural selection. The strong ones will naturally stay, and it is normal for the weak ones to be eliminated. The monks in the transformation stage even massacred a group of troublemaking monks, and then suppressed the voices of the resisting monks, and everything went smoothly. At a certain time, demons appeared, and they began to massacre humans and even led humans into the pit. Except for those who had surpassed the nascent soul stage and had a certain ability to resist, all the monks were unable to do so. Law to resist. The only good thing is that these monsters are only interested in monks. They seem to be a kind of ration and have no interest in ordinary people. During this stalemate battle, the human monks disappeared little by little. In the end, even the monks in the god transformation stage frequently died. After that, I was lucky enough to encounter a space tear and be involved in this small world. Xiao Han read several letters in a row before finishing the great changes that had taken place in the Tianxian world. He did not stop until he saw the monk entering the small world of the realm. What the monk said was basically the facts that happened that year.
Xiao Han
Looked back some more and found that they were all information in the small world of the realm. For example, there was no improvement in the realm. For example, he could see the outside world from time to time. Some messages. It wasn't until he finally had nothing to write about and started writing some boring things that Xiao Han completely lost interest and turned to thinking about the information he had just obtained. Can be said that it is really a big secret, and there are definitely only a few people who can get this information. According to the situation at the time, most of the people involved were low-level monks, and the smaller the world in the later realms, the fewer. And this one also entered by lucky. This shows that even if the monks who entered first knew something, they were by no means comprehensive. Even he didn't know what happened next. It turns out that these so-called ancient secret realms were created by thousands of monks in the god transformation stage. I don't know when the Tianxian world will no longer be able to give birth to monks who have returned to the void. The highest realm is nothing more than the realm of divine transformation. How can one be willing to accept this? Those so-called divine abyss also appeared, followed by the death of various monks. The mortal world knows very little about the world of immortality, and these monsters have nothing to do with mortals' interest. Then mortals would know even less. Xiao Han recalled that when he used the 9 nether sacred flame to deal with Jia also said, "I can't believe that there are still people in the Tianxian world who can use the 9 nether sacred flame." This sentence alone is enough to explain some problems. The disappearance of a large number of spells in the past, as well as the disappearance of the best elixir refining methods, and the inexplicable death of the alchemist must have something to do with these ghosts. As for why it reappeared in Tianxian realm this time, it is not clear. Appeared so long ago, it should have discovered this world. As for why these abyss passages disappeared later, Xiao Han guessed that it had something to do with these Huashan cultivators. When a large number of Huashan cultivators died, there would definitely be some conservatives who wanted to close the passages, but if they succeeded, there would be certain news passed down. Xiao Han was more inclined to believe that the Shoshin world was completely killed and injured, and those Qi felt bored and left Tianxian realm on their own initiative, and finally the passage collapsed because no one supported it. Then there was thousands of years of silence until some people with immortal fate appeared, and a new round of Shoshin road was opened again. This can also explain why there was a period of historical fault in the Shoshin world, and basically no one knew what happened in the ancient times. After thinking for a while, Xiao Han immediately backed up this information, then closed all the barriers and soundproof covers, and then sent a message to the city lord saying that there was something important to give to the city. Lord, thousands of Huashan cultivators in the past failed to solve this problem, so how could they successfully survive this disaster? There is also a question that needs to be solved. Why can't the Tianxian realm achieve the return to Void Realm, but there is a complete system of cultivating immortals in ancient books, and eventually become immortals? these systems of cultivating immortals artificially fabricated, or are there other reasons? What was the fate of those cultivators who achieved the half-step return to void? According to the existing information, Qi did not have such great strength when he came to the Tianxian realm, so he should have no problem protecting himself. C 1951 Repairing the Dantian. Many questions linger in my mind. Even if there are more and more passages and the demons can wipe out the monks in the God transformation stage, there will always be surviving monks in the God transformation stage. Combined with the fact that there are no return-to-void cultivators in the Tianxian realm, it must be because of the constraints of some Tao rules. Once they break through the return-to-void realm, they will be obliterated by the chain of order. These are just some speculations. Xiao Han rubbed his head. The news he received today was so sudden that he has not yet fully digested it. Soon Xiao Han heard the city lord's voice. "Hey, just take out what you have." The voice was still the familiar male voice from before. It seemed that the disguise of the city lord had started again. Even if Xiao Han was given some courage, he would never tell anyone that the city lord was a woman. After pondering for a moment, Xiao Han directly placed the envelopes in front of him. He saw a fluctuation in the void, and those things disappeared before his eyes. Xiao Han had a better understanding of the methods of the monks in the transformation stage. Is this a kind of retrieval? When he was in the city lord's mansion, Xiao Han thought it was some kind of teleportation formation, but now it seems that this is retrieving objects from the air. This method is really enviable. Before Xiao Han was in a daze, the city lord's message appeared again. "Hey, are these the only things? Is there anything else? This is crucial to the entire Tianxian world. It can even affect the victory or defeat of the human race in the future." Xiao Han's expression condensed and he said, "There are no other things, only these I gave you. The source of these things comes from the ancient secret realm." After saying this, the city lord's voice disappeared. It seemed that the city lord didn't get the news he just got, and it matched his guess. Everything is worrying. Leave these worries to the high-level monks like the city lord and let them worry more. This is also the reason why Xiao Han sent this information out. He will use this information to find out what he can find and let the city lord and the others have a headache. After thinking about this, Xiao Han started preparing to restore Xiao Qian's Dantian. 3 days later, Xiao Qian appeared outside the secret room on time and waited outside the secret room. Xiao Han whispered, "If you are ready then, come in." Squeak. Xiao Qian pushed the door open, bent down and said, "Grandpa Zhu, I'm ready." When Xiao Qian was speaking, Xiao Han paid attention to his expression. There was determination deep in his eyes. When Xiao Han saw this scene, he knew that the matter was probably stable. Then he said, "You will do as I say later. The process will be very painful. If you want to scream, please scream." After saying that, he threw a pill to Xiao Qian. After Xiao Qian took it, he sat cross-legged on the ground and swallowed the pill. A biting pain appeared throughout his body. This feeling even made people want to commit suicide. This kind of pain seems to be stuck, and the pain is just stuck on the edge of fainting. Seeing that the time was right, Xiao Han directly injected a pure spiritual power into Xiao Qian's body, and at the same time input the power of creation, condensing the power of the elixir and began to slowly repair it. Not long after, a shocking scream came from the secret room. In order to prevent himself from being deafened, Xiao Han specially blocked his hearing and used several soundproof covers to isolate the sound. But even so, Xiao Qian's screams were transmitted through the soundproof cover. This soundproof cover was not really soundproof but could infinitely reduce the decibels until no sound could be heard outside. It's not like a vacuum environment. Xiao Qian's screams were too loud, so naturally some of them could be heard. A few days later, Xiao Yun walked out of the retreat, feeling the majestic spiritual power in her body, with a face full of joy. She never expected that. She could reach the middle stage of the golden elixir in just a few years. It was even higher than when the ancestor first came back, but Xiao Yun was not proud of it and kept reflecting deeply in her heart. The ancestor was able to reach that point even when he was lacking in spiritual power and resources. However, as for himself, from the moment his ancestor came back, his supply of top-quality elixirs has not been broken. Even when he came to Wanzhong City, he still had the experience of fighting against the demon clan. He quickly laid a solid foundation for himself and then followed up with such a large spirit-gathering array, and he stayed in seclusion for several years. Under the same conditions, Xiao Yun firmly believed that Grandpa Zhu was definitely faster than her, and she didn't do enough. At this moment, Xiao Yun saw Zhao Taizhu passing by, called him over, and asked in detail what happened recently. It wasn't until her ancestor called her master over that Xiao Yun was sure in her heart that her grandfather was helping her brother recover his dantian, and she couldn't suppress the joy. Time flies, and the next person to emerge is Zhao Linger, who has also successfully broken through to the golden core stage, and his combat effectiveness is no worse than that of a monk in the middle stage of the golden core. The last person to come out of seclusion was Qiao Tanner. Under Xiao Yun's arrangement, no one was allowed to retreat during this period. They were quietly waiting for Xiao Qian's dantian to recover, and for the ancestor to restore Xiao Qian's dantian. Everyone is sweating. They and their disciples know what master has gone through better than anyone else. They have always kept that kind of humiliation in their hearts. Is it just Wang Song? No, how could Wang Song dare without the support of the great elder? They knew how the master treated them. Until the moment when the screams suddenly disappeared that day, the entire secret room was suddenly crowded with people. The Yuyun Peak disciples headed by Qiao Tanner and Xiao Yun were all surrounding the door. At the same moment, the closed door was opened, and Xiao Han walked out. Looking at the serious expressions of the disciples at the door, past Xiao Han, everyone's eyes were on the secret room. Xiao Qian was lying on the ground in the secret room. Xiao Yun's heart dropped. She stammered, "Brother, brother." Her voice was full of sobs. If anyone is the most important person in Xiao Yun's heart, it must be Xiao Qian, the one who would subconsciously protect her behind him even if he is very weak. Thinking of this, tears slowly slid down from the corners of Xiao Yun's eyes. Seeing this, Xiao Han stopped playing dumb and grinned. Can the ancestor fail? If it succeeds, take your brother back to recuperate. I also improved your brother's qualifications. It was very successful. It is comparable to the best spiritual roots. The news that the master restored the dantian was like a heavy hammer hitting everyone's heart. The news came too suddenly. Everyone reacted quickly and looked at it excitedly, recalling what the ancestor said. The qualifications have also improved. Everyone knows what this means. Zhao Linger looked at her brother unconsciously and muttered, "Could it be that my brother's qualifications can also be improved? I must ask what resources are needed. Even if I have to pay all the price, I must improve my brother's qualifications." She doesn't want to see my brother's lonely eyes again. Soon Xiao Yun reacted, rushed in, and directly picked up Xiao Qian. Without even saying hello to Xiao Han, she rushed back to Xiao Qian's room. Xiao Tanner said unhappily, "Hey, you only know how to scare your two juniors. If you scare them into trouble, I'll see how you regret it." Xiao Han smiled and said, "They have experienced so many things, don't they? Even have this psychological endurance." Xiao Tanner smiled, and soon remembered something and said, "Since everyone has come out of seclusion, Xiao Qian should wake up soon, so why don't we have a party? It's been a long time since we've had so many people together." After hearing this, Xiao Han waved his hand and said, "No, there is another, very important thing before that. It's not too late to get together after this thing. Only then will it be worth celebrating." #C 1952 Absolute Trust. Seeing Xiao Tanner's doubts, Xiao Han immediately waved his hand and said to the disciples, "You should disperse on your own first. Just follow Xiao Qian and Xiao Yun's arrangements." Zhao Linger opened her mouth to say something, but in the end she didn't speak. Xiao Han noticed this, thought for a moment and said, "Oh, I know what you want to ask. There's no rush. You can go back and meditate for the time being. I'll talk about this after I finish dealing with the things that need to be dealt with. You have a good talent. Don't have too many messy thoughts. A disaster is coming. Only by improving your strength as soon as possible can you gain the ability to protect yourself." After hearing this, Zhao Linger grinned, paused and then said, "I will follow the teachings of my ancestor. I will go back to practice quietly and wait for my ancestor to summon me." With this opening, many monks wanted to ask but stopped. The ancestor said so. There must be important things, and these things for them are just trivial matters. Everyone knows in their hearts that the ancestor is the spiritual leader of the entire team. Without the ancestor, their team would not be able to continue, let alone achieve today's achievements. It wasn't until everyone left that Xiao Han looked at Xiao Tanner apologetically and said, "Tanner, actually there is something I have been hiding from you." When Xiao Tanner heard what Xiao Han said, she quickly turned her head and pointed to the open space in front of her and said, "Hey, how about we have a party here? I think this place is very nice. The location is quite large and fun. You can also have a bonfire at night." Xiao Han repeated again, "I have been hiding something from you, or do you already know what it is?" The moment Xiao Tanner took the initiative to change the topic, Xiao Han had a guess. Xiao Tanner turned around and looked at Xiao Han, tears falling from the corners of her eyes, and then choked up and said, "Actually, I didn't know this at first, but in the past few years when I was in seclusion I suddenly found that I had been unable to touch the nascent soul. That level. Even with the help of various elixirs, I was still just a little short of the peak of the golden elixir. Until that moment, I knew that you had not cured me. Then I thought about it, why are you so anxious to need 9-leaf Jillian? Even if you want to get the magic pill, there are obviously other auxiliary medicines. You can just make the magic pill. Among all the information I checked about Jui Jillian, I found Jijuan Dan, a relatively unpopular elixir. I thought about it again. With your strength in the golden elixir stage, why did you want to refine an elixir that can't be refined now, or even spend a huge price to forcibly refine the elixir? From that moment on, I guessed everything. In the past few years when you were in seclusion, I tried repeatedly and finally confirmed this. Xiao Han, I still know a little about the efficacy of the 9 transformations pill, but that kind of hope is really too slim. Don't waste any more time. I just want to cherish the remaining days. Compared with others, I am already very lucky and happy. I have nothing to be dissatisfied with." Speaking of this, Xiao Tanner looked at Xiao Han with some emotion, remembering what he had done to get Jui Jillian, and felt moved in her heart. After a pause, Xiao Tanner continued, "Can we not talk about this matter again after today?" It seemed that Xiao Tanner had indeed guessed this.
Sia Han grinned. Tatred.
Xiao Tanner's hair and said, "Hey, don't you believe me yet? Think again. If I have been doing things that are difficult for ordinary people to understand. When Xiao Qian's Dantian was destroyed, in your opinion, can his Dantian be restored?" Xiao Tanner's tears stopped, and there was more expectation in her eyes. After thinking carefully, she shook her head and said, "At that time I thought that Xiao Qian could only do this. I'm afraid there will be no hope for Dantian in this life. Even after you told me about it, I felt that there might be a little bit of hope. At that time I already thought you were very powerful. But looking back, I still think it's impossible. But now it seems you can indeed create miracles." Xiao Tanner seemed to have opened up a chat box, and her originally sad mood suddenly became happy. Seeing that the situation was almost the same, Xiao Han said, "Hey, so you have to choose to believe me. Xiao Qian's dantian can recover, so why can't your injuries recover? Come in with me. I'm ready." Xiao Tanner was a little surprised and asked, "What do you mean?" After muttering, she covered her mouth with her hands and asked again in disbelief, "Is this true? Can my injury be recovered?" Before Xiao Tanner could question it again, Xiao Han immediately pulled Xiao Tanner into the secret room, placed several soundproof covers and barriers, and took out the 9 turns pill. "You just need to take this pill later and cooperate with me. Don't think too much about the rest and don't try to resist. The most difficult thing about this process is that you have to have absolute trust in me. Once there is any resistance, everything will be lost." Xiao Han talked about the pros and cons of this. "The most important thing is what needs to be paid attention to." Xiao Tanner nodded and said, "I understand. I have no worries about you. Come on, you can do whatever you want to me." Xiao Tanner grinned and swallowed the 9 turns pill directly. It's like closing your eyes and letting you pick what you want. Xiao Han did not dare to be careless, and immediately sent a spiritual power into Xiao Tanner's body, guiding the power of the 9 turns pill to circulate in Xiao Tanner's body. As Xiao Tanner said, the effect of the 9 revolution pill is indeed not that strong. Among the pills that the 9-leaf Jillian can refine, the 9 revolution pill is a bit useless. As long as it is a cultivator below the nascent soul stage, it can be used to recover certain injuries. However, the premise of this is the top-grade 9 revolution pill. Ordinary 9 revolution pills are very useless. Xiao Han's advantage is that he can not only refine the best 9 revolution pill, but also use the power of creation to catalyze the efficacy of the medicine, making it 100 times more effective. In this case, let alone this kind of injury, even if it is more serious, the 9 revolution pill can be cured. The power of creation alone is not enough. But with the 9 revolution pill as a trigger, everything is like a natural outcome. A few days later, in the secret room where Xiao Han was, Xiao Han carefully recovered Xiao Tanner's last injury and directly drew out all the spiritual power. Not a trace is left. Now Xiao Tanner's meridians are the most sensitive. Once she does not control these spiritual powers, the uncontrolled spiritual power will easily destroy the meridians that have just been reshaped. When it was pulled out, Xiao Han felt as if his body was hollowed out and he urgently needed some wolfberry tea. No, he urgently needed some top-grade spiritual stones to replenish it. Then he quickly took out a few top-grade spiritual stones and quickly replenished his spiritual power. He also used more power of creation than he thought, but it didn't matter. The most important thing was that Xiao Tanner's body was completely restored. When Xiao Han recovered, Xiao Tanner, who was sitting cross-legged, slowly opened her eyes, looked at Xiao Han sitting opposite her and whispered, "Where am I? Xiao Han, are you in my dream?"